So what I say is primary, not secondary. We are invited for a meeting, but that was be sought. There will be discussion of between both parties. I think it's more important because I've had a lot of comments, and every person that has commented has always been on the why question. Why will Sim sign that kind of document? Why didn't he run away? Why did he not reject it? Why would the president present that kind of in a meeting? Why did Odele not reject it? Why? And I think that is not the best at this time. What is most appropriate is what happened. And that's what I want to address. What happened? Actually, the understanding, and I'm saying it from the primary point of view that I'm a participant in that purported meeting. I was there, so I'm a witness. So what I say is primary, not secondary. We are invited for a meeting, but that was not a meeting, because a meeting means opinion will be sought. There will be discussion of between both parties and resolutions will be reached. But that is not what happened. What happened is that Mr. President walked in with a written resolution, addressed us, and declared that what he has in his hand is a presidential proclamation, a presidential directive, and at the point withdraw and emphasize the fact that he is the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Therefore, he can whip. And anybody who tends to say no to what he's saying, it has consequence. That is not democratic. That, in a simple layman word, is a threat. He wrote the resolution, but refused to read the resolution. Handed the resolution to Dr. Odele to read and interject. And each time he interjects, it comes with a subtle, polite, smiling insult. And thereafter, he asked the governor to speak. Now let's get it very clear. If you are in the position of the governor, what will you do? Get up and go? Say no to Mr. President with that kind of subtle but energetic threat? Realizing that back home you are fighting an internal aggression and division. If you are in this position, will you want to attract another external fight? The answer is no. So you see that our governor is very intelligent. Very humble, but very intelligent. Not just intelligent, but committed to the value of governance. At that point, I do not expect, Mr. President, and I'm not judgmental about it, it's not expected that the president talk about himself. If you think about the people. And that is the operational word of democracy. What does the people want? And these are the first three words in the Constitution of the United States of America, where we have copied our democracy. We the people is more important than I, the president. We the people is more important than I, the governor. And he gave that order and asked them to sign. And the governor simply made his statement. His statement himself is full of wisdom. That of the president is also full of wisdom because he was operating within the space provided for him by his advisors. And those are the things that killed Abacha. When a leader does not reach out but allow his advisors to detect on what he do and what he doesn't, what he say and what he hasn't said, then you are imprisoned. And that is the worst situation, to allow yourself to be self-imprisoned. So I believe that the president I know, in his own wisest of thought and action, will not come up with that kind of a document. But that being the case, but one of us asked him a simple question. And to be specific, Adoke Amasimaka has it. Same should do this. Governor should do this. Governor should do that. You have not said, watch those 25 or 27 assembly members that defected from PDP to APC without consulting their constituency and constituent what they should do. And of course, you can see the situation. The president's reaction was very clear and simple, but very, very dangerous. It was a concrete intimidation to say he's a leader. In fact, he withdrew on his seat and said, I'm the leader of the APC in Nigeria. And you are telling me that when babies are born into my family, I should ask them to go. No, they can't go. We are welcome them. It is like a case of Moses crossing the Red Sea. And you are now asking me to tell Moses to go back to Egypt. No. In fact, I'm thinking that the governor should have by now joined APC. Then there will be no impeachment. So you can see the situation where Sim finds himself. And I think Rivers people should understand that. So the issue of democracy is we the people. It is the people that will react, not the governor, because the governor has and that's expected. And that's what he did. So we should know what happened. And I speak what happened. And I want anybody who was there to contradict what I have said. But the truth about it is that we went, we saw, and we have learned. And what we learned should guide our democracy.
So what will you advise to the Rivers people at this point in time? That's a lot of...
Well, the Rivers people are educated. Rivers people are intelligent. Just like other people in Nigeria, every ethnic group and ethnic nationality are very intelligent, and so there are national and rational things to do, and I believe that they are going to do that.
So as it stands now, the sacked or the lawmaker sacked today, and they treated on the issue of impeachment with the... Is it that the implementation of that agreement?
I will tell you this, it's very simple. Why were we there? Why is Tinubu there? It's because of democratic setup. He has a beautiful house to live. I haven't been there, I haven't been to his house, but I was told that he has a very beautiful house, perhaps even better than the villa. But that villa is the foundation of democracy. And I do know that the president is on oath to uphold and protect the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And therefore, Nigerians are watching him, Rivers people are watching him, whether he's upholding by his pronouncement or he's allowing it fall and break by his pronouncement. I'm not in a position to say that. But I believe that there should be peace in Rivers State, and that's why the governor is saying. But Rivers people knows what is best for them. The moment you allow, a third party to come into your matter, and you are unable to establish the intention and interest of the third party who has come to arbitrate, you are failing. What Tinubu did, and I can say it, was establish his own party interest while arbitrating of peace in Rivers State. And that's exactly what has happened.
Okay, that comes to mind of asking this question. What's now the next move of your party, the PDP, which is now minority in Rivers State, is no longer majority? Are you people still going ahead demanding that they vacate?
Good morning, and good afternoon, good evening to our viewers out there. It's another day. I will play that video again at some point during this broadcast. When I came upon this video, I felt it's necessary, or it's buttress the topic or the thumbnail that not even Peter Obi or Tinubu, but the people the citizens of the country are the one that will save the country, Nigeria, as things stands. I'm gonna play another video for you for you to understand where I am coming from, just to lay the foundation, and then I would delve into this evening discussion itself. So I am looking for this video. I can't seem to find it, but as soon as I find it, I will play it. And now the video is in respect to the three Israeli citizens that were killed by their own people during a rescue mission to save the hostages, those Israelis that were held hostage. I don't know. I have it already. I don't know why it's not coming up, but I will pull it up now for us to see, to watch, and then we will now delve into the discussion itself. I don't know where it is, but I'll find it now. This is the topic of the video. It was a protest that was held by some of the Israelis. I think I named it. I have it here, so I don't know why it's not coming up. So, for some weird reasons, it's not coming up for me. I should have it here. My sincere apology for this. I have everything set up, but my system is playing up on me this evening. So, unfortunately, these are people that were killed by their own military men, and they took to the streets to protest about it. And it draws my attention, or moved me to go up to the past video that was done in respect to the those that were killed by the Nigerian military, and the president went ahead to say, or the president stated that it was an act of God, and the P2B went there to, I believe he donated 5 million naira. But we, the people, did nothing about it. For some weird reason, this video just disappeared. I have it downloaded, and unfortunately, it's kind of missing. But so that was the case. Because, and you can see where how the man said, Mr. Briggs said, it's up to the people to act in respect to the country, to take steps in protecting their country. Unfortunately, none of us, I use the word us, have done anything about it up to date, and nobody has heard anything about it. So, and I keep saying, until we, the citizens, come to that point to say, okay, this is what we have to do, then we will get it right. If not, we will be running in circle, and we will get nowhere. As far as I am concerned, and every one of us is concerned. Unfortunately, I can't find the video. I downloaded it, and it's supposed to be here, and for some strange reason, it's just not coming up for me. I don't understand this. So, the people of Israel took to the streets. They had a consensus. How did that consensus came about? We did not know. And I am saying today that to save the country, the citizens have to do something. And it's all in the hands of, particularly, I use the word particularly, Peter Obi to galvanize his army, as said by Dele Farotimi. Because as things are going, when you listen to that first video, we are operating in a dictatorship setting right now in respect to what? To Rivers State, what is happening in Rivers State right now. And the number one, the number two, and the number three people running the country, which is Tinubu, Shetima, and Akpabio, they're going to run the country aground. And will the people sit down and just be watching without doing anything? We can't afford to sit down and just be watching, doing nothing about it. It's clear that 2027, it's already set for those. The stage for 2027 is already set as to who will be the president. Ernest, welcome to the show. I'll yield the floor to you to weigh in, for you to weigh in on what we're talking about here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The floor is yours, sir.
Okay, yeah, I've been hearing your I've been following your Dr. Damages for a while now, and I've not had the opportunity of being featured. I'm glad to be in today. Thank you. So, I'm Igbo. Hello?
Yeah, I don't speak
You don't
Igbo,
speak Igbo? Okay,
no.
I was asking whether you are from Igbo.
Okay. Well, if you don't mind me asking the relevance of that question to this broadcast.
Yeah.
Sorry, if you are going to drive, we don't allow people driving while this broadcast is while you're talking. So you will have to pull over and speak.
Yeah. My wife is going to work. I want to drop her. I'll be back like in 15 minutes time.
Okay, I'm here. So you can always come back, okay? But we don't allow driving for health and safety reasons. Thank you very much. I appreciate your comment. Yeah. So as I was saying earlier, and for those of us, good evening. Thank you, those of you that have joined in. Hello, is not an Igbo. Okay, thank you, Choma. Good evening, Choma. Good evening, good evening as well too. Good evening, Babel. And thank you for joining this broadcast. I don't know where you're joining from, probably Nigeria or any other place. I played two videos. It's actually one video, but I break it into two because of space. And I don't know if you listen to it. And I also typed something out that it is the statement made by Mr. Briggs that it's the people that will react. But the people have not reacted so far. And for some weird reason, I can't really find the video actually that I need for this broadcast. I really don't know what actually happened to it right now, but it's just disappearing to the thin air. So it's about the people that were killed and how the 3 hostages that was taken by the Hamas, how they were mistakenly killed by their own military, and they admitted, they came out, admitted, and it's under review. However, the people protested, the citizens protested, despite the fact that they are still in the middle of war, and this casualty is bound to happen. So I'm trying to draw a comparison to the people that were killed in Kennebury or whatever the name of the place is. The 126 people that were killed, that the president said it's an act of God, while the opposition party or those in the opposition, P2B donated 5 million naira. To what end that would do, I don't know. Should they have donated that money? Or should they have used that money to galvanize his army, as stated by Dele Farotimi, to go out in protest, seeking for the truth as to what really happened? You see, it's gonna be like it may come across as the same thing being repeated over time. But they said repetition is the purpose of emphasis, or repetition is the purpose of emphasis. And if the people do not do anything, nothing will happen. It's down to us. And what's Comfort saying? Comfort said, I'm watching from there, but I haven't watched any of the videos you played because I was busy. I said I'm going to play it again at some point for us to. The difference between the two incidents, that in Israel, there's war going on, while in Nigeria, there is no war. Okay, that's very good. Thank you for that, Oriyomi Abdul. So there is war going on in Israel, and casualty is bound to what? To happen. And the people protested in respect to that. But in Nigeria, there is no war going on. And 126 people were killed. And nobody, the citizens, let me put it that way, did not come out what? To protest. Mr. Righteousman, welcome. I'll come to you. I'll come to you later on. Please leave you alone. The mass can galvanize themselves and protest. No, the masses cannot galvanize themselves and protest. They need the leader. The leader are citizens. Why in Nigeria we are masses and not citizens? So sad. No, we are citizens, not masses. We are citizens. So, my righteous man, I'll yield the floor to you so that I can quickly search for something. Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Yeah, electricity. Good evening from here. You're looking so handsome this evening. Well, it's summertime here, and the area I'm living, for 2 weeks now, we have no light. Things are not getting better as the people are preparing for the Xmas. The cost of living has rocketed beyond what an ordinary man can put his hand into. Yeah, anyway, I don't want to believe with the speech made by the gentleman.
Did you listen to the video? Do you want me? I'm gonna replay it now again. If that was
maybe you replay it, then I will.
I'm gonna replay it again. All right.
Okay.
I think it's more important because I've had a lot of comments, and every person that has commented has always been on the why question. Why will Sim sign that kind of document? Why didn't he run away? Why did he not reject it? Why would the president present that kind of in a meeting? Why did Odele not reject it? Why? And I think that is not the best at this time. What is most appropriate is what happened. And that's what I want to address. What happened? Actually, the understanding, and I'm saying it from the primary point of view that I'm a participant in that purported meeting. I was there, so I'm a witness. So what I say is primary, not secondary. We are invited for a meeting, but that was not a meeting, because a meeting means opinion will be sought. There will be discussion between both parties, and resolutions will be reached. But that is not what happened. What happened is that Mr. President walked in with a written resolution, addressed us, and declared that what he has in his hand is a presidential proclamation, a presidential directive and at the point withdraw and emphasize the fact that he's the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Therefore, he can whip. And anybody who tends to say no to what he's saying, it has consequence. That is not democratic. That, in a simple layman word, is a threat. He wrote the resolution, but he refused to read the resolution. Handed the resolution to Dr. Odeli to read and interject. And each time he interjects, it comes with a subtle, polite, smiling insult. And thereafter, he asked the governor to speak. Now let's get it very clear. If you are in the position of the governor, what will you do? Get up and go? Say no to Mr. President with that kind of subtle but energetic threat? Realizing that back home you are fighting an internal aggression and division. If you are in this position, will you want to attract another external fight? The answer is no. So you see that our governor is very intelligent. Very humble, but very intelligent. Not just intelligent, but committed to the value of governance. At that point, I do not expect, Mr. President, and I'm not judgmental about it, it's not expected that the president talk about himself, if you think about the people. And that is the operational word of democracy. What does the people want? And these are the first three words in the Constitution of the United States of America, where we have copied our democracy. We the people is more important than I, the president. We the people is more important than I, the governor. And he gave that order and asked them to sign. And the governor simply made his statement. His statement himself is full of wisdom. That of the president is also full of wisdom because he was operating within the space provided for him by his advisors. And those are the things that killed Abacha. When a leader does not reach out but allow his advisors to detect on what he do and what he doesn't, what he say and what he hasn't said, then you are imprisoned. And that is a worse situation, to allow yourself to be self-imprisoned. So I believe that the president I know, in his own wisest of thought and action, will not come up with that kind of a document. But that being the case, but one of us asked him a simple question. And to be specific, Adoke Amasimeka Hassan, same should do this, governor should do this, governor should do that. You have not said, watch those 25 or 27 assembly members that defected from PDP to APC without consulting their constituency and constituent what they should do. And of course, you can see the situation. The president's reaction was very clear and simple, but very, very dangerous. It was a concrete intimidation to say he's a leader. In fact, he withdrew on his seat and said, I'm the leader of the APC in Nigeria. And you are telling him that when babies are born into my family, I should ask them to go. No, they can't go. We are welcome them. It is like a case of Moses crossing the Red Sea. And you are now asking me to tell Moses to go back to Egypt. No. In fact, I am thinking that the governor should have by now joined APC. Then there will be no impeachment. So you can see the situation where Sim finds himself. And I think Rivers should understand that. So the issue of democracy is we the people. It is the people that will react, not the governor, because the governor has
That was the video I was looking for, and I finally got it. Just to buttress the point that we have to be consensus oriented as the citizens, because one of the questions that came out from the first video by Mr. Briggs is, who is actually running the country? Is it Wike, or is it Mr. Tinubu running the country? And it's unfortunate. There are a lot of contradictions, or a few contradictions I spotted in that, but that is not the case. The case is the way the country is being run today, or managed by these people in position of leadership. And for those of us holding up hope that things will change come 2027 election, I think we're living in a fantasy world. Because if the citizens, like he said, if the citizens don't stand up, the people, and start to take responsibility and react or respond, things will like the way they did in Israel. They're fighting war there. So it may, like I said earlier, it's a repetition. They said by repetition is for the purpose of emphasis. If we don't rise up, and I keep making going back to Peter B, some people actually think I have a grudge. No, I don't have a grudge towards him, far be it. But for the fact that he presented himself as the alternative, he said it in one of the videos which I was unable to download, that we need a better alternative, and that is how Western countries, people that are countries that their democracy actually work, is they have a better alternative. And the better alternative are when individuals, which is you and I, stand up to defend the core values of the Constitution. So, and no matter how we may disagree in respect to our Constitution, even if we write a new one today, we must first of all have to change our mindset in this regard to ensure that we start to take responsibility as citizens and act or react as Mr. Briggs rightly put it. So we just have to react. This is not trying to blame anyone, but like I highlighted earlier, one of the thing I highlighted on the screen by Dele Faro to me, that Peter Obi has be able to raise an army who are willing to die for the truth. Where are this army? Where are they? So, Mr. Righteous Man, I will give Enes the floor first because he came. I don't know if he's ready. Enes, are you there to speak? It was
Yeah, I'm back.
so then I'll come to you, Mr. Righteous Man, if you don't mind, please. Thank you very much. Enes, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. So yeah, as I was saying that time, sorry for asking you whether you can hear me when I spoke Igbo. Because I've been following some commentary and analysis, both Arise TV channel and even this this one now. So I discovered that many of the people who keep talking are Igbos, like about Nigerian problem, and then some Yorubas coming to northern part. People are coming from the north. They have different view about what Nigeria should be and how Nigeria should be governed. So if you take it to 2027 will not be about who will make Nigeria better, but let's vote for Tinubu after he finished his tenure, the remaining 4 years. Then power will go back to north and we'll start from where we stop. Start the same cycle. So it will not be about who will make Nigeria better. It had been like that since Nigeria was created. So apart from that, so coming to the South now, if you tell maybe somebody coming from Southwest that Nigeria, maybe President Tinubu is not running Nigeria well, or things are not going as it's supposed to be, let's come to the street and protest. I will not even support any Yoruba man to come to the street and protest, because when Buhari was in power, he was doing the worst, and nobody from the North joined the protest.
So let me stop you there, okay?
Okay.
The issue on ground has got
Yes.
nothing to do with tribe, nothing to do with. Let me hold on 1 second.
Okay.
It's about the citizens, and which you are one, and which righteous man is one, and which equally also I am also one. And
Yes.
the pain in the country at the moment is felt by everyone.
Yes.
How much did you buy how much did you buy a liter of petrol? If you be
Actually, I don't. I don't live in Nigeria, so
okay, you see, this is a problem with us in diaspora. We don't live in Nigeria, but yet we keep finding this this religious, this tribal. We keep finding it, and where we live, even though we often feel that we are treated as a second-class citizen as blacks, nevertheless, we still get to enjoy the benefit of what they give to their own people. So with such orientation that we have gotten in diaspora, I don't think any diasporan should come on this platform and start to fan tribalism.
I'm coming to that. There's a place I'm trying. There's a place I'm going.
Let me let you go there. Go there,
yeah,
please.
there's a place I'm going, because
righteous man, please kindly indulge him, please. Thank you very much.
I left Nigeria as a grown-up person, and I have lived in Southwest, and I have lived in North at the same time. But I'm from Enugu State, so I know what is going on in Nigeria. Nigeria problem is not about who will make Nigeria good. It's about our turn, and you can in fact you can't take tribalism out of Nigeria. So far, Nigeria remain as Nigeria. So as I am now, I grew up. I love Nigeria. I like listening to, maybe let me say, October 1st presidential broadcast during Sana Abacha regime and IBB and all that. But when I discover what Nigeria is all about, I have this notion that Nigerians don't want Nigeria to be good. So, to be sincere with you, nobody will come out to protest in Nigeria again. It may sound like it's not possible, but mark my word, no Nigerian will come to Nigeria to protest again. So that's
why did you say no Nigeria will come out to protest? Are you suggesting that Nigerians love suffering and they don't have that mental capacity to change? Is that what you're suggesting?
They don't have that mental capacity to change.
And how did you arrive at such conclusion?
Yes,
what factors did you what did you use? What evidence do you have to provide to say?
Yeah, the number one evidence is this last election. So this last election shows that if you watch it, you discover that it's purely Peter Obi's mandate. Like Buhari's 2015. 2015 is purely Buhari's mandate. But Jonathan is supposed to win the election and win as incumbent. But because it's Buhari's turn, it's Buhari's mandate, as things work, like Jonathan is not doing well, we need a military man to solve the problem of insecurity. Buhari came in. After Buhari, what Nigeria needed is somebody who will solve the economic problem of Nigeria. But prior to the election, if you watch the interviews that they used to grant to people in Southwest, in the North, and in the East, we discover that there's this different opinion. So that Emilokan worked very well for Tinubu. And that is where Nigeria is fixated. So the whole thing means what Nigerians want is not even good governance. What Nigerians want is my turn. Like, is
okay.
average.
I'm gonna interrupt you there because you have not provided me the evidence that I am requesting for based on your statement that
The evidence is there.
no
We're all seeing
Nigerians
the
will come
evidence.
out and protest, suggesting that we don't have the capacity or the mentality to say we want to change. Were you in the? Did you watch the election? Or were you in attendance?
I was in Nigeria in 2015. So,
No,
but
no,
I
no,
was.
no. I mean this last election.
Yeah. I followed it up.
And did you see the people coming out en masse to cast their vote?
Yeah, but who did they cast the vote for?
Okay, that's it. I asked you a question. Did you see the people came out en masse to vote?
People came out, but there was voter suppression.
Okay, no. I
Yes,
acknowledge that.
people
People
came out to vote.
So that means there is a possibility, a capacity in Nigerians who want to change because they want to change. They came out to vote. That is why. Do you agree with that?
How many percent?
No, sir. I asked the question, you answer me. The question I'm asking you is: Nigerians came out to vote. Yes. Did you? You said you watch it. Yes or no?
Yes.
Good. And the reason why they did it is because they truly, irrespective of how the result went. I acknowledge that aspect. I'm not trying to shut you down. I acknowledge that aspect. But for the fact that you acknowledge that Nigerians came out en masse to vote, clearly states that the possibility also is still there for them to come out at some point if we keep preaching this message for them to come out and protest and take their country back. I'll come back to you, Mr. Blackstone. Welcome. Righteous man, the floor is yours. Thank you. Before you go to you, for those in the comment section, I will be highlighting your comments soon, please. Righteous man, the floor is yours. Thank you. You are muted, Righteous man. Can you unmute yourself, please?
Okay, thank you, Electricity. Thank you, my brother Blackstone, and the guy on blue that just finished speaking. Actually, it's an absurdity. If I thank God for you to have played that recorded information, that interview. In fact, I listened, and I was shaking my head in rejection and shock that what he said actually happened. If what he said actually happened, then Nigeria is in a bigger trouble than we thought. There is no hope for 2027, and this is dangerous. This is very dangerous for democracy. I'm telling you that I'm just seeing this video for the first time this night in your platform, and I think it's going to thread throughout the week, that this weekend and next week. And then I don't know. Yes, he made a statement. I agree with him. It is the people that will react, not the governor. You know, I agree with him totally. And I believe that we have the mental capacity, we have the ability to go out there. We have demonstrated it at Nigerians at different times. We have shown to the world that we are ready to take back our country, irrespective of who is the leader. During the Abacha regime, the military junta, Nigerians take out their lives and they confronted the military. During NSAS, Nigerians came out in their hundreds of thousands and spoke to the power that be that what was going on was unacceptable before the military rained their bullets on them. So I believe and I know that we have the mental capacity, we have the ability to do what we should do. The only person I am blaming at this juncture, the only individual that have allowed this to happen is Mr. Peter Obi. Peter Obi had the ample opportunity after February election to have brought Nigerians to the streets I mean, how many are they going to kill? We were looking on to him to lead. He decided to lead us to the judiciary. The judiciary that have been compromised. There is nothing good that is coming out of the judiciary. But that was where he led us to. And that is why we are having what we're having today in River State. And that is why we are experiencing what that young gentleman said. If actually that interview, if what he stated actually happened, electricity, Nigeria is in a deep mess.
Thank you. You are still speaking, righteous man. I think at this point, I believe that video, okay, because he said it himself that he was in that meeting, and I share your thoughts in respect to it. When I heard it, also, I said this is. I think in one of my broadcasts, I did say it appears we are in the era of Ahab and Jezebel in the Bible. But I think I can say of a certain, in respect to that video, that we are not appears any longer in the era of Ahab and Jezebel. And it is scary. And that is why I have to come on here today. That if you look at the topic is consensus. Gentium is a Latin word meaning agreement of the people, regardless of where they come from, a law. And protest is part of it. So I'll give the floor back to you. But before then, I want to highlight. I highlighted this on the comment here that say, "At electricity, be truthful for one. It has a lot to do with tribe. Otherwise, why do you keep calling Peter B if you yourself is not being tribalistic?" No, I am not being tribalistic. And if you know me very well, I was forced to tell you to disclose where I come from in Nigeria there, because I don't play tribe. The reason why I don't play tribe is everybody's buying it. I mean, righteous man, you're an Igbo man. How much did you buy a liter of fuel as of today?
630 naira.
And I believe this is applicable to all tribes in Nigeria.
And dollar exchange is 1,200.
Everybody in that country buys petrol at the same price. Nobody buys it cheaper. So it got nothing. They say, I cannot take away what Peter Obi has brought on the table. The leader to galvanize people. But you see, his kind of leadership also needs to be questioned. Or if I'm using, for want of better word, needs to be questioned. Because the state in which the country is, the country needs people, leader that will move them. And he's been able to move a lot of people during the election. Like I said, I've said it before, I covered for this channel during the election. That was why I asked you, Ernest, did you see the amount of people? I told you of an 80-year-old woman, approximately 80 but not less, more than 80 years old, who asked me at the polling zone, 80 years old woman. I don't think she has ever been interested in voting before, who asked me, please show me the picture of Papa, Mama, and Pikin. Why would she come out? Because everybody wants a change. So I have a policy beside the policy of this channel, not to run or allow a tribal issues to go on here. No, I don't allow, because what is happening there is affecting you and I. So I don't allow it, with due respect. So if we're going to weigh in on this issue, we're going to weigh in on this issue because we want to find a solution and not start whipping tribe or religion into this matter. Thank you very much. Blackstone, the floor is yours. I'll come back to the comment section again. Thank you.
Have I ended my own?
No, continue.
Sorry, Blackstone. It's Mr. Righteous Man was talking before I interjected. Sorry, Mr. Righteous Man. Go ahead.
Yeah. So those of us that have been with you for a while, we know that you are not a tribalist and you are not a religious person. And Obi offered himself, not as an Igbo man, he offered himself as a Nigerian. And he said, do not vote for me because I'm an Igbo man. Do not vote for me because I'm a Christian. Vote for me because I'm a Nigerian. And Nigerians want a change. So whatever the Supreme Court must have done, Nigerians are crying for his leadership. He is not the president, but Nigerians consider him as the people's president. And this is the time we should come out to really carry Nigerians along. Honestly, because we back home here, we are feeling the pain more than you guys in diaspora. And sometimes ago, I have said it in this platform that many of us in Nigeria, we are depending on those in diaspora to kind of build a formidable force to champion the cause of what is happening in this country today. We that are in Nigeria, we are handicapped. Let me remind us here that one blogger that is very popular and in criticizing wrong governance in Nigeria has been missing for some days now. Maybe you guys must have heard of it. You know, a blogger, he has been picked up and nobody can trace where he is now. And this is why many of us are kind of being careful of coming out to speak, because our lives are not safe. For example, if anything should happen to me today, nobody in this platform, nobody that is calling for Nigeria will ever ask whether my children are feeding or my wife is living or thereabout. So that is why people are kind of being very careful, because I tell you, it is democracy, but it's worse than the military junta that I was an adult, I live in it, served in it. I was part of those who protested during the military junta. But as it is today, I don't think that I will have that guts again to go out, because this regime is not afraid of anything. They're not afraid of the judiciary. They're not afraid of the parliamentarians. They're not afraid of the citizens. So anyone who comes out risks his or her life. And it is only those who are in diaspora who have the freedom of expression that nobody will tamper with them. We galvanize Nigerians and raise their voices in different embassies of Nigeria across the states, across the nations of the world, so that the Nigerian government will know that Nigerians in diaspora are feeling the heat of what is happening here. That is my submission, because I am totally shaking my head in disbelief that president could pick up this so-called written communique or peace agreement and then announce to a sitting democratically elected governor and give him a condition. Oh my God, the military couldn't have done that. This is coup d'etat. This is coup d'etat against democracy, and it endangers our democracy. And the Nigerian people across board should rise. P2B, PDP, ANPP, and the rest, they should rise to defend democracy. Thank you.
Thank you, righteous man. Before I come to you, Blackstone, and before I weigh in that comment I highlighted from Comfort Babel, disagreement is allowed on this platform. So, what I disagree with you, Mr. Righteous Man, is that we in diaspora are not feeling the pinch. No, we do. Let me explain that to you. You know, if previously I send, let's say, 50 euros to Nigeria, and because of the cost of living there has gone up high, I can't send 50 euros any longer again. I have to increase it, and by increasing it, it's affecting my own budget here. So that is how it affects us here. It's not about whether the currency is high or not. It's about the inflation over there. That whatever we send here, or the initial $10 or 10 euros or 10 pounds or whatever currency we send that was being used before enough, is no longer enough. So we are now required to send either double, and affecting my budget here, also maybe I will have to now take another job to supplement water. So it's a chain reaction. So we are not we feel the pain, and that is why some of us come out here to talk with the hope that it will go out there. Now, to comfort Babel, who said, Mr. Electricity, when are you going to start calling out Tinubu for accountability? Don't forget Tinubu is fit. Is fit for job. We should be calling him out. Is he fit or not fit? I don't know. But you can't call Obi all the time. Yeah, let me respond to that. Comfort. I cannot call Tinubu out, and the reason why I can't do that, yeah, it's been called out several times. I mean, there are more people calling him out, but from where I am sitting, I'm telling you that except by divine miracle will that man change. However, I am focusing on 2027. 2027. No, firstly, I'm focusing on the citizens. It's not about just Mr. Tinubu. We've had other presidents and nothing have changed so far. Things get worse every four years. So it's about Peter Obi because there is a this good leadership spirit in him, but it appears he's sitting on the fence for one reason or the other, and that is why I will keep calling him out, because the people look up to him. He is a leader. Don't let us, regardless of my criticism or calling him out, I acknowledge the fact that he is a leader, but I think he needs to do more than what he is doing now, because the Labour Party senators, Kingibe and the rest, honestly speaking, I will be careful on the choice of words I use on them. So thank you. Mr. Blackstone, the floor is yours. I'll come back to the comment section. Ernest, I'll come back to you again because there are several questions I want to put to you. Thank you. Mr. Blackstone, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Electricity, and good evening, good day, good to everyone in the panel, depending on location, those in the comment section. Yeah, first of all, I want to react to the video that you played, right? Of the guy was responding to the meeting they had with Tinubu, with Wiki, and then Sim Fobara. From what the man said, it is, for me, it is a clear indication, or it just revealed what is going on in Nigeria, that Nigeria has been captured by Tinubu and his party, right? Because the issue in Rivers State has nothing to do with Tinubu, right? It is an issue between a past governor and a present governor. And I don't think it is constitutionally, Tinubu has the constitutional right or power to interfere in that issue. And he has no right to call them and sign an undertaking that will favor his own man and disfavor the other ones and the people of the state. So that can tell you that what Tinubu is up to. And this is not the first one that happened in Ondo State with the governor that has been sick, right? Tinubu, as a president, interfering in the state affair, which has nothing to do with the federal, it is like becoming a dictatorship, right? Trying to put the whole country in his pocket. I once said in this platform some time ago that when we are looking at Tinubu, let's go back to Lagos and look what he did in Lagos, how Tinubu pocketed Lagos State, and up till now, he's still in control of Lagos State. He decides who will become a commissioner, he decides who will be the state governor, he decides, in fact, he personally select those that will be in the affairs of Lagos State. And that same thing is trying to do now in the federal level, right? This is not the first state that Tinubu have interfered in the internal affairs of the state, which has nothing to do with the federal government. So that's to tell you that where Tinubu is going, and if we continue like this, it will be so bad for the country. And like you said, when we are, it is like preparing for 2027, preparing the groundwork for 2027, right? It's trying to put in place his people, his men ahead before the next election, so that it can have an easy ringing or easy set through at that election, right? And like the guy said in conclusion, that it is up to the people to react. Sometimes I feel somehow for the people, because in Nigeria now, most of the people are after their daily life, what they will eat, their daily survival, right? I think most of them is getting fed up with the affairs of the country, the political affairs of the country. It's like before the election, they were that enthusiasm that they can make a change, right? After the election and the process, the election went through the court and everything went into shambles. I think that they all totally got discouraged, right? That no matter what they do, they're not going to get anywhere, right? They're not going to get anywhere. It is like just being fed up with the political system of the country, with the governors, with the president, with the airlines, totally fed up, right? So I think this is the feeling they are all having, right? That empathy is not there to fight for the country, right? So most of them are now in the pursuit of Jackma, let me find my way out, right? That has increased the desire to leave the country, has increased so much that you talk to anybody, he tell you no, right? So this is the plan Tinubu is putting on the ground. One, make the people feel discouraged, right? And impoverish them, right? Let them feel that in fact they don't have hope anymore, right? So that it can be able to sit through in the next election. Because when the people doesn't go out to vote, they can easily ring the election. When people have no saying, they are nothing to talk about, they nothing to discuss about, because they are discouraged. So Tinubu is making, they call him a master political planner, so he's planning his way through into that time that he's trying to wet everybody. How can Wike, who was a governor in the state, right, come out today and start fighting his own, let me say, his own godson that he put in there, just because he want to get that political power, that political relevance, and you are even a minister. So are you going to be running through states, the federal capital, and also your river state? So this is appalling, somehow. So I think that Wike have promised Tinubu that I will make all the APDP members bring it to APC. That is why there's too many things on that ground that are not coming up that we don't understand, because this doesn't happen in another democracy, even within Africa countries. This type of democracy we are practicing doesn't happen. This type of governorship, this type of presidency doesn't happen. Cannot begin to interfere into every single problem of a state because they come to tell you this is our problem. If you are the leader of the APC, stay in your APC. River State is not APC, it's PDP. So why must you then go there and be dictating for the governor and telling what to do? At the end of the day, you are telling him that he should reinstate and come back those defectors and bring them back to the house. They have been defected according to the constitution. If you defect from a political party in which you were elected, under the law you were elected, then you have to forfeit that seat. Everybody will declare vacant. How can they go and say, sign this thing, call them back, so on and so forth? So even for better for me, it's not smart enough. Understand me? I will tell you, I will call him a chicken hat man, you know. It's a chicken hat man.
Mr. Maxwell, you know, Mr. Amadioha, welcome on the platform. Somebody said they want to know the video. So please, can you indulge me to play the video again, if you guys don't mind? Mr. Amadioha, is that okay with you? I don't know where.
I'm still at job. Let me just do my contribution and I leave. I'll stay background.
Okay, all right. Please, kindly indulge Mr. Amadioha. Go ahead, please.
Okay, my point is this. Electricity that will also come from, I want to tell you something. I want to say is this, all right? So if you say something, all of us are shouting here. They are already planning for the next election. They don't care what happened after election. What they know is that after election, they play for next election. The game that people have already played is already, people call him, which is my governor of my state, played the same game. After he came in, he made sure that he adjusted every local government inch by inch. Then during the election, he won every seat on the state house. He won everything. Now the same game Tinubu is playing. We are thinking that we're thinking about Nigeria. No, he's thinking about 2027. He's thinking about 2027. All right. So the only way to win 2027 is for him to win Rivers State clean, without any conflict of what happened in the last election that he just did. That people say argue that we Rivers State. Now the only way to do that is by using Wike. Yeah. Wike is like when they say cheap water. If you throw it away, it's going to smell. If you drink, it's going to smell. It's not even PDP, and it's not in PDP. It's there dismantling PDP. PDP is a little dismantling. It's just there dismantling PDP. Why can the 26 of the 7 members of the House of Reps become the APC? All right? And we think that it's a normal thing. They just did that. No. This thing has started. 2027 race is here. So the better all of us come together and start thinking of 2027 and stop blaming this, blaming that. The better for us. Or else 2 months, 3 months, 6 months, 8 months, we'll start gathering up. But then it may be too late. We don't have those, it will be too late for us. The better all of us start right now and start thinking what's going to happen on the 2027. But some people have already thinking what's going to happen on the 2027. That's my own just contribution of let's just start thinking of 2027 right now, because the masters of the politics, where they call them, have already planned on 2027. Not what Nigeria is thinking. Right now, people are buying dollar in Nigeria. People are buying money with money right in Nigeria. People are buying money with money. The country we believe are all gone. So, but they're not thinking about that for you. What they're thinking about is next election, and the next election, and the next election. So that's my contribution, though. We don't have to see what we're going to do. You know,
I'm going to play the video again for the
plan ahead. You know,
right. For the purpose of the audience, I'm going to play the video again. Please kindly bear with me, Ernest and Mr. Blackstone. We won't be long here.
I think it's more important because I've had a lot of comments, and every person that has commented has always been on the why question. Why will Sim sign that kind of document? Why didn't he run away? Why did he not reject it? Why would the president present that kind of in a meeting? Why did Odele not reject it? Why? And I think that is not the best at this time. What is most appropriate is what happened. And that's what I want to address. What happened? Actually, the understanding, and I'm saying it from the primary point of view that I'm a participant in that purported meeting. I was there, so I'm a witness. So what I say is primary, not secondary. We are invited for a meeting, but that was not a meeting, because a meeting means opinion will be sought. There will be discussion between both parties, and resolutions will be reached. But that is not what happened. What happened is that Mr. President walked in with a written resolution, addressed us, and declared that what he has in his hand is a presidential proclamation, a presidential directive, and at the point withdraw and emphasize the fact that he's the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Therefore, he can whip, and anybody who tends to say no to what he's saying, it has consequence. That is not democratic. That, in a simple layman word, is a threat. He wrote the resolution, but refused to read the resolution. Handed the resolution to Dr. Odeli to read and interject. And each time he interjects, it comes with a subtle, polite, smiling insult. And thereafter, he asked the governor to speak. Now let's get it very clear. If you are in the position of the governor, what will you do? Get up and go? Say no to Mr. President with that kind of subtle but energetic threat? Realizing that back home you are fighting an internal aggression and division. If you are in this position, will you want to attract another external fight? The answer is no. So you see that our governor is very intelligent. Very humble, but very intelligent. Not just intelligent, but committed to the value of governance. At that point, I do not expect, Mr. President, and I'm not judgmental about it, it's not expected that the president talk about himself. If you think about the people. And that is the operational word of democracy. What does the people want? And these are the first three words in the Constitution of the United States of America, where we have copied our democracy. We the people is more important than I, the president. We the people is more important than I, the governor. And he gave that order and asked them to sign. And the governor simply made his statement. His statement himself is full of wisdom. That of the president is also full of wisdom because he was operating within the space provided for him by his advisors. And those are the things that killed Abacha. When a leader does not reach out but allow his advisors to detect on what he do and what he doesn't, what he say and what he hasn't said, then you are imprisoned. And that is the worst situation, to allow yourself to be self-imprisoned. So I believe that the president I know, in his own wisest of thought and action, will not come up with that kind of a document. But that being the case, but one of us asked him a simple question. And to be specific, Advocate Amasimeka Hassan, same should do this, governor should do this, governor should do that. You have not said what those 25 or 27 assembly members that defected from PDP to APC without consulting their constituency and constituent, what they should do. And of course, you can see the situation. The president's reaction was very clear and simple, but very, very dangerous. It was a concrete intimidation to say he's a leader. In fact, he withdrew on his seat and said, I am the leader of the APC in Nigeria. And you are telling them that when babies are born into my family, I should ask them to go. No, they can't go. We are welcome them. It is like a case of Moses crossing the Red Sea. And you are now asking me to tell Moses to go back to Egypt. No. In fact, I am thinking that the governor should have by now joined APC. Then there will be no impeachment. So you can see the situation where Sim finds himself. And I think Rivers people should understand that. So the issue of democracy is we the people. It is the people that will react, not the governor, because the governor has...
Yeah, welcome, Ton. We lost the only lady that came in recent, that just came in and left. Now, in respect to the video, there's what I see from the video, the very first beginning when he said, "Oh, people said he shouldn't have signed it. Why did he sign it? Why did he not get up? Why, from where I'm sitting, I think that is what the governor should have done if he has any integrity with him, if he has not soiled his own hand as well too, because the issue affecting us in that country and why people kind of follow Peter Obi is because of his integrity and his transparency. So I want Ernest, you've listened to that video. Like I said, I don't like whipping issue of tribe here. It ain't gonna work. It has never helped us anywhere because any time in the country there. So I yield the floor back to you before I'll come to Mr. Ton. Thank you. You muted, Dennis. Can you unmute yourself, please? You are muted. Can you unmute yourself? You have to unmute yourself.
Yeah. Okay. Can you hear me now? Yeah. So I said SIM has no option other than to sign the agreement. The first reason is because I don't know whether governorship election actually took place in Rivers State during the 2023 election. And SIM knows how he became governor. It's just like Igige when he disobeyed Oba. Why the court notified his election and brought in P2B is because those that rigged the election brought the evidence of that rigging. So if SIM has to go otherwise, the mandate of SIM, I don't think whether it's from people, I think it's from Wike, and SIM knows that. So they said SIM can sign the agreement, go and strategize, and then fight back. For example, after the Supreme Court judgment, if SIM is to win, that means he has 4 years to fight. Then he will start his own fight. I even blame him for start fighting Wike too early. It was too early for him. So he has no other choice than to sign the agreement. And the second point is Nigeria, as we are seeing it, has no constitution. Sometimes we analyze things based on a normal perspective. Nigeria has no constitution. The constitution of Nigeria lies on the table of the president. Whatever he wants to do with it, he will do with it. So if SIM goes against what the president wants, president can just put call on Ariwola, and SIM's Supreme Court case is already decided. SIM is going. So he has no other option than to sign it. So if SIM wants to practice independent, like he wants to be on his own, then the mandate you want to protect people's Rivers State, are you sure that is Rivers State that gave SIM that mandate, or is it Wike? For me, it's Wike that gave SIM that mandate. So SIM has to obey Wike. For the meantime, if he wants to fight back, he will fight back after a Supreme Court judgment. So there's no need of asking SIM, his coward, why should he sign the agreement? He did the best thing for him, and even for the Rivers State, because he can be removed by court at any time. So what Tinubu also is not, people are telling Tinubu, the man said somebody is controlling Tinubu, but it's a lie. During Buhari administration, they say Cabal is in charge of government. Then Buhari has finished his tenure. During last interview, he said he's in charge of his government. Nobody was in charge of Buhari. Buhari is making decision. Nobody making decision for Buhari. Whatever that is happening with Tinubu, Tinubu is aware. Nobody that is not Tinubu's chief of staff. Nobody is. This is Tinubu's lifestyle of leadership. If you know Tinubu from Lagos, he captures everything. So he will capture Nigeria. He will capture Rivers State. He wants to capture Kano State. So he wants to capture all important states in the whole federation: North, Southeast, South, and Southwest. So there's nothing anybody can do about it. He has the judiciary at his pocket. He has he has everybody, security operative. So that is Nigeria is not a democracy. In fact, military rule is better than what Nigeria is practicing as a democracy, but people don't know. The reason is because the president has
unlimited power. Some people are, during the election, some people are blaming the INEC, but it's not the INEC fault. INEC is just doing something based on what is presented to them, and they have to do it. The court judgment may not be from the court, but we don't know the presidential tribunal. That is what is presented to them, and they have to follow it. That is Nigeria for you. So for people to rise and start protesting, the question is, the last protest, what is the outcome? Okay. Everything. So for me, I think I don't blame people. I don't blame Tinubu. I don't blame INEC. I don't blame that judiciary. I don't blame SIM. I don't blame Wike. I blame Nigeria as a whole. So if Nigeria has to move forward, then I don't know how to move forward. I don't have solution for Nigeria. That's my own summary. I don't see Nigeria making any weird way. There's no future in Nigeria, and we all must realize that.
Thank you very much. First of all, let me thank you for the point you raised that when it says nobody Tinubu is being misled. That is not true. I thank you for that point. Comfort. Before I'll yield the floor to Comfort. Comfort. The floor is yours. Thank you for joining, and I hope your network works well. You joining from Nigeria, like you said in the post. So the floor is yours. You asked me a question: why am I not holding Tinubu accountable? I hope I answered your question. Go ahead, please. You have to unmute yourself, please. Thank you.
Yes, I've done that. Good evening, everyone.
Good
sorry,
morning.
I didn't know that you have responded to my.
You need to adjust the outlook. We can't see people very well that are talking. It's so tiny.
Okay, you can see people very well. Okay, let me see. No, not this one. Sorry about that.
Okay, yeah.
Is it better now?
Better. Yeah.
All right. Better. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. Go ahead, Comfort.
Okay. Sorry, you said you have replied my question, right? I guess that time I was busy, so I didn't hear what you said because I just on my phone. I just joined it, but I've not been listening, so I don't know what you have responded to me. But quick question for the person that just finished talking right now. My question is that you say you don't blame Tinubu, you didn't blame Wike, you didn't blame SIM, but you blame Nigerians, right? My question is that you know that armies are under Tinubu, judiciary is under Tinubu, INEC are under Tinubu, and you know that if Nigerians stop outside to protest, well, what is going to happen when you know that Dama has already captured all these people? Who will come for their rescue? That's my question to you.
Ernest, a question is posed to you that thanks for that. A question is posed to you that the army is under the president, or yes, or as they say, state capture. Let's summarize it.
Yeah.
And why would the people come out to who is going to protect them? Can you weigh into that? I will also weigh, and I believe other panelists will also want to weigh into that. Thank you for that question. Go ahead, Ernest.
I would say that is where revolution starts, because revolution is not carried out by those. Mostly, revolution is not carried out by those in government. It's not carried out by judiciary or army. It's carried out by ordinary people. So, how many Nigerians are willing to come out to the street when one person is detained? Some people are blaming P2B for maybe after the 2023 election, he's supposed to ginger people to come out and protest. But I assure you, if P2B is arrested, how are you sure that Nigeria will insist for his release? So I think the thing here is, they say injustice to one is injustice to all. Until Nigerians have that mindset that injustice to one is injustice to all, then Nigeria is going nowhere. In other words, if somebody is arrested and there's no justification for his arrest, more Nigeria should make themselves available to be arrested. If the Nigeria prison is filled up, then what will happen next? So it's a question of Tinubu's having all this power. Normally, he will use it the way he wants, and that's what he's doing. The power, the whole thing is at his disposal. He doesn't have fear of God, so don't expect him to be Father Christmas to everybody. He will use it to his advantage. So the question is, what are the people doing? For example, in if in outside the country, maybe let me say in UK, many times it's not the people. When Boris Johnson disobeyed COVID rule and held meeting, Johnson did not resign because he wanted to resign. The people insist that he must resign, and he resigned. So what are the people doing? Nothing. So for me, that's why I said it's very, very hard for Nigerians. They don't have that. I think it's a culture of, it's religion that is most of our problem are religion. That is the one area I wanted to talk about, because sometimes we don't call out religious leaders out.
We will come to that. No, we will come to that.
Okay.
It's part of our the script. Does anyone wants to weigh in on? Sorry, I'll come back to you. Does any other person wants to weigh in on the question? Comfort Act, please.
Let me weigh in. Right.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Enders, I do not agree with you. Right. If you say the Nigerian people are doing nothing. If you remember, after the NSAS, after the shooting at the toll gate, Nigerians took actions and took the government to court. Right? They don't just sit down. They didn't just go and sit down and then do nothing again. Even that case took more than 1 year, and most of the people that were found guilty, and people were compensated and everything like that. And that NSAS demonstration have actually opened Nigerian eyes that Nigerians, they have power to do what they want to do if they want to do it. Right? So they have the power. When you talk of Nigerian people, you also included. Right? You may believe in diaspora. Right? Whatever is happening in Nigeria also affects.
I am the worst hit, sorry.
Wait now. Okay, so don't say Nigeria. So we are all involved in these things, you understand? And if we want to change Nigeria, we have to come together and change Nigeria. And to not blame those in Nigeria alone. We have to put ourselves also in that bracket that we have to do something, right? I'll tell you something. Nigerians are talking. There are many social media platforms whereby Nigerians are rising, talking against the government. You should not just come and say, they are doing nothing. No, it's not by only going to the street or demonstrating that the government. No, even Tinubu, what did he say? He said he doesn't go to social media because they're insulting too much during the campaign. He said because he said they're always insulting him. He cannot take the insult and everything. So that will tell you that the effect of social media on the people in power. You understand me? So they are listening to them. They are hearing these things. You understand me? And I believe one day they will go out, just like Dele Parry said that with the obedient movement, Peter Obi raised an army, and they are still there. They are still very strong. And they just need somebody to ginger them and say, "This is what we are going to do." And when that person comes out, we know where to start from. We know the state that we start it.
All right.
You understand me? So
sorry, Mr. Blackstone. I want to put a question to Comfort. Comfort, if Peter Obi comes out today to say he is going to lead the protest, he is going to lead the protest. Will you join in that protest? Did you get my question, Comfort? Comfort.
Definitely, I will join him in that protest.
So, what you are agreeing with what Enes said, not disagreeing. And what I have been saying so far is, if Peter Obi should come up and say, you know what, it is a peaceful protest, all over the country to they call it in industrial, they call it work and rule or sit and roll, to go to the government houses, occupy the government houses, occupy the legislative chambers, and start to demand change and put the people's manifesto first before their own. In fact, they don't have a manifesto. So you just have it on the record that you will join the protest so that the record can reflect it. Definitely.
Definitely, I will join that protest.
All right. Tone, the floor is yours. I'll come back to you, Comfort and Blackstone. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. I'll start from here. What I'm going to say to the young man in Nigeria.
Which young man? Which of them?
Ernest, is it? I can't see again. I can't see people's.
Can you?
People are so far.
Ernest is not in Nigeria.
I'm everywhere. Sorry, because my people are there.
Forget that story.
Okay.
My mind are there.
Okay, assume okay. So, referring to Nigerians, we are all Nigerians. We need to start doing our own beats from where we are, regardless where you are, whether you're in Nigeria, whether you're outside Nigeria. You have to start sensitizing people to what is happening. Okay, we're talking about religion and the fear of God. What's the meaning of the fear of God? That statement, fear of God, does not have meaning to me. And let's just get it right too. I'm a Christian, no? But that thing called fear of God, it doesn't make any meaning to me, because the GOs, the Catholic and all that, they all voted for Tinubu after collecting money from him. The past vice president was a pastor and all that. No, wait. I'm not mentioning names. Hold on.
Wait, Tone. Can you please include the word allegedly, because you don't have that evidence that they collected money. Please, for the integrity of the platform, I beg, I'm appealing. Okay, except you want to give me evidence that they collected money.
I'll call that out. That's
right.
My own statement.
For the record,
the platform does not take any responsibility for that. See, that is a problem. Now we've got IPOB people. IPOB are telling people not to come out and vote because Nnamdi Kanu is in jail, is a zoo country, is a zoo, blah 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 blah. Anybody that comes out, they will deal with them. That is IPOB too is problem. The problem we have in Nigeria as well. Let's speak the truth where the truth lies. The approach is wrong. You are doing this thing so wrong. You cannot fight the Nigerian government, because for you to start talking in a militant with militant language and all that, you got to back it up with stuff that you have. You do not have an army, you do not have weapons and all that, and you're telling Samuel Ekpa will sit down in Finland and be instructing people not to vote and all that. That is bullshit. Excuse my French. Now, back to Rivers State. I don't even know why we're even worrying ourselves about Rivers State. Let Rivers people, let them eat their own breakfast. The problem that is now down on the ground in Rivers State, they created it. Let us not just forget that it was massively rigged for Tinubu. And most Rivers people were participated. Fubara, we shouldn't forget that he's a thief too, a major thief. He assisted the madman Wike in all the money that they shifted. So why are we trying to make him as if he's a saint now? He's not a saint. He's equally guilty. Our time will tell if he's better than Wike or not, but I do not think so. I think they belong to the same class. They're all thieves. So whatever they see, let them deal. It's their problem. We have the other guy, the fat toad from the Greeks. I know that. We also what he did in Abuja. He took his men to Abuja and marched in Abuja. Nobody stopped him. DSS did not stop him or anything. They didn't stop him at all. he went under the coat of arms and was speaking as if he was a state actor. Nobody stopped him. Now, because he has been banned and all that, he started speaking like an idiot that he is.
All right,
The
Tom.
minute,
Sorry
the day,
for. Go ahead. Go ahead.
the day we will realize that we all we all have one common enemy, that we need to fight the common enemy. That is when we drive out the enemy, then we will then see whether we can continue as a nation or whether we want to split. That is all. But all this partisan thing and all that, Shura will come and talk his own. He will criticize Peter Obi. Some people, even the so-called RPOB, when you start talking, they will tag you as an as a headless mob, as an obedient headless mob, and all that. That is, if it's not Nnamdi Kanu, they're not even talking about anything. They will heckle. They will be so aggressive at you and talk down on you. We cannot defeat these people. Tinubu and his lot, all of them, the criminals in the north and all that, are all enjoying this game. And let me just say something, because people we tend to have this thing we refer to as Hausa Fulani. Not all northerners, and I'll say that. I'll say with the hands on heart, not all northerners are bad. Not all northerners are corrupt. Not all Hausa Fulani are corrupt and bad. Let's just get it right. After all, Igbos, we have criminals. Whose Hope Uzodinma, is not a criminal? Is he Hausa Fulani? Tinubu, is he not Yoruba man? Is he not a criminal? And all the criminal Yoruba people and Igbo people. The problem is we need to start calling out our own thieves. Most of the people that are following Nnamdi Kanu and all that is not because of Biafra, it's because of tribe. Let's just say the truth right now. I know it's a very touchy subject. We are so tribal in that nation, and that is a core problem. That is a core problem we have. We are so tribal. The Yoruba nation that was being talked about before Igboho was they attempted to take his life and all that. Where is the Yoruba nation now? Most of it has fizzled off.
All right.
Why do you think it fizzled out?
Don, if you've been following this broadcast from the start, no one has portrayed Fubara as a saint. None of the panelists, nor those in the comment section. And if you watch the video well, the focus was on the attitude of the president and Wike, which highlight the concern that people have raised in regards to state capture. And so
electricity. I'm going to end with this. My take on River State is, which nobody is seeing. This is what I think. From what that video, in fact, that video confirmed my thoughts. Wike and Fubara have made a secret deal with Tinubu. They are moving over to APC. Just forget this thing. We will see in a few months. They are going to move over to APC, and that will seal the whole thing. So all these things that we're talking, whether Fubara is he's been slow or he's been marginalized and all that. But let's not forget again, people. Let's not forget Fubara too is as bad as Wike.
I mean, we didn't dismiss that. That was not dismissed, and that we highlighted that under the subject of integrity, because if we had integrity,
I believe that both of them have they have a grand plan of moving over to the APC eventually.
Okay.
The
Whatever
PDP,
that is, whether that is the case or not, but the point is, we're looking at how things are playing out and calling on Peter Obi, who has galvanized the people. If you look at the subject, consensus is where the people have come together as one to take back the country. I played another video earlier about Tel Aviv, the Israelis that went on the street as a result of 3 citizens mistakenly killed during the hostage, and nothing has been done by the citizens in respect to the 126 people that were killed in Kaduna or wherever it is. It's just about citizens coming out to take control of the state, of the country. And the leader at this point is Peter Obi, and that is why I keep calling him out every day. Now
Can I win? Can I win?
Hold on 1 second, Mr.
You can't weigh in. You can't weigh in.
I want to respond to Tone.
Wait for your turn. No, wait for your turn, because I know I've touched the touchy subject. I know you're one of the IPOB.
Gentlemen, I will appreciate if we apply decorum, please. Look at CNS, Comfort, and Mr. Let's apply decorum. Tone, I've muted you. So, listen, we all will not agree with the position of Nnamdi Kanu, whether it is Igbo-oriented or otherwise. But you see, when things are not working, he raised his voice. I do not agree with the method, but it's as a result of things not working for Nigerian citizens, whether Igbo or otherwise, and he took the step he did. I don't agree with his method. It's a treasonable offense. Let's get it clear. But for crying out loud, we are all doing the same thing. We may not have gone to that far he went, but we are all crying out for a change. He went his own, he did his own in a different way. I am doing my own in this platform and in other ways, and also every one of us. So before we throw stones and we have to take a step back, or before we stand on that moral high ground, we have to understand that where is the man coming from? If it's even an Igbo agenda, what is he seeking for? A better life for his own people. Okay, and that is what every one of us we're seeking for. We may be going about it.
See, when people make this assertion, it pains me. IPOB, not all Igbo people agree with IPOB. Let's just get these facts right.
Yeah,
the
I think they're saying the same thing.
The doctor that came about 2 months ago even made the same assertion. No, not everybody. I am one of them, and I have my reasons.
Ton, did you hear what I just said? Did you hear me? Tom, did you hear my argument that I do not support his approach, how we went about it, but it's as a result of concern. You will do like you are doing the same thing likewise here right now. It's just that you do not go the way he went. There's a better way that we all should tread upon. Because we can't say because I have so much concern for you or for OT or for Comfort Babe and now break the law. No, it is unacceptable, regardless of how genuine my concern may be. I will not and now break the law. If I am in prison for speaking the truth, fair enough. If Peter Obi lead the people in protest, a peaceful protest, and is arrested for crying out loud, if 1 million people come out and march, how many people would they kill? Let's be realistic here. Mr. Oti, the floor is yours. I'm the moderator. I shouldn't be talking much. I
okay, good. Hello, gentlemen and lady. Good evening.
Sorry, Mr. Oti. Apologies for you. Comfort, Comfort is joining us from Nigeria. Do you have any more thing to say to it? You have to unmute yourself, please.
Sorry, what did you just say?
Do you have more to weigh into the discussion as the only lady on the platform? Or you just want to sit down and listen to her, which is okay. You're allowed to. It's allowed.
Okay.
Sorry, one second.
Yeah, go ahead. Comfort, the floor is yours. Okay. All right, Mr. Oti, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Right. I greet everyone, and I'm happy to be here. Albeit briefly. I think. Hello, Tone. I wish you. I hope you're calm. I don't know. I don't know who told you that I'm an IPOB sympathizer. That I'm not one, and I don't agree with their methods. So you see, sometimes you input. Motives or intentions to people that they do not necessarily hold. Okay, I think we are all seeking a better country, seeking a solution to the problems our country faces. You know, you can't solve any problem until you've correctly diagnosed what the problems are. Okay. I think in the case of Nigeria, to my mind, is quite simple. Right. Tone talked about IPOB. It is okay. People have a right in any democracy, quote unquote, to agitate, to protest. Okay, so long as they are going about it non-violently. And by the way, if I may respond to the moderator, sometimes law breaking is acceptable. Sometimes you have to break the law. That's what it's called civil disobedience. All right. Okay. So it's not. There's nothing. It's not unusual or unheard of that citizens decide to break the law, disobey the law. It's part of democratic process. You know. Now coming to the problem we are facing. To put it simply, it is a citizen passivity, and of course, you know, one can easily point to two instances to illustrate that. The one that is going on now in the news is the River State, right? So River State, what is happening in the state? Well, it may be too early for anybody to say that they're not doing anything. I mean, the citizens have not risen, they're not reacting, they're not protesting, they're not marching, they're not letting their voices heard. It may be too early, but we all witnessed what happened in Imo State, the election or the sham election. That was a kind of a rape on democracy. You know, I mean, everybody could see it. So what did they do? Citizens of Imo State. Look, so as I said, is a citizen passivity. We're not, you know, we are lacking that social consciousness, and therefore the question becomes: how do we arouse it? How do we, you know, get people to feel more involved, more responsible for their own destinies, you know, for the destiny of the country? Okay, that is the problem. Now, so I want to contrast that with what people may think is the problem we have in Nigeria. Tribalism, that's what people talk about. Electricity, I understand you don't, it's not something that you countenance, you know, you're strongly opposed to that. What you call people fanning or promoting tribalism. But that's not what, you know, when people talk about tribalism, it's not necessarily they are trying to exploit it, you know, tribalistic sentiments. In it by itself or in itself, it's not a bad thing. I mean, for people to feel a sense of connectedness, you know, I mean, to their roots, where they're coming from. Okay, is after all, is the first something that is much more original than anything. You know, that sentiment, that sense of belonging, tribe. Okay, so it's not.
Sorry, let me interrupt you. Allow me to interrupt you. Nobody can, only me can interrupt you. First and foremost, people can promote their tribe, their ethnicity. Okay. Nobody.
No, sorry, excuse me.
Let me finish. Allow me to finish.
Hold on.
Allow me
What I
to
said.
finish.
No, listen. What I said.
I interrupt you. No, Mr. Oti, I'm the moderator. If you don't mind, you still have the floor.
Okay.
I just need to correct this immediately.
Okay. No, listen. But maybe you didn't hear me. You didn't understand what I was saying.
I will give you back the floor. Mr. Oti, I have the floor. I said let's apply decorum. As the moderator, I interrupted you.
Okay.
Is that okay? Are you happy with that?
That's fine. That's fine. But okay. I wanted to correct because maybe you didn't.
No. I want to correct you in the sense that I appreciate everyone's tribe. Okay. However, when we are now fanning tribalism in the sense that it's IPOB, it's Igbos, it's Yorubas, it's this and that, we all have we bear the same pain. Our tribe should unify us because we share the same common goal. people can showcase the goodness of their tribe, of their culture. It's allowed.
No, but excuse me. You see, if you allowed me to finish, because
Okay,
look,
go ahead.
I'm not saying that you condemn people's tribe. Look,
All right.
I actually use the very word you've just used now, fanning. In other words, when people, and that's why I use the word also exploit. In other words, try to kind of push it, if you like, call it an agenda or something. In other words, in a direction or in a way that is something that is, it becomes something that is destructive, something that is negative. Okay. I would mean, so I mean, I will agree with you that it's something we shouldn't encourage. Okay, to that extent, I'm not disagreeing with you, but
right.
I just want to make the point that we shouldn't really be too much, overly, kind of sensitive or critical of it. I mean, it's a fact of life. It's the reality of life, and it's not something. Even in the Nigerian context, it's not something bad, something negative. No, it can be productive, right? So it's when people try to exploit it. Okay, it's just like you can use anything really for the sake of politics. You can use religion. You can use people's whatever to play dirty politics, right? Low politics. Are you with me? So people can do this with tribe as well as with other things. Okay, so we have to understand that. And when for example, people talk about maybe IPOB, whatever, or the Yoruba, there's nothing wrong with that. Or maybe the Ijaw movement. No, nothing. These people, they have is a community, right? A community of interests. They can promote their interest. Nothing wrong with that, right? So long as at least they have that understanding that there are other people that are outside that community. Are you with me? So it's nothing wrong. Okay, so I'm saying really all this kind of the sectional interest we have, including tribal interest, is not necessarily the problem of Nigeria. It may be a problem, but the core problem for me is what I've described as in passivity, citizen inactivity, this lack of social consciousness. And what is to happen is this: so we have to find a way to kind of raise that. Now, I'll give you an example. Social consciousness, this kind of civic awareness, civic activity, and that's what democracy is all about. It's not something
you sure that
you don't leave it to politicians. You don't leave it to those that form the government. Right?
Are you sure? Are you sure that they're not aware of this in Nigeria? Are you sure, very sure that
Mr. Blackstone, let him finish, please.
So look, you see, that is the essence of a democracy. If heard of, I'm sure we have heard of Alexi de Tocqueville, that wrote Democracy in America. Look, the essence of democracy is the citizen participation, citizen involvement. So.
Okay.
Okay, look, let me finish. I'm going to
finish. I just want to put a question to you. What do you think we are doing here, or what do you think is being done on this channel?
Okay, no, it's an aspect of it. I mean, but that is not nearly enough. What are we're just talking here often is, it boils down to platitudes, and people kind of not really understanding what the problems are, right? So it's part of what we're doing, but that is not enough. Now, look,
I can agree with you that is not enough. I agree with you that is not enough. And how do we now do the enough?
Okay, let me finish.
No, I think the question is, I just agree that we're not doing enough. So I would need you to tell us what more.
That's what I'm saying. Allow me. You see, I'm
go
gonna finish. Because look, now for example, you ask yourself, what are the student unions? What are they doing? What are the labor union doing? So these are the civic, civil society. These are the kind of key components of what you call the civil society. Professional bodies. What are they doing? So these are the people that to raise the consciousness of the people, right? Now, leaving it to politicians or waiting for a political leader to lead the movement is a waste of time. It's not going to work.
This is where we're going to disagree.
Sorry.
Hold on one second.
Sorry, but no. Listen, I understand where you're coming from. I disagree with you.
Mr. Oti, hold on one second. You just highlighted the civil, the labor people. You highlighted the yeah, like country, this in it. But you said you not disagree that we're waiting for a kind of a leader
looking up to political leaders to champion.
No. We're not discussing. We're talking about Peter B. In focus.
He's a political leader. He's a political leader.
And there is absolutely nothing wrong. It's not different from the people you just mentioned.
Oh, come on. There's a difference. Look. He led a political party. Right. People voted.
I need to give other people the floor.
So
hold on one second, Mr.
Oti. Okay. By the way, I'm gonna join you guys.
I need you to clarify something before you go. I need you to clarify something for the integrity of this channel. You claim that sometimes law breaking is acceptable.
Yes. Oh, look. That's what it's called. Listen, civil disobedience, right?
And what is civil disobedience?
Okay, I'll give you an example. Okay. Now, remember in America, okay, during the civil rights movement era, there was one Rosa Parks. I'm sure we've heard about her. We know about her, right? She was breaking the law when she refused to give her seat up to a white person in a bus.
What law is that? What law is that? Could you
law that she was breaking the law. She broke the law.
Was there a law like that at the black should not sit on the bus?
Okay, listen. Hold on one second. Mr. Oti has the floor. Mr. Black.
Excuse me. Okay, apartheid, for example. Look.
Mr. Oti, go back to that American instance.
Rosa Parks refused. Okay, because the law required her. She was breaking the law, right? So look. Excuse me. Have you not heard about civil disobedience?
Listen, I have heard about civil disobedience.
Yes, so it's breaking the law.
The law you are referring to is inhumane law. Would that be correct?
Inhumane law.
The law of that segregation.
Right. Well, okay, but it's civil disobedience. Now listen. Okay, I'll give you an example. Let me give you an example. Let me
cite the law for us, please, Mr. Oti.
Okay.
Where did you get that law from?
Oh, good. Okay, I'll give you an example. Okay. Now,
no. I need you to quote the law.
Allow me.
Okay, go ahead.
Allow me. Now, if the citizens want to, Nigerian citizens, okay, a section of Nigerian citizens want to protest peacefully, and for some reason the police, the government say you're not going to protest, which is a democratic right. Okay, the police action or whatever, make a law, don't protest, don't march, and they decide to go on the street and march because the street belongs to them. What is that not civil disobedience? That breaking the
Constitution, law. The Nigerian Constitution allow gathering. That is the Nigerian Constitution.
Okay. So listen.
It's in the Constitution. Hold on, do you agree with that?
Listen to me. Yeah, look, yes, but even the rights that are enshrined, okay, are guaranteed by the Constitution are not absolute. Okay, the government can decide. Hold on, allow me. The government can decide for the sake of whatever, maybe say public order, make a law to curtail that your constitutional right to protest, to assemble. Are you with me? Okay, so in that case, the citizens can decide to disobey it. It's called civil disobedience. Is that clear to you now?
Mr. Oti.
I know what I'm talking about.
I know you know what you're talking about.
So what's the problem?
You have deflected from the issues of the American you raised up.
No, forget America. I'm giving you another example.
No.
Please, can you move forward on that person?
No. Listen, for the integrity of this channel, I asked you to quote me exactly where you found that law. Can you do that?
No, excuse me. You wanted me to explain what civil disobedience means. And
No. You said sometimes law breaking is acceptable. To have a law, it has to be written somewhere. Is that correct?
Listen to me. And then I'm telling you that, excuse me, look, I'm illustrating, I'm explaining what civil disobedience means, and it's part of democratic life, okay? It is part of democratic life. If a government makes a law that the citizens feel that
do not
I'm giving you an example. Now, for example, look, a government can decide to make a law to prohibit assembly, okay? Even though it's guaranteed by the Constitution, but nothing stops the government making a law. Maybe it's for the sake of peace, order, okay? Are you with me? So they make that law quite legitimately because they have the right, they have the power to make a law. But the citizens can say, look, no, we're going to march nonetheless. That's civil disobedience.
It's,
Okay.
you see, if we go by what you said, you just said again now, government can make a law for the event of, law and order, peaceful to prevent any whatever it is. So if it is disobeyed, it is breaking the law. Not that it is acceptable. They are two different things. The government will not say you break the law, then it is acceptable.
Well, I mean, the semantics. I don't know what you're getting.
It's not semantic. It's what you wrote down. You said sometimes law breaking is acceptable.
Well, for those, I mean, pursuing a higher purpose. I mean, maybe for the purpose of their liberation, for their independence, for their destiny. I mean, for example, in Nigeria, it's going to be acceptable to them, but of course not to the government. What are we talking about?
All right. The floor is yours, AY.
So I'll see you guys shortly. Thank you.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Good afternoon. So, what do you want me to comment on?
Everything.
Everything and anything. Yes.
Yeah, I need to know the topic you guys are discussing right now because.
Well, the topic is about the people having a consensus in taking back the country. I played a video earlier. I also played the video of the Israelis protesting after three of their citizens were mistakenly killed by their own army, and I highlighted the 126 people that were killed in Kaduna State. The president went there, said it's the act of God. P2B went there to donate 5 million, if I am correct in that regard, and nothing so far has been done. And I played a video in respect to Fubara and the president. You didn't see that video. I don't know if I should play it again. And for you to see it, how the president, according to Mr. Briggs, the president and Wike, forced him to, or made him, I beg your pardon, to sign a document. The details of the document has not been told what are the content of the document. And for what you are saying on the platform there, Obi has raised an army of people. And 2027 has already been played out. And if the citizens continue to sit down and do nothing, things will continue the way they have. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I listened to Tone, part of his submission. I want to align with part of it, even if some people on the comment section disagree with it. You see, we actually have level of tribalism in the country. This is what I see on this platform. Even the last section, I listen to people making contribution. A system where a country where if something happens in some part of the country, because you are not from that part, you don't feel the pain, you don't align with them. But when the same thing happened to you, you start crying, you start shouting. This is what I see that is really happening in Nigeria. Nigeria needs to be united. We need to stand as one people. Even that is why we give the politician opportunity to play this game with us. If certain politician will come from our area, even if they are not qualified, we kind of like align with them. It's a problem, but we are not seeing this stuff as problem. That is why these political leaders, they understand this game of religion, of tribal politics. They keep playing it. I know the video when Israel started protesting. In Nigeria, trust me, even if 500 are killed, we will not protest. That incident that happened is not too much. The people can show their unhappiness about what is going on and have a peaceful protest. Nobody is saying go and destroy the government property or whatever. Have a peaceful protest, but we will not do that. I know somebody will just say, oh, yeah, you can do tribe. It doesn't mean, no, we cannot do tribe. Tribalism is tribalism. Nobody is saying, if you are from Hausa, you can be Hausa, it's fine. You can be Igbo, it's fine. You can be Yoruba, it's fine. You can be wherever, it's fine. But when we are discussing national issue, we need to look at issue and discuss that. That is why, like for me, I don't even want to know what part of the country you come from. I want to listen to what you want to say. It doesn't matter. Like where you come from, it's not gonna I'm not gonna use that to judge you, but what you speak, what you say, where you stand, that is where I will know who is this person, where are you coming from. Look at issue objectively. Most time we can't look at issue objectively. We're gonna look at them from that tribal lens. It's really problematic, but we're not getting it. On the issue of Wike and Fubara and the
Actually,
president.
you know what? Let me play the video. Let me play the
Okay.
video again.
Okay.
At least for the benefit of all. So let me play the video again. No, sorry, the video is already on the screen. Sorry. I think this is it.
I think it's more important because I've had a lot of comments, and every person that has commented has always been on the why question. Why will Sim sign that kind of document? Why didn't he run away? Why did he not reject it? Why would the president present that kind of in a meeting? Why did Odele not reject it? Why? And I think that is not the best at this time. What is most appropriate is what happened. And that's what I want to address. What happened? Actually, the understanding, and I'm saying it from the primary point of view that I'm a participant in that purported meeting. I was there, so I'm a witness. So what I say is primary, not secondary. We are invited for a meeting, but that was not a meeting, because a meeting means opinion will be sought. There will be discussion between both parties, and resolutions will be reached. But that is not what happened. What happened is that Mr. President walked in with a written resolution, addressed us, and declared that what he has in his hand is a presidential proclamation, a presidential directive, and at the point withdraw and emphasize the fact that he is the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Therefore, he can whip, and anybody who tends to say no to what he's saying, it has consequence. That is not democratic. That, in a simple layman word, is a threat. He wrote the resolution, but refused to read the resolution. Handed the resolution to Dr. Odele to read and interject. And each time he interjects, it comes with a subtle, polite, smiling insult. And thereafter, he asked the governor to speak. Now let's get it very clear. If you are in the position of the governor, what will you do? Get up and go? Say no to Mr. President with that kind of subtle but energetic threat? Realizing that back home you are fighting an internal aggression and division. If you are in this position, will you want to attract another external fight? The answer is no. So you see that our governor is very intelligent. Very humble, but very intelligent. Not just intelligent, but committed to the value of governance. At that point, I do not expect, Mr. President, and I'm not judgmental about it, it's not expected that the president talk about himself, if you think about the people. And that is the operational word of democracy. What does the people want? And these are the first three words in the Constitution of the United States of America, where we have copied our democracy. We the people is more important than I, the president. We the people is more important than I, the governor. And he gave that order and asked them to sign. And the governor simply made his statement. His statement himself is full of wisdom. That of the president is also full of wisdom because he was operating within the space provided for him by his advisors. And those are the things that killed Abacha. When a leader does not reach out but allow his advisors to detect on what he do and what he doesn't, what he say and what he hasn't said, then you are imprisoned. And that is the worst situation, to allow yourself to be self-imprisoned. So I believe that the president I know, in his own wisest of thought and action, will not come up with that kind of a document. But that being the case, but one of us asked him a simple question. And to be specific, Advocate Amasimeka Hassan, same should do this, governor should do this, governor should do that. You have not said, watch those 25 or 27 assembly members that defected from PDP to APC without consulting their constituency and constituent what they should do. And of course, you can see the situation. The president's reaction was very clear and simple, but very, very dangerous. It was a concrete intimidation to say he's a leader. In fact, he withdrew on his seat and said, I am the leader of the APC in Nigeria. And you are telling that when babies are born into my family, I should ask them to go. No, they can't go. We are welcome them. It is like a case of Moses crossing the Red Sea. And you are now asking me to tell Moses to go back to Egypt. No. In fact, I am thinking that the governor should have by now joined APC. Then there will be no impeachment. So you can see the situation where Sim finds himself. And I think Rivers people should understand that. So the issue of democracy is we the people. It is the people that will react, not the governor, because the governor has...
Yeah, thank you. For the record, that is not all the video. Sorry, that is not all the video. So that's part one of the video. If you want me to play the part two, I will play the part
I'm good.
two.
I follow up the activities. I know what's going on there.
Right. So let me say this again, just for the record, okay? If we are going to get things right, we have to follow due process. Mr. Oti is not here, and I hope he's listening. You see, if the government come up and say you cannot protest, the government must be able to provide evidence to such because it is enshrined in the Constitution, and the people can challenge the government in the court of law. I will never support violence. I will never support whether this civil disobedience, some laws that can be broken and it's acceptable. I will never support it. But I believe in peaceful protest. And we've seen where peaceful protests achieved more than where there is hooliganism and every other thing. So, anyway, the floor is back to you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So, I feel sorry for Governor of Rivers State. So, first of all, I know he is a gentleman, but he's making a very big mistake. Here, he needs to know, first of all, he can't make decision he can't just take anything to the people. He's representing the people now. He's representing a state of maybe around 5 million people. He needs to know whatever decision he needs to take, he needs to look back. The president cannot actually the document the president asked him to sign, as far as I'm concerned, it's not a void. It's not for me, it's not existing. If I were the governor, I don't know what's the issue. If I were the governor, I'm gonna talk to the president. I'm gonna speak to him. If I don't know what to say at that point, I'm not sure. I'm gonna tell him, give me some time. I will get back to you on this list. I will come back and present the state demand. This is our demand. You need to come very strong and tough. He's a governor. He's too slow. I'm going to present my demand. When I saw the list, clearly it was one-sided.
Sorry for interjecting you. Comfort, you can turn off your camera. You're joining us from Nigeria. Turn off your camera, then you can stay. You can remain on the platform, please. You're allowed to turn off your camera. You're joining us from Nigeria. Thank you. Sorry for interjecting.
Okay. The list was completely one-sided. You will see it clearly. The governor is losing out. The state is losing out. If not for anything, I will tell Mr. President, Mr. Wike should allow the state be, straight up. I'm going to respect Wike. Yeah, Wike was instrumental in bringing him to power. Give him his respect. We are not fighting, but I'm the governor of the state. Let me be the governor. Wike, I will not let Wike. Going forward, I can let everything go, but I don't want Wike to interfere with the governance of the state. This, I'm going to start on it. I'm going to work with the people, work for the people. The way he's going now is more like telling Wike, oh yeah, you can still be doing what you are doing. You have the House of Assembly. I was saying it the other day, like, I don't know. If to actually dismantle that 27 member is very, very easy. If the governor know the right thing to do, you got to divide that number with Wike. In the next 3 months, that should be your target. You got to get them. You got to get them to return back to PDP, except you have underground plan to also join the APC. The governor needs control of the House of Assembly. The truth of the matter is, if a governor does not have party members that are supporting him, majority in the House of Assembly, it's so difficult to work, especially a governor that want to work. Because any bill that is coming now, what happened, the way these godfathers work, they take the bill, they look at the issues, they will get approval from Wike before they will make their decision in the House of Assembly. The governor cannot work this way. It's not going to be able to do anything. It's going to still be that cycle. But if I was the governor, I will fight though. I'm not going to stop. I will not fight really, but I'm just going to be firm with my decisions. The speaker, they need to come up. Yeah, they have a factional speaker. They have 2 speakers. But let the court, I will say let the court decide who is the original speaker today. I will not let the president decide that. If the court decide the Wike faction is the real speaker, I will work with him. I will work with him. If the court decide the person that the other speaker, he is the original speaker, work with your speaker. You need this control. You can't be a governor and allow external person to come and be controlling the state. No, it doesn't work that way. To me, I can't face that humiliation. Instead, at worst, I will resign and say, no, I'm no longer the governor, I'm out.
All right, thank you, AY.
Thank you.
Can I weigh in on
Hold on one second, Tom. What we will do now is welcome Forefather and welcome, I can't pronounce this other lady name, okay? So what we will do now is this. We will time ourselves. I usually don't like timing, but if we can agree to make our comments stay within the points and not over drag it in fairness to other people, or we can go by timing, maybe 3 minutes for each and every one. And like I said, I don't like time. I like people to express themselves. Anyway, you said something important, and that is what we are looking for in that country: integrity. And when I pick on Peter, people think I'm being negative or this and that. No, he's a man of integrity. He's a man that will not be swayed to the left or to the right. But at the same time, he needs to be in the forefront to lead the people. So we're looking for leaders that will have integrity. Without a shadow of doubt, we know that Fubara and Wike had something in the past. As such, it doesn't have that integrity to stand up with to Mr. President and Wike and resign. So that is what we don't see back in Nigeria. I mean, a few people that resigned recently. The other one went to the House of Senate. He did this and that. So we'll focus on this subject. So forefather, I will start from forefather. Then we go. I'll take forefather. Comfort.
I want to weigh in on what he said. The
Yeah,
last
you
speaker.
will weigh in on Comfort.
Okay.
You're joining us from Nigeria. Do you have anything more to add to this broadcast before we start going around? Hello, Comfort. Can you hear me? I think just turn off because of the network, turn off your video.
Yeah, I can hear you. Let him continue.
Okay, all right. So, Forefather, the floor is yours. You have 3 minutes, so we'll time each other for 3 minutes, please. Thank you.
What did you say?
Troublemaker, don't come again, Father.
Blackstone, please. I know you are joking, but
I'm my good friend, man. You don't have to talk.
all right.
It's my good friend.
The floor is yours, Forefather.
Thank you for having me. Electricity, greetings to everyone on the panel, to the chat, and to the viewers. Yeah, this is a silly situation that Nigeria has gotten itself into. One of those negative cultures that we've built up. And Tinubu is at the pinnacle of godfatherism in Nigeria, isn't it? And it's funny because when he got into office, you see a lot of other governors are trying to replicate the same thing that he has done. And it's a little bit pathetic to be watching these people try to build systems like this when they should be prioritizing the constitution of the country as their guiding principle. As a matter of fact, Tinubu, as much as people like to say Tinubu is godfather, his own godfatherism is not necessarily overbearing like the way Wike is practicing it now. And some of all the people, so-called copycats, want to copy it. They don't know how he made it this far. He was more conciliatory than people think. And they think he just tell people what to do and people just do it. That's not how it works. And he tried to do that, you fail. And in the end, the people are the ones that are losing out with all this nonsense that is going on. And if the statement from the video, what that man said, is accurate, then what Tinubu is doing is actually against the constitution, is breaking the law. He doesn't have the power to do some of the things they are doing, and this is a corruption of the democratic system. You can put rules for a democratic government that people elected. The people are sovereign. They gave their vote to that man, and you don't have a right to tell the man what to do. And that's what Tinubu did, and that's against the law. And we testify about this is openly, and they just get away with it. They do all kinds of stuff that they like. I don't know who gave people the idea that the president is too powerful. The president is not too powerful. I think there's a narrative that just started happening maybe after the time of during the time of Buhari that somehow made the president seem so powerful. If anything, from what I gather, I didn't observe Obasanjo's time in office very much, but they said Obasanjo was very, very powerful as a president. He really exerted a lot of power. But even he got defeated multiple times by governors. They challenged him and he lost. So this idea that you can't challenge a president before his face because you're in Aso Rock is menacing. Who? Why? If anything happens to Fubara, God help any one of them. And I don't really subscribe to some of all these things that some of these Tinubu campaign is doing, and APC, just because they want River State into their column, they are willing to destabilize the state for their purposes. As a matter of fact, they'll probably enjoy it because they gain from it. When the South and the Southeast is unstable, guess who the parts that gain from it? The South will generally gain from it. And I don't like the idea that people just smile and watch the South just fight itself like that constantly. That area has.
Sorry for interrupting. Look at what is on the screen there. The man, Mr. Briggs, said it is the people that will react. If
Yes.
we go by that statement, do you agree or disagree? And how do we go about this? My argument has been from time immemorial that Peter Obi should lead or should be the first person to react or lead the protest. That has been my argument, and I stand on that. Could you weigh in on this, on what the man said? It is the people that will react.
Exactly. That is a very, very powerful thing. I think you see, some of the things P2B should be stepping into, he doesn't step into them. He stays away. And maybe there's a good reason for it, because maybe he knows them very well. Because in the end, maybe this guy should be saying the people should be the one that should react, not the people that will react. Because in the way Fubara got into office, you cannot exactly say that he was a man of the people. He was ushered in. So if he was elected into office like the way P2B was looking, people voted for P2B, they really believed in him. Nobody would tell. People would know him, wouldn't even tell him what to do, because he knows a lot of people back him. So most people's the way they voted for Fubara was based on technically the way Wiki kind of promoted him to be the flag bearer. It's a PDP state, so it's not necessarily on Wiki, but it's on PDP. And PDP, they become so disorganized that they've allowed all this nonsense to happen. Personally, what if I'm to summarize, what Tinubu has done is against the law, and it's against the culture that we are supposed to be building in the country. And also, the people, Fubara should not back down and should completely disregard whatever that agreement entails. The law should take its course, and the constitution should reign, period.
But Fubara have already signed it. So how can he walk back from it?
It's under duress, and that's basically what it is. And any signature that is obtained under duress is null and void, and it's illegal too. He don't even have the power to.
In your opinion, do you think he can walk back from it?
Yes, he can easily, because it's illegal. You can't even do that.
I agree with you. Gentlemen, please indulge me again. I'm going to go to the next lady, please, and let her weigh in into the discussion. I can't really pronounce your name. It's M. Gore. Forgive me if I'm pronouncing it wrongly. The floor is yours, please, madam.
Hello, everybody.
Hello. Welcome to the platform.
I want to say thank you all for what you have been doing. I've been watching for a long time. I'm learning this IT stuff, if for no other thing, to partake when you guys are doing what is so astoundingly, I can't even put it in words how much I appreciate what you do, especially giving everybody that comes to the forum the time to weigh into what you are discussing. Some of us, both at home and abroad, we think this could be done, we think the other one could be done, and we just don't know how. But when one, since I've been watching you, listens to you, a whole lot of learning is, one is exposed to a whole lot of learning. And I say thank you. Thank you. Immensely thank you. Electricity, Godfather, Tone. When you usually will write your names, but thank you. I just want to say thank you. And I had sat for a while and I stepped out. My daughter called me back to say, you guys have me up. Thank you. I am not very political, but whether one of you here said one day, whether you are political or not, you just become political by being a member of a clan. And I really can relate to that. And that's the only thing or one of the things that gave me the courage to come to where you all are gathered because you all, I don't even know what to call you, tigers, tigresses, you all are the strength behind what Nigeria can become tomorrow. And I know whether it has been spoken, whether spoken and or unspoken, someday what is hatching behind your minds will fix Nigeria. That's all I can say for now. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, and you're welcome on the platform. And like you said, we are all political in one way or the other. Please come often, and we encourage women to come often. If we are not tigers, because if we accept that tigers, the women will run away. We are gentlemen.
Do not mind women. When I say do not mind women, I mean the concept or what we had accepted women to be. They are stronger than that. When you are lions, they are lionesses. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to, come around you guys.
All right.
That's
Thank you.
number one. Then number two is my name is Mbore.
Okay,
Mbore. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the reason I chose that is because it is cultural.
Okay, all right.
Tells where I come from. Mbore just means all your endeavors, this is the time it becomes manifest. Mbore.
Thank you very much. Again, you are welcome.
Well said, madam.
You
I would like to see you again.
Yeah,
definitely.
Blackstone, it's you. Then we go to Comfort. Are you still there? Okay.
Hi, good evening, ma.
Okay. Do you want to?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear. All right.
Okay, I just want to say hello to you, ma. Nice to meet you here. I'm happy to see you. We are only two ladies in here, so I'm very happy to hear from you. Thank you.
Wow.
Sorry, let me say this. There's going to be a broadcast tomorrow, which the ladies are highly encouraged to come because it revolves around the women. I want it to be dominated, the platform to be dominated by the women. Few men will come on the platform. I will pick the men that will come up. I'll pick the gentle ones, not the tigers. So please, tomorrow there's a broadcast. It's a very interesting one that we're going to be having a guest. The guest we had last week, she'll be coming back again. So a lot of questions will be put to her. It's about, it's there on the platform. Okay. So, Comfort, the floor is back to you. Thank you. Go ahead, madam, please. Comfort, hold on 1 second.
Okay.
I just wanted to acknowledge Comfort's welcome.
Okay.
And I am proud of you, just like I'm proud of everybody here, because I am mighty proud of you. Hello to you, Comfort.
Thank you, ma. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Blackstone, the floor is yours.
The electricity. The way they took me for this platform, man. I'll be here for 1 hour. Only what I don't talk. Okay, maybe
you are part of the house. So what's gonna happen is I'm gonna yield the moderating to forefathers to continue from where I stop, as I have to attend to something. I would like to thank you all again and those in the comment section. And hopefully I'll see you guys back. I'll see you guys back here tomorrow, hopefully. And thank you again. God bless you.
Before you go, it's time for you to have a broadcast for 4 or 5 hours, not only for 2 hours you are doing. so great time for you. You are a moderator.
Okay, let me, Forefather, do you mind taking over from here? Sorry, I don't have to throw it upon you like that. Yeah, you are muted, Forefather.
Yeah, that was a bit of a sneaky one, but I can hold it for a few hours left. Yeah,
All right.
yeah. I
My
just,
apologies. I should have asked first before throwing it upon you, sir. You have the floor. Thank you.
all right, thank you. Yeah, it's the Blackstone, isn't it?
Maybe. Yes.
Go ahead then. What do you think about the president's the agreement with Fubara?
It's like it is like signing agreement to the devil, because Fubara has signed that agreement. You have known what's at stake actually. One thing I should say that most of us doesn't know what transpired, what agreement he had with Wike before the election. Because most of all these people who has godfathers, they have a special agreement with their godfathers, and when their godfather now push them in and they want to start to misbehave, it becomes a problem. And if you are not strong, the godfather will definitely work them so hard. Now that is what is happening now to Fubara. And Wike was so smart, he brought in the president. Before, I think last month or last week, said Fubara have disobeyed the president. That was the first shock I had. What has Fubara had to do with the president for you to disobey the president? So if we have to realize, the thing here is this, that even if Fubara have signed that agreement, he has a right not to stand by that agreement. He has a right not to obey that agreement. You understand me? Like we say in my language, that if you don't want to stay long on your knees before the Oba, you don't need to argue with the Oba.
I see. I see.
So you have to prolong the issue. So just accept what they have given you, and then you go and do what pleases you. But one thing I see that actually I see in that agreement that Tinubu has no right to tell Fubara to allow the 7 House of Assembly members that defected to come back, which is also against the Constitution. Right? You cannot force it to allow you back, because the same thing happened in Edo State with Abaseki, right? And what Abaseki did, that's what also Fubara did. Abaseki now removed the roof of the House of Assembly and said it was under reconstruction.
Unbelievable.
Right? So that's that meeting somewhere. And the other ones went to Abuja, having their meeting in Abuja. Looks we are not in support with the APC members, the former party members, now went to Abuja, having their meeting in Abuja. And why by those that supported him was not having their meeting somewhere in Benin, right? Same thing.
But can I ask though, what is the utility of damaging the House of Assembly? Because the assembly members can still congregate anywhere else. They can congregate in a hotel. Or what is the usefulness of damaging the building? Can somebody tell me?
The usefulness is this. No, it's not even the usefulness. It is the trick or the wickedness, or I don't know how to put it, right? That since the House of Assembly is no more there, right, they cannot congregate somewhere else. So the ones that are in support of the governor will not congregate some on their own. Those that are not in support of the governor will not congregate on their own. You understand me? So,
but if the majority votes against, cast a vote.
No, this is it, right? Those ones that are defected are now been suspended according to law. They're no more there, right? So they have no power now.
No, I was talking about the act of burning the assembly, or like in the case of the River State, they just destroyed the assembly again. Why do they keep going after assembly buildings? There must be a reason for it, and maybe Nigerians want to understand.
I just put the reason, because if assembly is still there, all of them can still come together and congregate there, or those ones that still come who are defected can still come in and join them. So for them to prevent that gathering, so they have to do something that there's no more a national House of Assembly. There's no way all of them can come together into one.
No, they can come together in a hotel though.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Now, so those that supported the governor will go on their own hotel, right? Those that are not in support of the governor will go on their own hotel. So there are
That's interesting.
there are two houses of assembly now at the same time, So the governor will not send his bills to those ones who are in support of him.
So, but why don't the ones that don't support the governor go to the hotel where the ones that support the governor
It's
is
not
staying?
possible now because
Why not? We didn't stop them from coming into the hotel.
Of course, the security will allow them to go.
Oh my God, is that how it works?
Yes. So the security will not allow
These
them
people
to
are
go
stupid.
in.
Seriously?
Going into the meeting hall they are having there, so they can't go in because they already been know that they are informed the security. They should not be allowed in, so they can't be allowed in. But in the House of Assembly, the security have no right to hold them.
But hold on, though. Hold on. Is it not against the Constitution when an assembly is congregating, some members are not allowed in to have to participate in the congregation or in the assembly business?
Papa, this is it. They have been suspended.
No, I'm not talking about the ones that have been suspended. The ones, let's say they are all still viable. Because before they got suspended, they destroyed the building.
No, the building was destroyed after they have been suspended, after they have been taken to the PC.
Okay.
Yeah, that's when the building was destroyed. So after they are defected, so they have went to court. The court have now uphold that they are no more a part of. They have been suspended.
Okay, hold on then. Then why burn the building down if they've been suspended and the court has upheld that they are no longer sitting member? Then why burn the assembly down?
Do any politician obey the court injunction in Nigeria? They don't obey the court.
No, I just don't understand. I'm still not very clear why they keep going after assemblies, because this has happened in 2 states at least.
So that's what I'm trying to say, is that the reason for that is that they have all of them have no place to congregate. That's just the simple reason for that, right? So the governor now say, come and have your meeting in the state house, within the state house, have your room there, have your meeting, and so on and so forth.
So you can control the environment. Is that
can control? Yeah, that is it. So it's part of control. So that's the only way they think they can do it. So. But since because no politician obey the court injunction, so if the state you have been suspended, the court uphold it, they will still go and join them in the House of Assembly because they still have a right. They think they have a right to go in there.
Okay, and you see, this brings me back to something a lot of people often say: they want more power to go to the governors and then go to other places. Look at they are burning House of Assemblies. What else are they going to burn if you give them police and give them all this power they keep asking for? They already burning House of Assemblies.
The problem of Nigeria is not the law, it's not the politics, it is the heart of the people. That's the way that's my conclusion. Because I don't find any reason why nobody, because you are a politician, because you are in power, you cannot obey the law, the court. Cannot obey the pronouncement of the court. So that's like you said. Now that was the simple reason we were saying fighting against state police, because if you give the police to the state, the governors will use it against their enemies, the political enemies. They use it to fight them. So
they surely would do it. They would definitely do it. If they are doing it with the little they have now. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, what the Black Soap said, right? So the governor
it's not your turn, no. It's Tone's is next.
Oh, you
after,
okay? We are sharing. Okay, no wala. I will
because Tone raised his hand like this. Tone normally doesn't ask for his turn, except he really wants to say something. So
Ewa is my guy.
So yeah, go ahead.
That was why I said earlier that I believe is playing out that these people want to move to the APC, because the president cannot just come out with a document. You can't just sign anything without knowing the content of it if it has not been pre-agreed before, and you just sign despite the trust. You've not done anything. The governor cannot say you cannot be the governor of Rivers State again, or he will ask troops to go into Rivers State to start making that place ungovernable. And that is where the real wala is. Now, somebody said Tinubu's godfatherism that he worked in the West because of, see, let me just make this statement, and it's not an insult or disrespect to Yoruba people. Just as a disclaimer, it can only work. There's some certain things that can work within a certain geographical settings in Nigeria. Like for instance, in Yoruba people have a certain way of when they have their leader, their so-called passive leader, and all that. That was why he could successfully implement it in the West, in the Southwest rather. But he wants to do the same thing in River State. And why I said that we should just leave River State people, let them chop their breakfast, because they were there when Wike was doing all the things they were doing. Nobody challenged him. Nobody challenged him and said, "Hey, guy, you've got to." They were hailing him about the flyovers he was building as if it was something out of the world. If a governor builds a road and all that, it's not an achievement. It's something that he should do. If he builds a flyover, it's not an achievement. It's
I
something that he
was
should
one
do.
of those people that was praising him, and I must say, Wike he has got a way about him where he will act as if he's righteous. He will advocate accountability. He even said, "What is godfatherism? Yeah, I won't do it. I will when I leave office.
He's,
What is my business with
he's
governance?"
very he's very
And look at what he's doing
mischievous.
now.
He's a very, he comes with a lot of trouble. He's a very, very mischievous man, unfortunately. He comes with
Yeah.
a lot of baggages, a lot of baggages of trouble, and that's what he's doing. So that document that was signed, I do not believe that Fubara does not know the content of it. They have already discussed in the background extensive meetings in the night time, and this is what they've come to agree. But I believe that Fubara and Wike has no place with PDP. They are going to move with PDP. And again, like what you said earlier, forefathers, I'm blaming PDP because with all this that's been playing out all this while, none of the PDP chieftains have come out and made a very strong statement. You see, they have not.
Mm,
So I don't know whether they have considered and say, okay, we've lost River State and all that. But again, this is what you get. Illegality breeds illegality. Look at
mm,
Tinubu, all the lies that he's been telling us. Okay, last night now, forefathers recall, you and I were on a certain platform. I don't want to mention it, when the guy was quoting figure, and I like the way you you gave it to him and told him that those
mm,
figures are trash. It's nothing. This is
mm.
this is something that a single company, even here in the UK, makes and all that. And you see, whilst we are still having people that think like that, Nigerians that think that are still promoting things, we can see that this thing is not working. It's not about being unpatriotic. This thing is not working. This thing is based on lies, and it's going to end with tears and all that. Just call it out. If if Tinubu is doing very well, I'm sure even some people in the opposition will praise him, but it's just not working. The man has no clue. So I don't know. I just don't know where this thing is. It's just
Do you
getting worse
think
and worse
that?
every
Do you
day.
think that? One, people feel like I get a feeling that people feel that Tinubu is one of those leaders that has sold quite a lot out. He has the blessing of the West to an extent, and also the idea that the refineries are coming on stream. There are so many things that are falling in line while he's coming into office that favors him, not because of his own action, really. If anything, he's doing everything to destroy it himself. Could that be the reason why these leaders are, like PDPs, you don't see them coming out to challenge it because they know, they feel like, because they are greedy themselves. They feel like, oh my God, when all this is coming on stream,
With all,
maybe I don't want to be on the wrong side.
with all due respect, Atiku's political career is ended. It's ended. So I think what PDP should do is either merge with another party or get a very strong leadership that will replace Atiku. I think that's what they are just lacking. The leadership have taken a hammer. So Atiku
When
is
do they
gone.
normally pick their
Basically.
leadership then? Because now it's technically still Atiku. So when do they normally
Yeah,
change leaders?
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay.
But the sad thing is that there's a common man on the street that is just suffering. Look at Christmas. I mean, and you need to hear news that is coming out. A friend of mine that is an asthmatic was speaking to me yesterday. The inhaler that this person normally buys for 6K, 5K is now 15,000. And how much is a
Mm,
person's salary? You know?
yeah.
How much is person's salary? So the thing is, it's just the common man that is just out there and all that, that is just suffering. And whilst you have some of us to call these people out and tell them to behave themselves and all that, you're still supporting criminality because you think it's is the guy is from your part of Nigeria or your. But I just believe, and it beats me when people see support and shout out to Tinubu and praise him and all that. I think they must be getting some money, you know.
Some people just
And
praise him, they don't care. They praise him whether what he is doing is not helping. But now they even want to start redrawing the map, start saying that, oh, he did the refineries, just like the way they redrew the history of Lagos and made it look like Tinubu is the inventor of Lagos. They want to start.
you know,
By the time this is
forefathers,
done, he would have invented Dangote and the Port Harcourt refinery.
forefathers, if care is not taken in the next 15 years, all these liars will say that Tinubu really won the election. That it was just some troublemakers. It was Igbo people and some
Oh, they already said
Omo
it
and
now.
Yorubas.
They
They're
don't have
already
to wait.
saying it.
They already said it now.
They want to change the narrative. But it's so clear to everybody that this election was rigged. It wasn't free and fair. It was rigged. The INEC chairman did a very bad work. That is even another matter. So I just don't know. I don't know.
Let me
But
ask you one
again,
last question about this, because everybody seems to be against what Tinubu has done with this matter. Did you hear what P2? They said P2B said something about going to places and people were offering him things and bribing him. They were kind of bribing him, or they ask him to do certain things that he didn't feel comfortable doing. What do you make of that statement? And should he have named names or countries that were doing these things?
I don't think it was okay
To
for
the
him to
video.
name. I don't think
I
it's
sent you the
okay for
video.
him to have named anybody. But I think it was good for him to mention that this
Mm.
is what is going on. But to name Peter Obi, I think you find out that the guy is a man of peace. If he was dirty, we all know what has been now. I mean, katakata for don't be everywhere, left, right, and center.
That is a crazy guy.
Even that itself, that is ready to go. He's ready to go to prison. He's even ready. He's ready for them. He's ready for
Yeah, that's
anything
true.
to
That
defeat
is
them,
ready
and
for
he's
action.
ready. So.
Mm. So, okay, thank you very much, Tone.
Thank
Let's
you.
go to AY. AY seems to be itching to say something uncharacteristically, actually. AY doesn't always want to like rush into conversation, but go ahead.
What do you mean, Fafa? What do you mean?
I was saying that because you wanted to say something when this Tone wanted to say something,
You
and you
gotta
seem
obey
to
order,
want to say
man.
something.
You gotta obey order.
Papa, you have to change his name to YA, not AY. YA.
This one that they are calling, some people are calling me Godfather. That one, I don't know how they ends up with Godfather.
No mind the Blasto.
You know, I'm no Godfather. Oh, they don't call
Blasto
me
will never
Godfather.
do Christmas giveaway for me. No mind.
Don't worry.
He said I'm pastor before.
Just send me your credit card now. Yeah, just send me your credit card.
I didn't say I'm man of God before. Man of God, during this you gotta give out.
No, we are
No, you should check.
By the way,
No,
forefathers,
we are
this is my proposition. Can we have a special broadcast on Christmas Day? That would be nice.
I think, I think I will do that. But Electricity is looking to do some broadcast, so I don't know how long. It generally is 2 hours or so, so I will try to work around his time and do one.
It doesn't take long. After
Yeah.
the broadcast, we'll do
Yeah,
we'll have
I'll
our
do
Christmas
yours.
party too.
Yeah, that would be good. That would be good.
Yeah.
At least,
So, don't
interrupt
interrupt me. Don't interrupt me.
Yeah, they come for you, no worry.
Like I said, to be honest, Governor Fubara is making a very, very good mistake. He's making a very, very big mistake. Like I said, if I think Blackstone mentioned, do you know the agreement you had with Wike? The agreement you had with Wike is all garbage. You have to face the agreement you have with the people. He is the governor. To be honest, he needs to start taking decisions. He needs to stand as a man. You can't allow anybody to dictate for you, because otherwise nothing will come out. just like what somebody said. You see,
There is hold on. There is noise coming from your background. It looks like there's audio, radio, or
oh, hold
TV
on.
playing.
Yeah, good now.
Yeah.
So the reason you see somebody like Tinubu succeed as Godfather in Lagos. In fact, I can tell you in the whole of Nigeria, from north to south to west to east, it's kind of the only successful Godfather that survived in Nigeria. I think Tinubu does not interfere at that level with these people, with these governors. Yeah, you see, even when Abode mess they were against Abode, Tinubu has the full structure, not party, full structure in Lagos, from local government chairman to House of Assembly to Rep to Senate to everybody. They could have come together and impeach Abode, but he did not. He allowed Abode to complete his tenure. That is what these people don't learn. A governor is powerful. I know, Forefather, you always dispute this. Nigeria state governors are very powerful. The president
I
is
don't
very
dispute
powerful.
it. Where did you get that one? I
You
don't dispute that
always
governors are
dispute the
powerful.
president. They
I
are
say
powerful.
the president is not as powerful as people think. They make it look like he's a god.
They are.
He's powerful, but not that powerful. From the examples, anyway, I see.
Yeah, the issue is they can break the law and go free with it. Or even Obasanjo government, that is what Obasanjo was doing. Obasanjo was doing it is illegal. They were illegal.
But governors break the law left and right. They are burning House of Assemblies.
All of them. That is what they do.
I've not seen a president that burned the National House of Assembly.
President will not do that. The governors, they do.
But governors are doing it like crazy.
They are very nasty. Very nasty. They even break people's houses. They break people's houses down.
Exactly. Wike destroyed houses before he even asked questions.
If Fubara was a stubborn man, he would just withdraw Wike. That is South in Port Harcourt. He will withdraw the CFO. I tell you, demolish.
You see, but why? That is wrong. Why would you do that? It's against the constitution.
You gave them too much power. The governor is there at the only signet, the only person that can sign CFO in Nigeria.
Wow.
No, hold on. Let me no, just one thing. Just hold on first. Do you remember what Wike did to Amechi?
I know now. Even the governor, they can withdraw your CFO. They can do anything. Okay, like the House of Assembly. Let me give you an example. The funding of House of Assembly is the sole responsibility of the governor. The House of Assembly, they don't have the autonomy. Wow. That is now, as they are having problem now, he will stop all the funding. The reason Rivers House of Assembly is one of the most beautiful House of Assembly in Nigeria. I think at the time when they built it, it cost around $20 million.
Wow.
It's very beautiful. Yeah,
and they destroyed it now.
Money. Just imagine, it's the people now that will suffer for it. $20 million today. Calculate how much. Calculate what that money is supposed to do for the people. So the thing is, Fubara, if he know he's not ready to govern Rivers State, he should resign. Period. Wike is powerful, yes, but this is a state governor. Wike is controlling the two parties now in Rivers State, both PDP and APC.
That's crazy.
Oh yeah,
I'm not even sure Tinubu had that kind of power in his time.
No, he's in full control. That is why you see them turning people around. He moved some people to APC. Now he has another structure in PDP. It's also a calculation to destabilize PDP even in 2027. So he's not going to leave. He's going to stay in PDP and be giving their trouble. Instead of PDP to now come and expel him from the party, they're not doing that. So they are so weak. So a lot is going on. What is going? The illegality with the governors, they are like military dictators.
Some of the things they are doing, they have to be careful. Oh.
The governor was in charge of the budget. He take the budget. You got to approve. There is no two ways. Like he was behaving in the state like a real military dictator. Rivers State is a rich state. So all this project he was doing, the embezzlement is still going on. They're not working for the people.
You said something about the governor being responsible for the pay of the House of Assembly members.
Not the budget, everything, releasing money for them. So they don't have that autonomy.
You shouldn't have it's the House of Assembly that should control that.
Yes, yes, God bless you. It's the House of Assembly that's supposed to have that control, but no. So it's a lot going on. The governors too, the local government chairman is the same thing they do it to them. Some of the local government chairmen, they don't see money at all. The governor will take everything, they put it there, they tell you if they like, they can give you 2 million naira in a month. Oh yeah, go and do this. Oh, don't worry, go and sleep. These are so wrong because
wow, this kind of chaos, this kind of sort
of
you see why sometimes the military they get really when they hear this sort of madness.
Yeah,
you know,
that is what is going on. That is what is going on. So it's so difficult. They will not allow these people to work. If I were Fubara, I go stand my ground. The truth is, Wike was losing the war already. Wike was losing the war already. Now, the president forced the governor to sign. Sign what? The truth is, they don't even belong in the
but
same.
the Fubara say that he's going to live by that agreement.
I don't know. Yeah,
how will he say it? No, how will he say it?
No. He can reject it because a lot of people are speaking for him.
It's not legally binding.
It's not legally binding. A lot of people are speaking for him. Ijaw leaders are speaking for him. Rivers leaders are. So it's gonna be tough. There is a pressure, kind of like the Aburi Accord. There is a pressure on Fubara to reject that submission. But if I were him, he would have gone back to the president and said, "Mr. President, listen. You need to when you talk to the president as a state governor, you gotta stand for your people. He needs to talk to the president. Listen, I can't go with this. This will not happen. This, for example, if I were the one, I'm not taking back the budget. I'm not representing it. Secondly, I'm going to tell him for the speaker, let court decide. I'm going to wait for the court to decide who is the speaker. And you can allow some things to go. You can say, okay, let the House of Assembly members stay, but you can't just concede. It's just like.
And I agree with you on that. I agree with you on that. And from where I'm looking at it, when I look at what the president did, it shows that he is willing to risk the stability of the River State and the South by doing what he did, because what he did was just like lean on Fubara and spit in his face. That's very, very bad behavior.
Tell you the truth. Let me tell you the truth. The hard truth is this: the president cannot afford crisis in South. It cannot. There is no Nigeria president that can afford the crisis that will come from Niger Delta.
And the final just came online, and now they want to come and disrupt that region again.
Yeah, especially with the job. He knows what we follow. The president will not do that. The truth is, if Fubara reject, just be respectful, explain to the president, talk to him.
You are right there.
Can do. I'm telling you.
Yeah, he should stand his ground. They can't do anything because he can't afford to destabilize that region.
Bro, Rivers State is one of the most corrosive states in Nigeria. You can't afford crisis in Rivers State. It will cost Nigeria. Not be this play where IPOB they play for Southeast. They are telling you where the resources of Nigeria is. They're gonna start blowing up pipeline. We will not talk too much.
And if you think that they think oil companies are running out of Nigeria right now, they will be racing out of Nigeria.
Do you remember where Buhari was talking about when he newly came in, when he was talking, what were these people called? The Niger Delta Avengers. When he was like, we gotta crack down. When they start bobbing left and right, Nigeria could not produce 500,000 barrels of oil per day. He got to submit and talk to these people.
That's true, actually. Then why did Fubara go and sign that kind of silly agreement?
These people are not scared of the military. I know these people. I know them. It's gonna be
the point you made just now is a very powerful one, actually. They can't afford River State going as it is. but that you are thinking from the point of view that someone like Tinubu is not a saboteur of the country already. For all you know, because I said it before that if Dangote refinery comes online, Rivers State refinery comes online, or Warri, all of them are coming online, Nigeria will experience a turning point. Nigeria will experience a turning point. But look at what he wants to do now. He wants to create a tension in that area because clearly the agreement is signed. He knows Fubara cannot live by it and still remain a proper governor.
Yeah. So to me, like Fubara needs to start.
Next person.
He needs to start for Rivers people, man. He needs to let the president know it's not war, it's not fight.
The Blackstone, leave it below there. Yeah. I think you are correct. You made a very powerful point. Don't mind the Blackstone. The Blackstone.
I don't give up. Let somebody else go.
Mbore, you should know. While I'm on here, and you are female, underrepresented, you are free to say, interject anytime. If you want to say something, you just have to raise your hand or just start talking, and the others will keep quiet. They know that they are supposed to allow our women, you are representing for all of them that are busy doing other things at the moment. These men, they are jobless. We are all just here wasting our life away. Don't worry, we're all working. Some of us are working as we sit here, so we are very, very productive people. So I'm just joking about that one. So welcome, Angbore. What do you think about this stuff? What the president did?
I mean, I'm trying to get used to where to raise hand, and it shows raised, and you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're free.
The way you like it, no problem.
Okay, thank you so very much. Are you hearing me?
Loud and clear.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so very much. Mbore. I know you all can say it. Mbore.
Mbore.
There you go. You kind of draw the O's. Mbore. Because those are two words merged together. Mbore.
Where does the name come from?
Igbo land.
Wow, I've never heard that before.
Yes, you wouldn't have, because
what does it mean?
Is that Mboria?
I'm coming. My contemporaries. Actually, I came home. I'm in Humboldt, California. So I came home but on the 1st of January 2021. I brought my mother back, and I stayed because I came for a project that I called free basic health care delivery. Now, as soon as I came back, everybody was like, "Hey, Mama America, hey, big woman." I said, no. Call me, hey, or you call me one, which means woman, or you call me my mate. I'm a great grandmother, so most of them that I say to call me my mate are also great grandmothers. My contemporaries don't want to call me Mbore. They say it is a cake. It is, I mean, there isn't any type of disapproval. They didn't give it. What my aunt that I lived with put the name she put on my formal documents are Victoria Ngozi Carlo. And Victoria is from the baptism she gave me in the Catholic Church. Ngozi, everybody knows.
You don't have to disclose it to all the people.
Worry.
They are club sounds. Some people are quite
Ngozi, everybody knows it. Carlo remains Carlo. Well, you all know what Victoria means. Ngozi means blessing. Carlo is the law of retributive justice. So I want Carlo, I like it. Now, More is the name, my traditional name that my father gave me. If you say Mborie, that means Orie market time. But if you say Mbore, it means this is the time it gets manifest. This is the time all your endeavors get manifest. Yeah, so it is Mbore. And in my home here in California, when we leave the door, we are going into California. When we open the door and come in here, we are getting into Igbo land. From the time you were conceived until forever, you are in Igbo land when you come in here, and there must be spoken the words that represent your originality. Thank you, guys.
Yeah. Thank you.
What was the question, please?
It was about the agreement that the president made the governor of Fubara of Rivers State sign. From what what it involves is some unfair dealings where the House of Assembly members that kind of abdicated from their party, they joined another party, which they are not supposed to maintain their seats, but somehow the president said they have to be allowed to do that. And with a few other unfair requirements that he made the governor sign. And most people that looked at that agreement thought this is terrible and it's illegal. The president doesn't have the power to do that. It appears to be a kind of abuse of power, really. So I don't know whether you follow the case. You can comment on it generally from what you know about Nigeria. So I don't know what you think about it.
Thank you very much. Thank you so very much. I am a retired great-grandma, like I told you. So all my life, when I was young, I still do want to be of service to anybody that I can. And yes, I do follow as much as I am able. I do follow what is happening in Nigeria. There was a time about 3 or 4 months ago. This is December, huh? All right, that's about maybe 6 months. When a set of people were commenting that a certain member of the Senate that was from the Labour Party just came out and said, "Oh, I never knew that Tinubu was so endowed and all that." And then I know you all had it.
Yeah.
But what I told my contemporaries here is that you don't know whether there were guns on him like this. Hey, just like there was a time I traveled with my daughter to her auntie that lives in, I'll remember the place later in Florida. And the auntie said, "Do this," and she take this, and she takes that, take the other one, and she says, "You see, my mom is keeping quiet. She will kill me if we go home." Now, who knows? Who knows what rooms that young man was made to pass if that signature was witnessed by any and everybody when it was signed? Who knows the scenario that played out as she was walking to the spot of the signature? It is only him that knows what he encountered or what it meant if he did not comply immediately and sign whatever they made him to sign. like I said before, politics in Nigeria, I used to tell everybody the last thing I will ever give attention to is politics. Because my mother brought me up that the truth remains the truth. And the Bible thing she also always read say, the truth shall set you free. Not in Nigeria, the truth will kill you. So I'm thinking, nobody knows what this young man was threatened with to sign the document that he did.
But don't you think, you said just now that the truth will kill you?
Yeah.
And the truth too is that the lie will also kill you, just at a different time. And one would have lived a life of less meaning by always giving in to falsehood. I get what you are saying, that some of these people are scared. Maybe, you talked about how the other guy may have been intimidated. Some of them is just bribery. They just bribe them and they just give in. My concern about the behavior of some of these other politicians is that many of them want to become leaders, but they don't know what leadership truly is. They are not willing to make the necessary sacrifices that are required to actually lead properly. So I don't know. I get what you are saying, that they may have intimidated him, and the truth is he came to office through them. Nobody can say, I don't know what anybody can argue that Fubara came into office from the people.
Hold on, sorry, Fubara. Can I? Could you just? I didn't quite get you. Are you saying he came to office through whom? You mean through
Wiki?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. Okay. Then.
Yeah, because Wiki guy, they said he barely even made a speech.
Okay. So then, could I, if you allow?
Yeah, please go ahead. Of course.
Sorry. So the question becomes, if he was not elected by the people, right? In other words, he was never there to serve the people's interest. And so, what do you expect? Why are you expecting something different? Why are we even discussing one more instance of the madness going on?
Because he affects the people, though. That's where we are. That's the problem now.
No, excuse me.
Mbore wants to say something, please.
I owe you for saying that name on the dollar, big boy.
You're welcome.
So, you're right on the dollar. Now, a comment that was written out here says, I'll paraphrase it, something to the effect that the people, is incumbent on the people to move wherever they move to, whatever they want to happen. He signed it. Other things has been a whole lot of things have been happening like that. The lady you had there yesterday said something that resonated with me, Dr. Neka. And when other schools of thought, like a gentleman they call Sadhguru, I know that some of you, because you guys are really bad.
Sadhguru, yeah?
Yeah, you guys get into the nitty-gritty, and that's why I said to my daughter, I got no clue how you get this computer started. Just get it started. I want to be in the midst of this awesomeness. Yeah, so Sadhguru is the first person I came across. Okay, I'm taking another step backward. I'm going further, or whichever direction.
Yes, it's not Nigerian politics now. You discuss.
I was put down, tied, both hand and leg, and tethered to what Nigeria call what do they call that thing? Industrial fan, and a knife put on my throat. And I think what got the kidnappers scared is when I told them, and I meant it. I still mean it till forever. I have lived and I have died, and I am comfortable with either of it. You must have that type of spirit to step into Nigeria and say, you want to shoot? Now start shooting. When you have that type of spirit. You want to shoot? Don't waste my time. Shoot. It's like, and that's what I think. Those boys, men, whatever they were, because I was blindfolded, they had and they were like.
There's no point, man. She has a. There's no point in intimidating her anymore. So sorry, you were kidnapped or something?
If you look, it's still a dark line, like about 8.5 inches.
Wow.
Yeah, but hey, it was no fun, but I like it. Reason I like it is that it made it real what people go through.
If I may ask, when was this? When did this happen?
That was on the 7th of February, 2023. Thank you.
What?
Yep.
During election in Nigeria?
It was on that 7th. So I came back to, yes, in Nigeria, in my village, right inside my bedroom. Thank you. It's just why I'm saying that is until people muster the courage and say, live if you want to live, Rastaman, vibration, hey, yeah, whatever, however you fill it up. Until it gets to that point, fear of what if I die? Boy, if you die, you are not living in Nigeria. There is no life in Nigeria. None. The program I told you I had, one of the vehicles, maybe 2 or 3 of the vehicles that I brought in, what the custom officer asked me in one of them was, if I say give us 2 million, do you know how much this car costs? And you're looking at human beings. So Nigeria and everything about it, I don't care. I even think the people at the helm of affairs, the corridor of power and all, they are all scared. It may be who they call the caliphate and the cabals, who is telling people, you must go forward. If you go backward, you are dead. But from what you said, you go forward, you are dead. You go backward, you are dead. According to what that lady said yesterday, why don't you just leave a legacy?
Exactly. You might as well go forward and die.
You know,
better that because you have a legacy then.
America said, damn if you do, damn if you don't. So, guys.
Okay. Can I? I'm worried. Yes.
Okay, man. Okay, man. That means big boy, go.
That's an experience. Okay. It's something perhaps you can come back and share with the wider public. But anyway, so for us, see, for me, some of this discussion, the question really is, what are we discussing? What is the substance? For example, talking about River State, what is playing out there. Why should I? It's only a symptom, just a small.
Topic was the topic was what it will be the right of the people.
Listen. It's just a symptom, symptomatic of the system, right? And it's an instance of what the lawlessness, the madness. That's the only way anybody can describe it. And therefore, if we are really serious about finding solutions, if we want to engage in substantive discussion, it's got to be how do the system, something that is systemic. Maybe even if you solve, how can you solve River State problem without solving the systemic? Okay, that is something that is pervasive. Okay, so this same gentleman, the president, he superintends, he oversees whatever's happening. All right. So the question is there, are they playing by the rules? Anybody playing by the rules? Okay. So then you're asking the question, I mean, does he have the constitutional power? Which power? Which constitution? Who is respecting it? Do they obey the law? So in other words, it's so pervasive. And really, to begin to ask about, how could the governor of Rivers State, the incumbent, be made to sign something, and then and people are just, come on, this is an idle talk. It's pointless. It's just exercising pointlessness. Are you with me? And because if people are serious, we here, as well as those that are directly affected, they will know what to do. I mean, they can borrow a little from Mbore. That's how it is done. What are we talking about?
She's got it right. I think what happens is that we have leadership that don't think like that.
Understand. We are not started. We have to speak the language they understand.
Let me ask a question. Let me ask a question like this one, right? The panel. Let me just put a general question. This shenanigans that's happening in southern Nigeria, this godfatherism, are we hearing it in the north?
I think the north, you could even argue that the north is the original godfatherism, because people often attribute the north to listen to their leaders a lot. Isn't that the stereotype?
They don't question authority. They don't
exactly. In a way, that's how the south sees the north.
Look, you see, Nigeria is not one country. Let's not kid ourselves. So why are you talking about? If we're dealing with the problems, the challenges we have in the south.
What? Sorry. You said the north they don't have godfatherism. Who said that?
No. I'm saying it's the opposite. That it is as a matter of fact,
they don't question authority.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if an emir or whatever says something, who's gonna?
Why is this so rampant in the south?
No, it's also in the north. Oh, I can tell you some say that.
No, that's the answer. We've kind of answered the question.
It's in the north. It's so tough, even in the north.
So look, I think Mbore here really captures the problem we're facing. Okay. Is until people get to the point where they say, look, man, if if it's happening, what is gonna happen tomorrow? Let it happen today, and these people, they're gonna run. As a matter of fact, no, we run.
I'll make you a leader.
Where is the power?
We have to know what will need to happen first.
That is the thing. And maybe you can't really plan it. It's not something that you can project management. Kind of okay. It will just happen.
You see. Let me quickly come in. You guys are divided the country. You just made mention now. You said Nigeria is not one. How do you want to have a movement?
Okay, let me answer.
It's a question to you.
Let me answer.
It's a question to you. How do you
let me answer you. Okay.
Let me finish the question. Let me finish. How do you want to have a movement, a unified movement that will get these people to do the right thing?
Now listen.
To work for the people.
Excuse me. So you will be, unless you don't want to tell the truth, okay? Unless you just want to kind of pretend and then behave like an ostrich, don't face the reality, So now you sit here and then think Nigeria is one country. Or at least let's from north and south, okay?
Can't we make it one country? Can't we make it one country?
Nigeria is one country, depending on how you look at it. Nigeria is many countries, depending on how you look at it. You can say Nigeria is 1,000 countries or it's one country, depending on how you look at it.
The moment we don't see Nigeria one country, forget all this movement.
He asked me a question. Okay,
that is why they're dividing us. So, Oti will go tell his people Nigeria is not one.
Excuse me, let me answer the question.
Awasama will tell his people Nigeria is not one. Yoruba man will tell people Nigeria is not one.
No,
how do you want to unify?
I think where AY is coming from. Hold on now, Oti. You have been talking now. Just allow other people to say something. You are going. You will still talk. Don't worry. You will still talk. I think it doesn't help.
He asked me a question.
You just kept quiet for a second. Let me just reply.
See, let me tell you.
It's not going to take 10 seconds even. Hold on, AY. It's not going to take 10 seconds. Is not that long, The point is, they make it look like it's so long. You see, this is the 4th second, isn't it? So the point is that it's not always helpful when you keep saying Nigeria is not one country. Go ahead.
So how do you, if you are saying Nigeria is not one country, how do you want to have that force that will push people to others? This is what we still say. Where you see, me and OT that is from me and Toad that is from the east that is not stealing from the government, we are the same. Ekweremadu and Gaduje and Wike that are stealing, that oppress the people, they are one. We need to understand these differences.
Okay.
It's me and Blackstone that are not part of the stealing. We and our people, we are one. Me and electricity forefather.
You ask a question.
The criminals. Hold on. Today, the Senate, we were talking on Labour Party. We have more than 45, average of more than up to 45 rep from the Southeast. We have up to 18 senators from the Southeast. From the North, we have maybe up to 100 in the whole of North, up to 100 in the North. See, these people, they are together. They, right from time immemorial, the criminals looting Nigeria, killing the country, they are from every part of the country.
Okay.
The common man that is from the East, from the West, from the North, they are suffering. We need to know this is what we are fighting for. We are fighting for Nigeria to be good. These people, they are not benefiting. Nobody is benefiting apart from this group.
Let's allow electricity to say something. I think it's not stand up.
Ask me a question. Let me ask you a question.
You know, electricity is a moderator too. Yeah?
Mr. Oti.
You are going to be able to answer. Nobody's going to take it away from you, Oti. Don't worry, it's for you.
He's just speaking. Though somebody asked me a question,
Mr. Oti.
He asked me.
Oti will allow you to talk. Don't worry, you have the time to expand on everything.
Mr.
You have the time.
Earlier when you came in, you were speaking, or your argument was more or less as one country. And now your argument is we don't have one country.
So the problem is nobody. You haven't allowed me to set out my case. That's the problem. That's the problem. You're not allowed me to
it's fair. It's only fair. If that's all, then he can carry on.
You're not allowed me to answer the question.
Yeah, it's only Oti.
What am I talking about?
Have you finished electricity? So Oti can answer.
I have not finished because it is confusing when you.
Let me explain.
Hold on. You will explain
what I mean.
Mr. Oti, you will explain.
Don't worry, Oti. You get your chance.
The floor is yours.
No. Excuse me. I'm not.
You will explain, Mr. Oti.
Oti, is it not better when everybody says everything they want to say to you? Then you have chance to respond to everybody.
And
shut everybody up.
He's putting something to me when I have not actually said what I mean.
Okay. Oti, please go ahead then.
The illogicality of what you're trying to do.
Okay, please go ahead.
I wanted to answer the question. Then you can come up. Ask me a question from.
Okay, Mr. Oti, let me ask you a question. Hold on 1 second. Is anybody taking the answer away from you?
No, that's not the problem. The problem is that now you come in and then you're saying that I said something when I have not
if the moderator asks you to hold on, you hold on. I don't understand you. If the moderator asks you to hold on, you hold on. We're not fighting here. We have the all night. If we want to stay here till in the morning, we have the all night. Nobody's fighting you. Nobody's taking your right to respond. You have a right to reply. I yield the floor for further apologies for that.
Thank you. So Oti, please go ahead.
Look. Excuse me. It's not that I'm too keen to speak or anything. But look, you really have to take this correction, okay? I have to say it now because look, if somebody asked a question, I wanted to answer the question. Now, if after giving my answer, then you can ask me a question from my explanation, from my response. But it's not the other way around. Okay, that is my trouble. That's my difficulty. Now, look, I said Nigeria is not one country, right? And then this is the question I wanted to clarify. And from what he said, I can tell you that he was actually answering his own question. I'll tell you what I mean. Now, he started off by talking about, the exploitative class, the political elite. exploiting the masses, okay, which are all over the country, from the south and the north, and southeast and west. So, and then the masses, the citizens, okay, are actually kind of in other words, they're not benefiting anything. You know, Nigerians have a habit of saying this benefit of a dividend of democracy. So what are those dividends to poor Nigerians? Nothing. And to that extent, one can actually say that it's not one country, because you have the country of the rich, I mean the weakest of this world, and of course the masses, right? So in a way, it's just one way of saying that Nigeria is one country. And then of course, you can't really be honest if you're not understanding, appreciating the fact that we have maybe a section of the country that, I mean, for example, we have Sharia, okay? It's like religious jurisprudence, okay? And then another section of the country that don't have something like that. And then, so you think these are not kind of fundamental divisions in the country? Of course, that is not to say that we shouldn't be aiming to be one country. It's work in progress. So, but you have to be honest. That's the thing. Look, it's not, you have to be honest and face these things. All right. By denying it, it doesn't go away. So as we are, look, and then can Nigeria be one country and then one section of the country have ruled for how many years? And then maybe other sections of the country have not. And then some section believe that is their birthright to rule others. How can that be one country? And then we're just saying that a governor, okay, was not elected by the citizens, and he has his loyalty and allegiance to a bloc, a power bloc. That is not the citizens. Can that be one country? What are we talking about?
I think that to elevate that to a national existence or this thing entity argument, it seems like it's misplaced, because the issue is about corruption, the issue is about tribalism, the issue is about entitlement and all marginalization, all the others. Nations have these things.
It depends on how you define the country. It depends. No, I can't.
All nations have them.
You're right. You may be right to argue with me. I mean, it's an arguable point, but again, it's just a matter of if, like, and the semantics, nuance, your understanding of it. Okay, you have again of emphasis. You are right. I wouldn't talk, but in a way, so because now we're having a kind of an argument that is more nuanced, right? Of course, when somebody says something, it doesn't mean that I'm 100%.
I think the reason why people call you out on it is because there are a lot of people that have gone on to say something about dividing Nigeria. Nigeria, in the history of Nigerian and secession movement is very raw in our memory. There's somebody still in jail for this type of issue. So when people say Nigeria is not one country, that's where it tends to come from.
Look, we should be mature enough and have every topic on the table. Why should we shy away from discussing anything?
No, they're not saying you should not say. They're just saying you are wrong.
No, exactly.
Mr. Oti, hold on.
About Nigerian unity or Nigeria being one country, is it a law of God?
You want to ask another question and start another wahala again? You keep asking questions. Okay, ask another question now.
No, let me say something. This discussion of Nigeria not being one. You understand me? For me, I don't understand why we have to say Nigeria not being one. In the first place, is there any country in the world today that we think they are one? We are one at the initial stage or at the initial birth of the country, right? They were not. Excuse me. Let me finish.
Okay.
They were not one, but they worked themselves to that point that they became one. We need to think they begin to have that nationalistic attitude towards the country.
Yeah.
You understand me? So that for building that nationalistic attitude towards the country, we are destroying it.
Yep.
Let me finish now. Let me finish. I'll be talking. I kept quiet. You understand me? So there's no. You're just some few days back. You understand me? If you look at Germany, you may think that they are just one country. Some few days back, I was listening to a video that we are listing out the different languages in Germany that was in Germany before they came to have one language as German, as Dutch. My ex-wife, the grandmother does not speak German. She says German, very close to Stuttgart, where they produce Mercedes-Benz. A village there, they don't speak. So they have to learn our own their grandmother language. They have to be able to communicate with her before she died. So let's not say that every country has one language like that, or you start for that from the existence of that country, they start having one language. Countries work towards their unity. You understand me? By adopting a language that they begin to build it up. And then because of that nationalistic attitude, they were able to move in that direction. But our own, we are always destroying that nationalistic attitude. You understand me? We are divided.
Listen,
we are not one country. Excuse me. Wait, let me finish. You go to church. You are a Christian.
Look, I got your point. I got your point. Let me tell you where I disagree with you.
Let me finish now. Let me finish. You know the power of the word. The power of the word, what you speak out from your mouth. You know the power, how powerful it is. You understand me? And these negative words we are putting upon our country is indirectly also affecting us, because our young ones, for us to be encouraging them, we are discouraging them. We are killing the interest to also have that country. No country today that has.
You made the point.
Let me finish.
Yeah, the point.
Oti, just hold on. Oti, you get your chance. Let him finish. The Blackstone doesn't go for too long.
I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you.
Oti, they are not burning you. You know, you're not at the stake. Just take it easy.
I'm not responding to what you are saying. I'm talking about my own. You understand me? Right?
So it's an argument. We're having an argument. You made the point.
We're not arguing with you. It's
an argument.
So at the end of the day, no country have not gone through difficult times before they became what they are.
Okay, you finished.
Oti, it's my turn though.
No, let me respond to him.
You don't make Oti lose his mind. Oti is going to lose his mind if anybody speaks that again.
The problem is,
Go on.
The problem is, Blackstone, you're mistaken. Let me tell you why. You see, first of all, there's what is called honesty and dishonesty, right? I mean, so it's either you want to be honest, okay, and face problems when you have them, or you pretend that problems don't exist, right? And by the way, you talked about power in the word. No, I'm not. Look, remember, I said that it's work in progress, okay? And therefore, I didn't negate the possibility or the desirability of Nigeria being one, a good country, one nation, okay? But you have to, in honesty, aspire to that, okay? And if you, without truth, honesty, and fairness, equity, you'll be wasting your time. So look, you have to admit.
We don't know all those things we just said. Those fairness, those were just mentioned just now. It's not a process. I will not go to work towards it.
No, sorry. Let me finish. Excuse me. You see, you said the problem is that we said that Nigeria is not one. You find problem with that. You find an issue with that. What should you? Because look, you have to admit the fact, the reality. I said this is where we are. This is where we should be going. That's what I mean by honesty.
I think when we say that, I keep saying that when you say Nigeria is not one,
let me finish.
You're talking about it from the point of view that we are divided as a tribe, that in tribes, and
I'm not mentioning tribe now. I'm not mentioning.
But that's how it comes across to people. That's what I'm trying to let you understand.
Listen to me. Don't input anything. Don't assume. Listen to what I'm saying. Now,
but that is what he just heard. What the Blackstone said.
No, excuse me. I'm responding to him. I heard him. Allow me to respond to him. Now, Blackstone. I live in the UK here, right? England and Scotland, they had what is called a union, a treaty of union, some 300 years ago. Okay, and in 2016, Scotland had a referendum. Okay, are you with me? So they are one country, United Kingdom, but still having the argument, having the discussion about their unity. What is wrong with that? Why are you guys afraid to have discussion, open, honest discussions?
But the Scottish are not saying that they are not one nation.
The Scottish, they think maybe there's some issues. The English, they have a different politics, a different political economy, a different vision of Europe. So why can't they discuss these things? I mean, this unity of a thing, is it?
See, the point is that the Scottish don't go around saying United Kingdom is not a country. That is the difference.
It is a
You know
country.
that. You are in the UK.
What's the difference?
The difference is that the Scottish nationalists wants to leave
it's about okay. Look, in the context of Nigeria, because
you are not letting me talk now. You asked me a question.
You are so scared of tribe because people nationalisms. You know, all these identities. You cannot erase them. You cannot wish them away.
Nobody's wishing anything away.
What are we talking about?
Then stop saying that they are not nations.
No,
that the country is not a nation.
In fact, I don't know. I don't know because that's I said it. I said you these three tribes, Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo. You are the greatest problem of Nigeria.
They are our problem, man. They are our problem.
It's not our problem. Una.
They always
our problem. It's too much.
Remember what I said in Nigeria. That's the statement I made.
Good down, man. And let it work out.
I think I've arrested my case.
There's no case the case you are making is that they are saying you should not be bringing that up. You should be trying to solve national problems.
Let me
instead of always making it that we are different nations. Sorry, Mbore, she has to be able to have a say.
Okay,
please go ahead. And just before you say something, let me just say this. From what you have shared earlier on, this is one of the reasons why, for me, I find that what you shared quite moving. I don't like hearing the situation whereby our women and young people get attacked in our country, and this is one of the reasons why I strongly push for a national security change of posture. That we need to make sure our countries are safe, so that our people can come back to Nigeria and feel safe, not come to Nigeria and getting kidnapped. That you have to experience that kind of stuff. So I really feel sorry that that kind of stuff can happen to you, and it's the job of the men here to make sure that doesn't happen to our women and our children. But clearly it flew over their head as usual. So please go ahead.
Well, thank you all of you. Thank you all of us. I believe that we have both potentials inherent in every one of us. Whether I call it female, male potentials, they are inherent in us. And I feel if it was not for your protection, I would have bled out. Not that I minded. You may not, you will think she crazy. Yeah, I am crazy now, for you to know. I really am crazy. But you were there. The prayer you just uttered now shows you were there to stop it from, getting beyond there. And I did say, all right, I am here. So get running, because it's running. There are things I have heard as you are sharing this beautiful moment. And thank you for educating me. I will not stop thanking you, because that's how I feel. One of which is Nigeria is work in progress. I believe it. Otherwise, nothing will. People say, maybe I am fearless. But if there is any use of my still being alive, I think it is to walk in where work is in progress. It is true. All of you are saying what is true, depending on the situation that panned out before anybody. Would we, one of the reasons I like this forum is you can bring out what your specific experience was, and it could be agreed or countered by somebody, but when you leave, you still have that moment of pondering over all the gazillion information you gathered. Yes, one can say Nigeria is not one country. If my child knows that we are awake for her to him or her to study, and at the end of it, she scores the highest level, while at the end of it, somebody in another part of that same country, okay, when I graduated, my first specialization was as a midwife, and it was published everywhere. What an outstanding result it was. I know how many times I went to the bank to beg, please, for 1,000 naira so that I can establish. And my friend from Kawo told me she already had a furnished home and a cook and a driver. So if somebody at that point says Nigeria is not one country, like I said, that is his or her truth. And if somebody that wants Nigeria to please be one country under any situation, that is his own truth. But what works for me is that Nigeria is work in progress. It doesn't matter how much you may have been hurt by your peculiar experience. I've always seen that it really feels better when you are a part that is working to bring all those pieces of firewood to be a bunch that will be meaningful. But I am thankful that we are allowed to express how we feel from diverse, angles. Please, guys, I still continue to say thank you for teaching me.
I appreciate it.
I think you have taught us a few things here already. Thank you, Madam. Yeah, Tone, please go ahead. And welcome, Ify.
Lady Ify is in the house.
Okay, forefathers,
Hello,
thank you. Forefathers, how many days do we have to 2024?
About 9 days or so, 9, 11, 12 days, 10 days.
Okay. I because people have labeled me as your cancel, that I'm your greatest supporter. The thing is,
seriously,
yeah, that's why people are labeling me.
What are they saying now?
Yeah. So, but what I want
when
to
they are busy roasting me every Saturday, Sunday here.
Yeah, all of you are doing a great job. Everybody cannot be the same, because if we're all the same, if everybody is just like electricity, everybody's like a show, or you'll be so boring. None of us will be here. But what I need you to change, I need you to start changing some things. And this comment section, you need to deal with it. Especially one personality that is there. Just come. No. It's not a laughing matter.
No, I mean, Clapsal is the problem.
Because electricity had just dealt with some dummy this evening earlier, and I loved it because she started going on like Clapsal, like someone that has no brain. Please deal with it. Yeah, it's part of the duty as a moderator. Please deal with it. Anyway.
Yeah. Please, you wanted to say something else other than
no. So what I want to add to very, very brief one to Blackstone. Blackstone was saying we need patience because we're in a diverse society. But tell me, Mr. Blackstone, how many countries in the world is so heterogeneous like Nigeria? Not easy.
India.
The loads of, we're so complicated. In fact, there are some part of Nigeria that probably you and I may not even do not know about. It's not easy. It's not easy. I'm starting to understand that one of the biggest problems that we have is tribe and this state of origin. If we can kill it, if somebody, forefathers has been attacked here many times that he has failed to disclose his state of origin. Does that matter? The man is a Nigerian. You can see clearly he's a Nigerian. I'm sure if I did not tell them where
Are
I
you
come
sure?
from. Maybe
Are you very
I will
sure?
have
Are
gotten
you sure
some
from
bashing.
Cameroon?
So maybe I will have even gotten some bashing that I'm maybe an Hausa boy or Yoruba
It's
boy and
true.
all
They
that.
will call you Fulani or something.
You'll call me Fulani or something like that. So it's not, if we can deal with that, we start, like here in the UK and all that. And this is for Mr. Oti. Mr. Oti, where I don't know where you are, whether you're here in the UK or the US and all that.
I'm in Manchester. United
Okay,
Kingdom.
great. Okay, Mancunian. Okay,
Yes,
right.
Northwest.
If when the Irish people were or the Scottish people, just because they want independence, they start disrespecting the Queen and disrespecting the UK government, they will not have it easy, because you cannot fight the government. You just can't fight the government.
Did I say
They will
anybody
not
should
have it.
disrespect the government? Did I say that? Did I say anybody? People should
No. I'm not saying that. I'm just trying to expatiate on
educate
part of
me,
the things
right?
that you
Okay.
touched on
Thank you.
about. So my point is that if we operate under the confines of the law, like earlier, you and electricity was trying to ask you some questions. Both of you were saying the same thing. It's the same thing that you're saying, but in a different. It's a law. A law is a law. Civil disobedience. If the government says, "Listen, you can't do this," even though it's not right, but it's a law, you have to obey. And that was what we were trying to say, Abi, Mr. Oti.
No. You see, the point is this, okay? Now, for example, a government can make an oppressive law, and then even as a citizen, you actually have a duty not to obey it.
Of course, that's what I understand fully what you're saying. You're 100% correct.
We shouldn't. Law is not the law of God. It's man-made
but
law.
and some mistakes that we make here on this platform is that we kind of compare Nigeria to the UK, to the US. We have not evolved to that. Black politician will steal money. Will be telling you koro, yes, and what will you do? They will even arrest you for even challenging him. That is our society. That's society that we live. That is Africa. You go to even village level. Your uncle will collect your father's land, and when you challenge him, you say that you're insulting him. That where you that is his brother's property. So that's society.
I see. I sympathize with where you're coming from, Tone, when you said you can't fight the state. There is some truth there, and I also see the logic in what Oti is saying, that if the state is doing things that are immoral, that are challenging probably the greater good, that from the point of view of other people, they have a right to challenge it. The question is, what happens when you challenge the state and you fail? There are consequences, and you have to be prepared for that consequence. This is a part of civil disobedience. When the consequences come along, you have to be ready that you are taking a risk outside the rule of law. You see what I mean? Because the rule of law ensures the greater good for the majority of the people. But if you want to defy it, then be ready, because sometimes by defying it, the people will come on your side. You see what I mean? It's not everybody that has defied the law that loses against the law. Some people actually win against the establishment.
Exactly. And where you don't have the rule of law.
Where you don't have the rule of law is a loss for everyone. And that's the problem with Nigeria. There's impunity everywhere, and it's a loss for everyone. And there has to be an element of rules that are obeyed. This is the whole foundation of societies. When you found societies, because everybody agrees that, okay, these are rules that are meant to be followed, so that it will be better for everyone else, for the greater good. In other words, that's why I keep saying the only morality in public life is for the greater good. And sometimes you do nasty things to get there, but as long as for the greater good, you protect the vast majority of people, that is how it is regarded. That's why nations forgive leaders that have done horrible things. But as long as it's good for the nation in the end, they'll forgive that leader.
Sorry, not for us. Okay, we call it a problem of dirty hands in politics. So, do nasty things to whom? To the powerful, to the weak? That's the question.
Sorry, repeat the question.
You talked about doing nasty things. So, to whom? To the
to people, to the weak and the powerful alike. It doesn't matter. The point is that as long as the majority goes on to do well, history suggests that they do forgive them. Look at Stalin, look at Chairman Mao, look at there are many nations out there that have history they forgive them all the time.
Forgive who?
Forgive the leaders that have done heinous things, horrible things.
I don't know what you mean by that.
What I mean by that is Stalin caused it. Stalin, his actions resulted in the death of over 30 million people. And from the Second World War to the industrialization of Russia, the Soviet Union at the time. But because he succeeded and he made their nation a superpower, he was forgiven. That now he's one of the most revered figures in the history of Russia. But yet
sorry, you cannot say history. Maybe the Russian people. When you talk about history,
from the point of view of Russians.
Russia.
No. I mean, for the point of view of the people that he did it to. He was cruel to them, but he succeeded. The same thing with Chairman Mao. Was very cruel. It resulted in the death of about 50 million. No, I wouldn't say cruel, but his action resulted in the death of millions of people. But today, he's revered because he set China on the path that they are now. You see what I mean? So, if you want to color around the lines and oppose the state, you can do immoral things, some things that are on what you consider immoral when you are talking about an individual. But when it's for the state, it doesn't always equate like that. It might actually be for the greater good of the people. Like, let's say you have a problem that if you dealt with it, it's going to result in casualties. It doesn't mean you shouldn't do it, because by not doing it, you are going to kill more people. So you carry out that action, even if it's immoral in terms of actually causing the death of people. It's immoral. It's not a good thing. But in the bigger scheme of things, it's actually moral to do it. Because, like I said, the only morality in public life is for the greater good of the entire society, and rule of law is also for the greater good of the entire society. Better a little rule of law than none. Right now in Nigeria, it seems like we the people have become almost anti-rule of law.
Sorry,
we have become the people of Nigeria have become anti the rule of law, because they feel like anybody that has power abuses it. So they have now become.
Sorry, you're making a mistake there. First of all, is the ruling, the government, okay, to put it mildly, if they don't obey them.
That part the panel now. If he's there, Ferrari is there.
you know what? I do like when he goes on like that. Yeah, Ferrari came back and Ferrari. Let's let Ferrari talk.
Let me just retalk, and then I'll keep quiet. So, rule of law. If we have
you see, when you see the ladies raise your hand, it's over.
Okay, just make a sentence and I'll stop.
OT, you know the rules now. You know the rules. Leave it, OT. We've been talking forever. Please go ahead.
Okay. But when you say OT, that means no. In Yoruba, am I wrong? That's just to be on a lighter mood. Please, I will leave and come back very shortly in case you need to, bring somebody else in my place. It will take me anyway between 15 to 20 minutes to go and come, please.
Take your time. Yeah.
Thank you very much, guys.
Bye. Yeah, Oti, go ahead and respond so that Ferrari can go ahead.
It's time.
If there's no rule of law in Nigeria, who do you blame first?
It's a feedback loop. I think we are all responsible, including myself.
No. It's clearly the government.
You are not taking responsibility. I take my own share of the responsibility. I don't subscribe to that. I'm not so self-centered that I think that it's all the fault of some other person. I'm not buying it.
You get all this is kind of
we are all partly to be blamed. You think I'm not participated in some of the vices Nigeria has? We are all part of it.
An important
aspect. I know OT will say no. OT is very sensitive.
No. Sorry. The rule of law and the central pillar of that is actually law enforcement. Okay, legality of the law. Okay, and the government and judiciary, of course, passing transparent justice. Okay, according to law. So, but that, so the government really takes center stage. The leaders, they have to be accountable. They obey the law. If the government doesn't obey the law, why should they be complaining that there's no rule of law? Whose job is that to enforce the rule of law? I mean, so no, excuse me. I think you.
Let me ask you a question. If you employ your brother, wait, excuse me. If you employ people from your region into the police, for example, when Anene was alive, he was a policeman. When he was a policeman, he employed all these people from his own the Asian people. He passed into the police force. So this is Nigerian. So if you do that, will there be? So that's where the Nigerian problem starts from. The so-called tribe issue, my people. You understand me? Anyone that has that is in the power of employment, employing people in that civil service, has power of people. People.
Okay. Let's allow Ferrari speak now.
Any other person. That's where the issue starts from.
I think I subscribe to Mbore's approach that Nigeria is a work in the making. That's it's improving slowly. If you want to say something, you are free to come in at any time. You don't need permission from anyone really. Ferrari, and we all know the rules. When the female wants to speak, we allow her have a say because they don't tend to talk a lot. So please, Ferrari, go ahead. Apologies. I know you came in earlier on and you fell off, and your turn get passed. So apologies for that. Go ahead.
Yeah. For all of you that are on the panel, if you can just check the private chat on the panel private chat. If you're interested, I sent a few things out to those who want to peruse through it. I am looking for Rudolph's email. I think I desperately need it. If any of you knows it, you can. You have my email. You can shoot it to me or help me give him information.
I'll just forward that. I just chatted to him, but I don't think
asked him. Yeah, you can ask him.
Yes.
You can
when he sends it to me, I'll
forward
it to you. Yeah.
Okay. Now, I have a lot of things to say, but before we start talking, I don't know what topic you are talking about today, but I have to be honest with all of you. We Nigerians are Nigerians' problem. And there cannot be we can't find a solution if we continue to be the same Nigerians we've known ourselves to be. You understand? We are our own problem. Now, a medium like this, it's a very good tool to start to address the problem. Timeline of solving this problem to me is from, let's say, from now to like about 50 to 100 years. A lot of people, when we have time for further discussion, I will be able to delve more into it on why it is like that, because we are 60 years old and it has taken us this long to be this bad. To just start thinking how long it's going to take us to be good. A lot of people attack Tinubu, attack this, attack that, but everything that is coming out of that country is a product of that country's culture. Fela has outlined it. How do we develop a culture? When you are a baby, your mama and papa be your teacher. When you go to school, teacher not teacher. When you start to work and you're grown like all of us here, the government becomes your teacher. And who is government's teacher? Culture and tradition. What is our culture and tradition? Let nobody come here and sugarcoat it. Lawlessness, impunity, Bajwe, I can go on. You all know the problems. We shouldn't be wasting time.
Sorry, did Fela say that the teacher of the government is the culture? I don't know. I'm just curious.
Yeah, Fela said that. Let me remind you of what Fela said. Fela said that. So he itemized it from being a baby up to when you are a student, lecturer, be teacher, will be lecturer, government be your teacher. So your government is your teacher. So whatever your government does or do,
your audio is getting a bit shaky. I don't know what's happening.
Learn and reproduce. So if your government is impunity, lawlessness, that is what the citizens would be. That is their culture. It's a fact. That man should have been given a PhD. I don't think you can dispute that. That's a fact.
But I know he said government be your teacher. You can't hear me. I think you are delayed. I know he said government is your teacher, But did he say that the culture teaches the government? That is because I think that is an area that I've never heard before.
Yes, he said that. He said,
wow, that
before
is
listening
quite
to
an
the
insight
song,
if
let's
you
not
said
waste
that.
time on yeah. There's time to listen to the song, and the lyrics are on Google. You can type it in and it will pop out for you, and you can read that also. We don't have to waste time on irrelevancies. We do that a lot on this.
It's very relevant. It's very important. And
we miss the point. That's not the point of this conversation, and I need to get to my point before I lose track. And
okay,
the
go
medium
ahead.
is very important. The medium is very important. Why is it important? It can help. That's part of what I sent to those who gave me their email. It can start to help us to conscientize those who have no conscience. It can start possible solutions since nobody really has it, or has one, not one person has it. But the problem we have is that we cannot get to the problem if there will be time to talk. If the so-called medium is a distraction, is diverted, it's, if we're discussing people instead of ideas, if we're discussing the same culture instead of better culture that some of us have been opportuned to know. Not everybody knows better culture. When I say better culture, I'm talking about civilized world where things run the way they're supposed to run. It begs the question, what is wrong with us? What is wrong with black man? What is wrong with the Nigerian? Are we incapable of solving just basic human problem? Are we inferior creatures? Are we stupid? Are we foolish? Or have we been miseducated? But the point I really want to get to is to get to Dr. Damages, because he owns this medium. This medium is important, so are all the other mediums out there. But we can't let this medium, and those of us who wouldn't let this medium go down in the hands of the current culture that we are trying to change, we will be here to counteract those that are trying to hijack it. We will be here to counterbalance them in their destructive position. Now, people, don't get me wrong. I'm not opposed to diverse ideas, but diverse ideas is not the same thing as a perverse idea. I'll give you an example. A diverse idea is not the same thing as a, what's the word? Depraved idea. Let's break it down. Yes, there is free speech, but free speech cannot be as free to allow hate speech. Am I right? So that literally the hate speech cannot be so free to exist in a public medium. Are you with me? So that's where I'm going with this. So there's a lot I don't want to talk about. I don't want to be involved in that, but I can't let it go. That's my home. That's me. The same thing with each of you that come here every day, that talk. You can't let it go. It's part and parcel of us. It is bad and it shouldn't be like this. Everybody knows that. But what we would not allow is the hijack of the medium. There's been an hijack of the medium. There are some people, they're here to throw distraction, tantrum. I'm not talking about people on the comment section. I don't think those ones have intellectual capacity to be smart enough to come show their face. I'm not talking about those fools. I'm talking about people on this panel. Some people have basic ideas and they think they can force their ideas on others. Some people are with the status quo and they try to soften the impact and the pain of what the status quo is currently doing. They're trying to desensitize us. I tell you one thing about Nigeria. If you live abroad, let me tell you one thing. If you live abroad and you fly into Nigeria, the first day you'll be shocked at how Nigerians drive, how at the junction, there's no street light, but 4 traffic merge and nobody hit each other. You understand? I can go on and on. But by the 5th day, you will be desensitized to the abnormality of people driving on a one-way direction. And I think that is what the Nigerian government has been doing. They expose us to the abnormality. I'll use the example of the frog. When you put a frog in water and you start boiling the water little by little, that frog will not jump out until that water reaches 100 and kill that frog. It will not jump out because it's acclimatizing to death. But if you take a frog and put it in a hot water, immediately it will jump out. That is what information, discussion. Now, I don't know what each one of us does, but I believe among us, I have to put it out there, there are some people that are being, I don't know if they are paid, but they are strong people for the status quo. And they will distract us. They will make sure we have no headway, we have no solution. The point of this discussion is that there could be, so I'm in my 50s, there could be a 20-year-old listening to us. One sentence we will say, that boy will pick up an idea, and that boy will become the future Martin Luther King. That boy will become the future Mandela, the one that will help that country out of this quagmire. You understand? There's so much to say, guys, but let me just stop there for now. And please, if you have an email, you want me to send you these things, I'll send you. We start reasoning like adults, talking like people with some education, people with brains, not argue against each other, not counteract each other, not fight each other, but profound possible solution in this mess, not soften the blow. This mess we are in, we shouldn't be in it. God has given us too much gift for us to be in this shit. God has given us. And whoever is saying it is okay, some countries have it also. Those people don't have that country at heart. Those people are heartless. They don't have the pain and suffering of our fellow Nigerians at heart. They might come here and say they do, but they don't. Let me stop there so I don't, anyone else can go on.
Please, electricity, go ahead.
Oh, electricity is here.
Thank you. First, if you want to go ahead, because I want to go ahead. Ladies are giving preferential to you. Were here before me. Do you want to speak or you want me to speak, please? I can't hear you, please. You're muted.
Go ahead.
All right. Alaba, thank you for that. I think it would be appreciated if you can drive your point straight. I mean, if you have to call people out, you have to call people out. Because to me, it's here and there. And if you feel people are, I mean, I've called for further out here. So if you have to call people out, I think we need to call each other out. And also
I purposely, electricity.
May I finish? May I finish, please? If you don't mind.
Purposely generalize
generalization is not a good thing. May I finish?
So that we don't turn it into that, is real purpose here. You understand? If I start calling people out, it becomes me against those people or that person. No, that's not what I'm trying to say. That's why I have whoever has an email. My email will give you some direction of where I'm going. So let's not personalize it the way you want me to. We will eventually when we get there, but we're not there now. You know why? Because we don't want to discuss people. Let's focus on ideas.
I thought you already discussing
you agree with me or you insist I should. That's the way I want to go about it. So that way we go beyond this bridge, or else it be. It will be
it's very funny. I think you are technically already discussing people, but you're not mentioning names. I think it would have been a little bit more helpful for the young generation to know that when we speak plainly, so that people understand, instead of speaking in riddles, and it doesn't help the discourse to move forward.
Sorry, excuse me, gentlemen. If just a minute. I'm sorry.
I've not finished, Mr. Oti. You have to wait for your turn.
So why don't you appreciate the effort made by Ferreira first before and that's what you guys.
Mr. Oti, if I have to tell you again, I'm going to remove it from the platform.
You can do it. I'll go to bed. Thank you.
Everybody at their own. It's all right. It's all right. It's just funny. It's just funny. It's okay. Where's Ferrari now? Have you finished? Has he finished before the next person goes ahead? I think you're muted, Tone.
No, his connection is not too strong as we can see. It seems to be
Okay.
rolling.
Hmm.
He
said a lot of things. In my opinion, he also indirectly insulted those on the comment section, and which I don't agree with at all. He wants to protect the integrity of this platform, which is highly appreciated, which I also uphold because I often say that the integrity of this platform it's very important, and I mean so. If we sit down here, call out Tinubu, Wike, and everybody, they're equally Nigerians as well too. So if we want to call each other out, then if he knows anybody who is trying to bring down this platform, then you should say it. You don't generalize things, as far as I am concerned, and that is my position. So if you cannot speak out and tell, I mean, I just spoke with Mr. Oti now that if he's not careful, I'll take him off the platform. I mean, it doesn't mean we're enemies, or it doesn't mean I'm being disrespectful. So if he has to call people out who he feels they are trying to run down the integrity of this channel, because I think we come here every day. We are not here. Yes, we have disagreement, we have difference of opinion, and we correct each other. So that is the position I stand in respect to what he said. So if he wants to take it up with Rudolph, then the best thing is he should take it up with Rudolph. So give the floor back to you, Fofather. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just wanted to share this, because this is very poignant. Because one of the things I said I wanted to do when I came online, I always like when things that one already believes in is confirmed by people you respect, or people, especially for me, people a lot of people respect already. Let me see this, because I think was it not Ferrari that was saying this, and he was talking about Fela saying, and he was correct. About Pella talking about the people that teaches the next hierarchy of people, say who teaches the teachers the government, and who teaches the government the culture, and the culture is by whom? The people. This is what I was just saying before even Ferrari spoke. I said the people have become anti-rule of law. The people themselves, they don't understand that they are the ones that create the pool, these politicians swimming. We are responsible, and I said it. I am partly responsible for it. When we pretend as if we are not part of the problem, we have not woken up to the problem. Then we have really not woken up to the problem. And Fela knew that, and it's almost as if the whole Pan-Africanist and the whole nationalists that we used to have before, they poured all their wisdom into music because the state was suffocating for that language. You see that in the music. Some of all these messages, they put that inside the music. This is a message. This is not just music. It's clear because he went as far as putting it down to the culture. That is almost like something that you can even find in any philosophical or sociology distinct book. That's what he put inside music there. Thank you. I just thought I should share that. Oti, I know you have something to say. Oh yeah. If he wants to say something now.
Okay, if you go ahead first, and then
Hey, if you want to say something, if you know more,
Welcome, madam of
everybody.
the house.
Good evening, guys.
Then must you talk?
You don't let us speak.
Who are you
Yeah,
talking to?
if you go ahead. Actually, you don't put me on the backstage, you are beg. Okay, if you go ahead.
AY, stop. So, good evening, guys. Electricity, I just heard you say something that, you're going to put OT backstage. I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, because OT has been he's been very interjecting, and even anytime I'm asking him to stop, he doesn't want to stop. He has to. We have to learn decorum and allow people to finish before, rather than interjecting people every time. That, to me, that is not fair, because if you start talking and somebody keep interjecting you every time, you're gonna lose your train of thought. As far as I am concerned. Thank you.
I just hope you don't. You're not using your privilege a kind of punishment to others.
No, I am not. I started this program earlier. I started this broadcast earlier. And Oti has been with me since, almost inception on this broadcast. And we've had our back and forth. And that is why, so there is kind of an history. So
I mean, I can understand where you're coming from, but I mean, if it's something that can be discussed with maybe Rudolph, because it's been going on, it's just like constantly people interrupting people. I can see that, but I don't think it's right singling out somebody, and just say that. But that would be good, honestly, if they put it in place and say that if you constantly, I'm not calling names, but they know themselves that will interrupt people when they are talking, and that's in the process we disrupt the whole show. That will be something Rudolph might want to put into consideration and put it as a kind of rules and regulation, or maybe forefathers, you might, talk to Rudolph about that, since you have access to him, because all of us here, we are all adults. In as much as we are here every day, once a week, twice a week, talking about how to make Nigeria better. One thing I say that I'm not going to call the politicians anymore, because they're not the problem. It's we, the citizens, are the problem of Nigeria, because we give them the ladder to climb. And that's why, because we keep supporting them, that's why they're doing what they're doing. Trust me, Rivers State people, if they had risen up against Wike will not be doing what he's doing today. But just because of the same people are the ones supporting Wike, so that's the reason why he think he has the power to do what he's doing in Rivers. Another thing that's really shocked me is, I don't know whether you guys saw that, adulterated products, drinks, people are manufacturing of adulterated wines, Hennessy, and all that stuff. And, somebody made a point, because I remember talking to my sister, why is it that Nigerians, we are growing up, I rarely heard about kidney problem. But recently now, it's just like before you count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You know of somebody that is suffering from kidney disease. So I just like before you count 1, 2, 3, 4. So I just wonder, this is not the government. This is the citizens doing the same thing to their fellow citizens. So, I don't want to blame the government anymore for what is going on in Nigeria. We are the ones doing the same thing to ourselves. So until we get to, love ourselves and try to do right, we'll be able to challenge these people in leadership. If we don't do that, Nigeria will continue to get worse as it has been going. So moving forward, I said that I'm not going to blame the leaders. I'm not going to blame Tinubu or Wike or the rest of them in palace. I'm not going to blame them. Let it start from the citizens first, until we begin to do something about the way we conduct ourselves and the things we do in that country. I mean, how can somebody adulterate drinks, wine, and sell it? Do you know what that thing does to people? Automatically, it's going to kill some people. It's going to damage organs in human beings. And this is not the government. These are me and you, our family members, father, mother, sister, because we all want to get rich overnight. I understand things are very difficult. Things are very difficult everywhere. It's not only in Nigeria. So when people say that things are difficult in Nigeria, I disagree with them. It's all over. We that are in diaspora, I mean, it's affecting everybody. But it might be affecting us maybe differently compared to people in Nigeria. So let us start talking to our family members, to stop all this greediness among us in Nigeria. I have never seen, sorry to say this, country, people so greedy like Nigerians. Everybody will want to have money by all means. You will see a girl come out on social media and you ask them, what do you have to offer? You say, look at me, I'm beautiful. What do you want me to offer? I have my whole body to offer. I mean, what the heck is that? What kind of life is that? What are we teaching these young ones? Nobody wants to do anything. Everybody wants to be have a sugar daddy and sugar mommy. Somebody in politician that is, sponsoring the type of lifestyle they're living. This is not politicians. These are ordinary citizens. Anytime you talk to a girl, what are you doing? I am a content creator. I am this. I am that. Nobody wants to do any menial job. Nobody wants to be a barber. Nobody wants to be a construction worker. Nobody wants to be a plumber. But these are the things we do over here that, sustains people living every day in abroad. But it's not so in the country. Being in politics now it's an occupation. If you ask an ordinary, what do you do? I'm a politician. Are you serious? So being a politician is a job now. So, I mean, we need to stop, talking to each other and leave all this greediness among us and stop calling wicked and embezzle 9 billion and 100 billions and 200. We gave him the permission to do that. If we do not give him permission, he will not be embezzling money. If we do not give him the permission, he will not be controlling the people of Rivers. People of Rivers let him to be doing that to them. Asari Dakore, whatever his name is, the same thing to him. Because we, the masses, the Nigerians, I just listened, I was seeing something on social media where they say they're using Naira to buy Naira again. What is going on? So this is what we'll be dealing with every December now. You have to use Naira to buy Naira. Last year, you guys blamed this guy, Emefiele. Emefiele is no longer there. This is another person. We are still having the same problem. Who did this to us?
That is a very, very strong point. I think
what Toifi said, like 1 minute.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Don't have to eat.
Okay.
Hold on. Don't have to eat.
Blackstone, may you leave me now.
Fuck your own.
Okay. I want to calm down now. I want to add to what Ifi said. Ifi made very important points. 2 things I will add. You see, sometimes it's not only the government. We people, we Nigerians, there's high level of greediness, wickedness. The same reason they tried make several attempts to kill Dollar Akuyere. May I so rest in peace, where she was the DG of NAFDAC. She made a step. I remember watching Dora Akuyere. The people will use like chalk, stuff they used to make chalk to make paracetamol, sell it for people. They don't know the implication of all this stuff. Hold on, I know it's still happening, but she fought back everywhere all over the country to make sure she stopped all this nonsense. What she got, they made several attempts to kill her. And that's the first point. This stuff needs to stop. We can't be accusing only the government, calling the government out. We need to do our own part as people. The second point is, another point, serious point if he made now. Look, we can blame the government every day, every morning. I will also expect the state governors, especially, they should focus on technical schools. Give people real skills, the youth. Today, you know what is going on in a lot of states? Even the house they build in Lagos, in other places. Bricklayers are coming from outside the country. Benin Republic, Mali, these are the people building houses. Our whole people, majority of them don't want to do this work. I remember giving a job to a bricklayer. He was doing this job. I was talking to him from here, right? Then I saw he was so busy. He said, oh, I'm coming. I went to check one project. Then I was talking to him. I'm like, this job, like, is so common around this area. He said to me, he said, oh, like, sometime he's going to have like 3 teams working in different places. That they're looking for people to work. People don't want to work. Even those that are working now, instead of them to work, for example, 7-8 hours, when they work till 1, 2, they say, oh, I'm tired, I'm going home. Give me the money. You know, we can do better. Our fathers, our great-grandfathers, they did a lot of
Sorry,
work.
is that in Nigeria?
In Nigeria, I'm telling you what is going on.
You know what? I just had similar experience, experience.
I experienced this because the same people will tell you there is no job, they're begging for money, they're looking for, oh, they have brother in abroad. It is a problem. You can start from somewhere. I tell people anything.
There's no dignity in labor in Nigeria. Everybody wants to be a manager.
Anything you learn in this life when you growing up is experience. Anything you try to pass through is experience. Like I tell people, even from my whole personal experience, you might forget about graduate. If you don't have job, if you want to do bricklayer, do it. If you want to do carpentry work, learn it and do it. There is nothing wrong with it. Today,
thank you. You know, you said 1 minute now. You've taken 3 minutes already.
They are coming from Turkey. We have people in Nigeria that
thank
can
you.
build these furnitures.
Thank
Thank you.
you.
Father, let me just say my last one.
No. Don't let him
No, let me say.
Now you let him talk.
I'm trying to sign out anyway. So my last input.
Okay, please go ahead.
Okay. If you very soon, I will come and be your student. So what I'm trying to, so what if he said is very true, right? One thing that kills all this is the family value, right? The family doesn't have family value is no more there. When we were growing up, I know that how our families will discipline us when you do this wrong. But the part of the family is the behavior or the character of their children, right? When you go out and maybe they ask a child, when you do something wrong, I say, who is your father? It's an insult to the family. But these days, that family value, that family attitude has eroded in Nigeria, simply because every family is after money, right? They are going after money, and because of the high level of corruption, they don't care what their children does. They don't care how they make the money, but once they bring money home, they praise them. You know, those that doesn't have money to bring home, they are bad children. Even they are one that even doing the house chores, helping them, bring them good name, they are bad children. You know, so when the family value dies in a society, right, that society value goes down with it, right? Because it is the home that starts training the child, right? And once the home is rotting, like I said, that when the dead of the fish is rotting, all is rotting, you know. So that is it. So that we have to first of all return back to that family value, and there are things that government can do, even society can do, to be able to bring that family value, right? So when we are able to settle down, maybe talk about those things and things like that, you know, there are things we can do to restore value in Nigeria, even from the churches, from the religious leaders and everything, to be able to bring value back to the, because this issue of money, I want to be rich, is what actually led to what Nigeria is today, whereby nobody cares. Everybody want to be in that position. I want to be respected. I give an example. Somebody went to Nigeria from here, went to Nigeria, you know, went to some people and everything. Is that the office we go to, when one is leaving the office, they go and start at the window, they go and looking what car did he come with. If you don't come with a good car, nobody listens to you. They think you are poor. That's the level. Even the people in the RIK, that's how they value people. And if you don't ride a good car, you cannot get anything, even though you are qualified for that project. Because you don't come with a good car, then you cannot get that project, right? So what do they put out the basket? They go and hire cars or take their friends' cars if they have money. Hire a driver, you know, to drive to the office. After they go and drop the car, they give the project, they embezzle the money. So this is the situation in Nigeria today, and this is really killing the society, killing the country. So I said it before. I said it's the mentality of our people. You cannot always blame the government. The people in power come from society, come from among us. A thief never be a thief. A thief that's only steal. So I said it before. 1,000 naira. If you have the opportunity to have more money to steal, he will steal it abundantly.
Okay.
So that's what it is. Thank you very much. I wish everybody a good night and have a wonderful day.
Blackstone, well done. Thank you for coming in.
You know,
Ferreira made a presentation. Can I just
Don't worry.
comment on it? Can I make a brief comment on it?
Hold on. Ferreira, I've got it for you. Check the private chat.
What is all this document? What is all the document that's passing around? AY, can you forward it to me? So I don't see what Ferrari is sharing all over the place like a venereal disease.
Why don't you give me your email so I can forward it to you directly?
AY has my email. You know, I like to funnel things. Okay, please. Who wanted? You wanted to say something? Oh, nice one. Nice young lady. Thank you.
Sorry, just a minute, please, because just a brief comment. Look, Yes, of course. I mean, there's no guessing. We're all adults here, mature people, and I believe that every one of us takes himself or herself seriously enough, not too seriously. And then, of course, our time is also valuable. You know, we don't come out here to kind of engage in frivolities and banalities. We want to have a discussion and engage robustly, discuss issues, ideas. Now, thank you, Ferrara. What I would have expected is he talked about his, document he's produced, circulating. I would have expected our moderators to kind of express gratitude for his effort. Okay. Well, of course, I've not read, what is written, but I'm sure it will, to kind of give us a lot of useful ideas, insights to chew on. And then expecting him to start, mentioning names. I think that's not the purpose of it. Why should he? Was it necessary for him to say, okay, look, I blame this person? He made kind of a general comment. What is important is what he has produced, and for us to discuss and kind of form the basis for our discussion going forward. I don't know why he should be required to kind of name anybody. Is it So I would rather thought the better thing to do would have been to kind of really thank him. Nobody paid him for the time. I think one is 6 pages, the other 1 pages. That's good effort. It is somebody's time. It shows how serious and committed he is. He's not wasting his time. He's not joking here. Me neither. So that's what I think. And that's what I have to say on that. And I hope the moderators will take it up, and then of course we can discuss the points, the ideas he's produced, because we want to really, do something that's useful, not just engage in talks and serve no purpose.
Thank you.
We have to raise the quality of the discourse. That's what I'm saying. The quality.
Yeah.
We need to raise it.
Yeah, Ferrari, go ahead.
You see, because I don't want us boiled down on this individuality. That's why I went general. But if the panel insists that I be more specific, I will be. But more specificity might help, and it might not help. It might drag us into this. You say, he say, baby, baba, boo boo. You understand? But the fact of the matter is that when I say we Nigerians are Nigerians' problem, I'm looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm looking at the 10 of us right now on this screen. We are Nigerians' problem. You understand? And if we are going to solve that country's problem, maybe not in our lifetime, or leave something behind for generation coming, we need to be able to, electricity, you're right, we need to be able to hold each other accountable, and then pick fault in whatever we think we are doing wrong that's not making us move forward. You understand? If I have to call someone, I'll call them out. Why they're doing what they're doing, I don't know. I'm not trying to blame them. I just want a better country. I just want my country to be okay. And whoever think it's okay now, I would have that person's head be examined. Whoever think, oh, it's like that in other countries, I will have that person's head be examined, because it is not okay. People are suffering. People are dying. We know the problem. Let's not be repeating it. You understand? So if the House votes that I'll be more specific, I would name one name, and then maybe we'll get over that once and for all, and we can face more important issues down the line, and maybe this person will call themselves to order. But I don't see them being able to call themselves to order or being apologetic as to the maybe they have to do what they have to do, because I don't know. I don't give reasons for people. They give their own reasons. So if the House decides, yeah, go ahead, electricity.
Sorry. When this broadcast started, I need you to be, if he comes back, please, I'll yield the floor, because I need her to be on seat. Okay, she's back. Thank you very much. when this, if you look at the title of this broadcast, it's called Consensus Gentium. That's a Latin word, Agreement of the People of Israel. And it was based on the fact that 3 Israeli citizens were killed during an attempt to go rescue them by their own people. And the people took to the street. And I played the video. And I said, I highlighted very well that for us to solve that, the problem of the country, if you look at the thumbnail, it says it's neither P2B nor Tinubu. What that means is it's down to the citizens, you and I, to solve the problem of that country. And that is the purpose. If you agree with me, I mean, in confidence that I am not supposed to be sitting down here talking. You know what I mean by that. And she knows, only she knows, and Dr. Damages knows. But because of the pain of that country, I still will come and talk here as much as possible. But one thing I will not stand for is when we start throwing stones. Because by the time we start throwing stones, it will go to our families as well without realizing it. So while also generalization is not also a good thing, we can correct each other maturely. I strongly believe that. And if we can do that, then that will help a lot. But I must say this for the record. I don't think every one of us here don't have better things to do with our time. We do have better things to do with our time. And we come here to say, we will.
So by show of hand, whoever wants me to be a little bit more specific, raise it. If we have 5 out of 4.
No, just hold back on that. But what you say? Because we go to a bit specific, we'll be calling each other. That's the truth. So let's leave that for now. But let's also avoid generalization. We can make our point without generalizing it. Like people.
Father, can you please give me your email so you can have that document?
Okay, I've got the document already.
Yeah, I have read the document. I actually copied and posted something up there. I'm a fast reader, okay? I posted this there. This is part of the document you sent. It's part of what is in the document. The only thing necessary for evil to triumph in the world is that good men do nothing, which is the truth. When all the good men have gone, we will leave it for the bad men, and the bad men will what? We thrive. And that is why we are complaining today that what is going on in the country, because the good men are all gone. They all sit down and say, we're not going to do anything again. And respectfully, Alaba, we've had our private conversation, which I still hold against you because you did not respond back to my private conversation. It's 2 months now, but I'm not going to say it out in the public. That's why I said we will have to be careful when we throw stones. I yield the floor back to you completely, forefathers, and you guys all have a good night. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ewa, you want to say something?
Yeah, I wanted to add to what Electricity said. So I need to here is my point. I'm gonna come in. Alaba, thank you for the email. Well, I just perused the document. I think I will try and read it. But here is what I'm gonna say to you. Yeah, I know some people are saying mention names. Some people. The truth is, even if you want to mention people here that come on this platform, you don't have evidence. According to Nigeria, you go explain entire. You don't have evidence. And I know you are a very intelligent person, but sometimes you come as if you think you know it all. No, you don't. I don't believe anybody know it all. I respect your intelligence. You need to also know that when you are at that level, the moment you cannot understand the differences between you and other people you're talking to, you can't see anything good in what they talk, what they're discussing. When you have a discussion, it is also a problem. It's also very dangerous because you need to pay attention, because like all of us here, we are coming from different backgrounds, even in terms of education. You could study physics. I could study chemistry. Another person could study medicine. We have different experience in life. So I would say, like for me, that is also a sign of leadership. You should be able to feel listen to people and get something out of their discussion. No matter how educated you are, even if you are talking to a tailor or a mechanic that never went to any school, if you listen, you will learn from them. This is one thing I believe in life. You will learn something. They will tell you, oh, now so that it be. You will pick it. You will pick things. I have people that never went to even primary school. There are information I want to get. I will call them. Oh, how is it? How does it still work? Because I know there are things you cannot read on pages of paper. They come through experience too. So I would say if you have differences with anybody, if you cannot like point at the different, okay, no, I don't think it's this way. I think this will be the best thing. You can have a
Sorry,
private
what he was
request.
saying,
Let me
not
finish.
personal,
Let me
not
finish.
personal.
No, don't interrupt
He
me.
wasn't
No,
making a
they are not
personal,
personal.
it wasn't
No.
personal.
Hold
Just get it.
on. No. Hold on. Don't interrupt me. I'm not
Oti,
going
let him
personal.
finish.
I'm not going
He's
personal.
making a good
Saying
point.
this.
Let him
I'm saying
finish.
this respectfully.
Yeah.
So even if you have so much difference with somebody, you can say, oh, I need to talk to you. Like, for example, if I say something, you say, oh, Ewa, I need your number. Like here, I have people number, right? Like we can have discussion about things. Oh, okay, convince me. Because for me, when you come in with superior argument, I don't care who you are, I will take it. I will take it. That's just me. So I think we should not go too far away, because sometimes you try to solve a problem, you create more problem. So you gotta like look at people even when we make a submission, say, no, I don't think this is the right thing. I think go this way. So that's what I believe. Sometimes you make very, very good point. I respect so much. But if you expecting me to agree with 100% of what you said, me and you, we're going to have issues. Because I'm going to start with some of my points. I say, I don't believe in, but we can agree to disagree, basically. So thank you very much. Respectfully.
Thank you. And I take the point that Oti is making about the document. You see, I've barely even read the document. I'm on the panel, so we don't know what to start thanking somebody for until we know what we've received. So that is the whole point.
Sorry, thank him for an effort. For the
effort to send the email to us.
To write something.
But we've not seen. What if he sent? What if he sent? What if he sent a this thing?
And then you want to trivialize.
Guys, we're dwelling on
nobody's trivializing it. I don't know why you're starting a fight over nothing. The point is that you allow people time to thank somebody. No, you allow people to.
Let's move on, please.
Can I say something, please? We allow people time to express gratitude, not force gratitude out of people. This is not like it's forever. It's just within how many minutes of these incidents occurring. So that's all I was just trying to say. If any lady wants to say anything, they are free to say anything. Osita, where have you been all this while? You've gone into the wild and you've been into the wilderness and you returned from the wilderness and decided to show your face here. It's because there's no work anymore. You probably have Christmas holiday. You show up here to come and see us again. Is that it? You are muted. You are muted.
Sorry. I was even surprised you saw me, pacifying you for the link. Because what happens sometimes, like when someone comes late, like when the show's gone on for a while, before you pick up that someone is out there trying to get in, you get. So I don't know. I was surprised that you managed somehow find it. I don't know whether it was because I was liking the shows and throwing out the 100%. So I don't know. Maybe I'll use this strategy another time. So
I just
maybe that was
what that direction and I saw it.
So maybe that was what made you see that someone was asking for a link. But on countless occasions when I've come in late, maybe you guys have gone in hours into the show, and I'm trying to get it. I know there's no link.
Sorry about that. We try to watch the link more closely now.
Yeah, you should please. Yes.
Okay.
Well, I've been around. This conversation, I didn't get too much. I've been quiet because I didn't get. I'm really trying to understand what you are really talking about, because the topic itself, my brother, you know that not everyone understands Latin, and not everyone is also that packed enough to go online and check what what it means, but
yeah,
I was
I
just trying to
think the main topic was
get where you
about
guys are going to.
what the president did with the governor of Rivers State.
Okay.
Yeah, and then it devolved to the fact that we are all part of the problem. And
Yes, I
this
picked
has
that.
been the case for a long time. I think when I started engaging in Nigerian space, this was my biggest issue. I said, if you change the people, the governments are going to change. And people were taking it to mean that I didn't want to blame the government. I didn't want to hold the government accountable. That why am I focused on the people? Because I always felt the people, you don't lose sight of the people. No matter what you do, don't never lose sight of the people. And I think if you don't lose sight of the people, you tend to see clearer. In my mind, anyway, that's how I look at it. Please go ahead.
What you said is absolutely true. In fact, if not 200% true. And there was a day, to be honest, I did argue with my own wife about this. I said to her, the truth is, in the past election, I'm very grateful for all the things that happened in the past election. But that it is even more, it could have been probably a bit myopic of a great number of us to have assumed or to have absolutely believed that after many years of docility, that we could have just woken up in 1 year, in a couple of months, because maybe a gentleman like Peter Obi decided to move away from PDP and get into Labour Party, and we assumed, hoped, believed that things are just going to change. It was an overdream. It was actually an overreach, because where the problems are, if we don't go back to the roots to start sorting out the problems, it will be very difficult to even want to say we can change it from the top. Why did I say that? Let's take, for instance, the things about election rigging. Who are the people that rig those elections? At the local government level, at the ward level.
You're muted. You muted yourself. Oh, no, sorry. Sorry, I muted it by accident. Actually, it wasn't you I intended to mute. Sorry. I intended to mute. There was echo coming through. So, yeah, that was Mbore. I wanted to mute. You are still muted, though. Hold on. Don't. Yeah. Okay, hold on. I think we are messing with the... Yeah, please go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Right. So, I was... My last... listen. So, I was taking, for instance, in the past election, where we are areas where we are saying they rigged elections and all of that. State level, ward collection level, local government level. Those people there, you will never see a governor or where you see him mutilating things. These things are done through proxies. They are done through agents. They are done through people who are within our own immediate community. Mm-hmm. The people who steal the ballot boxes, they are people, common people like you and I, who are not, opportune. They are not even in the big league. These are people paid maybe just about at most 2 million naira. And they will jeopardize the future of the entire people. Where do these people come from? I went as far as saying to my wife that I wrote WAEC in 2008. But now when I look back, because, if you want to change, you need to look inward. I went back, when I go back to how I wrote my own WAEC, and I remember what the exam hall looked like, where students were allowed to come and copy from each other, move from one seat to another. Malpractice. Even the principal of the school, they are aware of this. The teachers are aware of this. Trying to help students to cheat in their examination so that the school will get a good score. From that place, someone has already learned that there is a shortcut to success. From that elementary stage. When we've known, most people as far back as then who were having A's, 7 A's, and 5 B's, a good 90%, when you place them on the table to defend how they came about those results, I can swear to you that a huge, a chunk number of people wouldn't be able to defend it.
Let me ask you though. Let me just ask you this question, because I'm just wondering, because like you said, there's this culture that we have all lived through where there's decay in the society. But we do have institutions that are meant to understand these things, that are being passed down generation after generation, which are our traditional leaders and their these institutions. They already are enriched with thousands of years of knowing these things and how societies are meant to run. So how is it that they stood back and allowed the society to decay as far as it has done so far?
See, now where they started compromising, where the decadence exactly started from, who first started, passing up on the ball, is what is actually almost impossible to pinpoint. Why do I say it? I remember this decadence, at least from secondary school level. But then again, now, I also remember, now that I think about it, when I did in primary school, when I did my common entrance, down in primary school, the one that is common entrance?
Yeah.
I think that's the one you take in primary 6, isn't it?
Yeah, to get to secondary school, yeah.
To get into secondary school.
Yep.
As strict as they were, primary school students had the certain latitude then to actually peep into their into their classmates, what their classmate is doing.
It looks like you're doing it right now.
And it's funny that we're having this conversation for me to have to travel down. And why do I say this? Because I've lived a number of years in the UK, and I've just supposed what the culture out here is and what our own culture is. Nobody gives you anything for free in this country. Nobody. I absolutely doubt if teachers will stand by and watch pupils, students cheat. And I'm saying this because if we want to start changing our society, it has to start from the lowest roots, from our family, to the primary school, to the secondary school. Everybody must be aware. If we're only waiting when somebody who is good gets at the top, it's going to be even more difficult, because one person will not be able to. The forces, there's something they say: culture will eat strategy for breakfast. That is why these institutions do not work. Also, there is nobody holding anyone accountable anymore. I'm an Igbo guy. A good number of us, the same thing. In families, you see someone from nowhere who had no dime, who had no business, who didn't win any lottery. And they are raising 2-story building it in 4 months, 5 months. Why someone like myself here? If you want to, I don't know if any of you has ever attempted to purchase a house with cash in this country. In the UK. In the UK. Anyone who has ever, who is into property business or whatever, anything that has to do with real estate, maybe for once you try to purchase something with cash, like property. That's when you realize that even the solicitors, money, people don't allow themselves to be ruled by money in this country. If you have even as small as £100,000, you want to purchase it with cash. Bro, you go answer question time for this country.
If you have 3K on you and the police stops you and find 3K on you, you have to explain how you got the money.
Who makes those laws?
In the UK.
Sorry,
I'm into finance.
You guys,
just 3K.
Look.
Wait, Oti, wait. Wait. Look, in the UK.
Oti is not in a good mood today, man.
Now, bro.
You just disagree with everybody.
Keep on talking. Sometimes I don't know. Look.
But what he said is correct. I've just checked.
Who makes those laws?
Why are you opposing him?
Those laws?
I don't know. What is Oti trying to ask
I
me?
don't know. He just doesn't like anybody today.
What this my brother is saying? I don't.
You
Sorry.
go on and talking and talking.
It's making a lot of sense. But don't you want to disagree?
Social value. And look, I asked you. Do you understand what it's called? Moral authority, right? Moral authority. And you talk about culture. How does culture arise? Who's responsible?
Oh my God, man.
Okay. I'm sorry if you misunderstood
Let's
me.
make this conversational. Let's make it conversational so that we put something
I'm
out
sorry,
there.
Mr. Oti, if you misunderstood me.
Go on and on and on.
You don't understand what my brother is trying to say. What he's trying to say is practical things that happen and what brought us where we are.
We are talking about, listen, let me just say this. I know sometimes it might seem as if we are always talking, but it's good that we are talking. Because it's from the place, the years of not talking.
Yes, sorry. We're talking.
But now the most we can do, first of all, is talk.
The mistake you're making now. Okay, now somehow you will say this the people. Of course, we understand the people, but the thing is this: who sets the tone? Moral authority, leadership, guidance, authority. It is the power.
Hold on, I think this needs see the OT. I think you are.
OT, I disagree with you.
Yeah. Okay,
Charity begins at home.
Disagree with OT.
Charity begins at home.
Osita Dima, did that pronounce it? He's saying a lot of
at home. You have authority at home. You have an authority to parents. Okay, so it is the same way. You go out to the society, schools. You have the teachers setting the moral example, authority. And the wider society, you have the government. Okay, that's how.
Then where does the government get it from?
Who are the people?
Where does the government get it from, OT?
Well, culture and tradition, way of life.
Exactly. That's exactly what he's saying. That's what he said. He said
that's not what he's saying.
He said a culture with this is the culture. It's this is strategy at every turn. So you can have a strategy to do the right thing.
That is
but
wrong.
the culture is not right, you fail.
If I can counter that.
You don't talk anything about the government.
Culture doesn't hit strategy, and there are world examples.
No,
look at the statement here. Now this is not. He didn't make it up. And Fela said similar stuff in a different way. This is the stuff.
Allow the guy to carry on, please.
He's talking about. What do you mean talking about Fela?
Talking about
Fela is rubbish now for you.
See,
no.
OT, I don't disagree with what you say.
OT said something. I can counter what he said if you let us, but you just want to, he said something. There are things, not everything is absolute. You understand? It said something that culture its strategy wrong. Yes, sometimes in the Nigerian case. But if you look at countries that have had struggles, in this 1960, from 1960 to 1970, you understand? Segregation was 90 or 80% of the American population. Segregation as a law. 30 years later.
Please, what do you mean by segregation as a law? Please, can you enlighten us?
It was a law.
Segregation of black, white. You know what I'm talking about. You don't know what segregation. Black, white. The black struggle. I'm talking about the black struggle in America. That was in the 60s. Martin Luther King was marching. In the 70s, it's totally the opposite. That's just 20 years. 20 years. It was a reversal.
In Nigeria.
The likes of Martin Luther King applied a strategy that addressed the culture. You guys, I don't want us throwing.
Hold on. What you missed was that the people were ready to change. If they had done the same thing,
we will get to the definition of the people. Everybody keeps going back and forth, blaming the people. I'll get to that when you get me a chance to talk.
Wait now. Osita was trying to say something now, which all of us have not been addressing. We need to start organically to start identifying what is the problem. It seems we are dealing with the problem on the surface. if we do not deal with it from the ground down, up there, and that is what Osita is just trying to say.
That is exactly what I'm trying to say.
No,
See,
I'm
I'm not. See, Oti, please.
This evening,
I'm not saying.
Wait, do you know this evening? Let me tell you. I read something, and somebody will say he will go back and call his pastor. The mother will call his pastor and say they are enemies. Somebody came to the UK as a student too. Instead, make you go markets. Because this one here, this is my broken are just float in. Instead, make you go market to buy meat. All the squirrel away day for pack and all that. This guy just they set trap for him for UK, London, forefathers. This guy has been working all the squirrel around. The police now have just arrested him just last night, and he's facing deportation. He's going to go to jail first of all, and they deport him.
What was he thinking, man?
He was killing the
now push meat now. So that one now. You see mindset. That's part of the thing we're talking about. Mindset. He leave Nigeria, but Nigeria never leave, and the criminality of Nigeria no leave.
Oh my God!
What?
He has been. They say he has been on it for over a year.
Wow.
Just the chop.
Serial killer of squirrels. He's recruiting squirrels. But why would they deport him now for that? Now the guy is just making a good meal out of.
Do you know how much? Go kick a dog here. You know.
Yeah, but he's not kicking the squirrels now. He's eating them. You know.
He was eating them. Now you can't kill. Even see those ponds. Yeah. Where are you now? There's a pond there. There are fishes. I can't catch fish there. If I dare try them, man, it's jail time or heavy fine.
I don't know, man. The guy was just making a meal out of the entire thing. They could have just slapped him on the wrist and said, "Stop it."
This is the way of life and all that. You bring criminality
all the way to Nigeria.
And the mindset of Nigeria, bring and come UK.
Yes.
How much is meat itself? How much you go to the butcher's shop, you go African market, how much is it you cannot afford to go and buy?
He needs the fresh meat now.
No, bush meat now. In Nigeria there is bush meat. Imagine.
Who wants to go and buy from all those freezer free meats and everything when you can get the fresh one from squirrels? That's what he wanted. Ferrari, please go ahead.
So, okay, now, OT, you made a good point. You understand? But where I slightly disagree with you is that the solution is not going to come from ground up. Societal change never comes from ground up. It comes usually from the middle class or top down. You understand? Usually when the middle class is dissatisfied with the status quo, that's when you see any societal change. Go back to the French Revolution, go back to the Russian Revolution, go as far back as you want to go. You understand? It's the middle class. So in Nigeria, we have the people. Yes, we keep saying the people, the people. That's why when I come to this medium, I get so hard with some of us. The thing is that now, the movers and shakers of Nigerians are not the masses. The other day I was talking, I said, okay, let me ask you guys now. If you take 100 Nigerians, right, what percentage would you give to the people that are illiterate and ignorant? Give me a percentage. Let's work with that. Your numbers.
Ignorant of what? It's very difficult to categorize ignorant. Illiterate, you can categorize.
Of socio-political development. Does that make sense?
Maybe do you want to phrase that question as people who are enlightened?
Are ignorant of it.
People who are enlightened.
Yeah. What percentage are enlightened? What percentage are not enlightened? Give me numbers. We got to work with numbers here, guys.
Unenlightened, 80%.
My brother.
In the case of Nigeria, up to 90%.
Osita, what's your number?
What did you say? 90% are enlightened?
Are not.
No.
Okay, that's very correct.
I'll say
80. What's your number, Osita?
I can actually say, I can actually say that
I would say 95% even. 90%, I'm being generous.
I'm not enlightened. I will give 93%.
93. Good. You're all in the same
Unenlightened.
Unenlightened.
Yeah, I would say 95 even.
Listen, guys, let me make my point. Unenlightened, 80 to 93 or 95. Huge number. Those are not the people that will change the country. It is the remaining percentage. So let's come to an average. Let's say 10% of Nigerians are enlightened. 10%. That's the critical mass to look at for change. You understand? If those 10% are fucked up, your country will be fucked up because they will lead the other 90. Are you with me? Go look at history of change. It's the middle class. It's not the top down. It's not bottom down. The guy at the bottom just wants to survive, eat his gari, and just, you understand? It's those guys. So where Nigeria has had its problem, and I'm surprised you all didn't pick on it when Chino Achebe was writing his books. Those are smart people. First, he wrote Things Fall Apart, Okonkwo, right? The coming of the white man, the disarray in the community, right? Then he wrote No Longer at Ease. What happened to Okonkwo's grandson? You understand? He got caught up. He was educated. He got caught up. So that's not where I'm going. So what I'm saying is that the Nigerian problem from 1960 is as a result of the enlightened people. It is the position of the enlightened people that move the country in whatever direction they want to go. So, Oti, when you were trying to challenge Osita earlier, you were asking when he said something about London law. You were saying, who wrote the law?
Who makes the laws and who enforces them?
Those who make the developed world where they are is the enlightened. Those who took Russia, even though it's a dictatorship and a communist, is the enlightened. China, where China is heading, is the enlightened. Are you with me? So something fundamentally went wrong when the white man was educating our people in the 50s and 60s when they were sending them to England. Fundamentally, what went wrong was that everybody was going to England to get an education, but they were not training them to run a country. They were training them as secretaries and assistants. If you go back in history, University of Ibadan wasn't producing doctors, nurses in its inception. It was producing secretaries, people that would type for the white man. So that is the genesis of our problem. So, and the white man came into an African society with a mentality of hierarchy. I am superior than the subject, right? So the people he employed, then he handed over, imbibed that hierarchical tendency.
A different country.
Are you with me? In their own country.
Different countries.
Sadly, listen, I'm going to hit you guys in the point. Sadly, they had us as children. We are their children, those who they trained, the white man trained. They had us. They passed that thing on to us. How? Let's go back to when you were in college, in university in Nigeria. I don't know if any of you went to university in Nigeria. When you have girlfriends outside campus, what do you call them? Bushmeat.
Bushmeat.
Hierarchical. It's imbibed. It's in the blood. Money bushmeat, honey bear. You understand? Meaning that those who went to the military, bloody civilians, hierarchical thinking. When you are in an hierarchical thinking, you don't consider yourself to be the same.
In a different country. You are living in
your own country. You're living which is all this thing fella put in song that, Kolo mentality, he will clag wig and jail in brother for life. Even when the brother don't do. Go and listen to everything that man is saying. He will clag because he has been colonized mentally. And he doesn't know he has been colonized. So it comes with the perspective of what we have today, the culture, big manism. It is important for every Nigerian, everything, including the poorest man, including the one that's a laborer, including the one that didn't go to school, to die as a big man. To die as a big man. It's a concept we imbibe. It's our culture. I have to be a big man. It's the only way I earn respect.
And therefore,
that
in a
big
way,
man,
you can't really blame people too much for
you
being
can't
able
blame
to
people too much,
money.
but
You can't blame them too much.
exactly. You can't
No,
blame
because
the
otherwise,
man.
nobody,
Listen.
no man wants to
Oti,
be
let
nobody.
me land. Oti, let me land. You can't blame them. All of you keep blaming the shade. The people are these. The people are not coming out. The people are no. The problem are the elites, the enlightened. The out of 10% of those enlightened, 9% of them are effed up, fucked up. They have this big manism ideology to the worst level. Even the white man, you know what they call a house Negro. They are the house Negro of their society. And then you have the other 1%. Who knows? Those ones, because they can't just deal with the madness of these other 9%, they just apathy. You know what apathy means? Don't get involved. Just leave them with their stupidity. Leave them with their madness and go on with their life and go and become directors for the white man. Let me tell you something. Here in Illinois, the director of state of Illinois, Chicago is in Illinois, is a Nigerian, Dr. Nwa Nkechukwu, head of the Illinois Department of Juvenile Justice, is a Nigerian. In Illinois, probably people born in Nigeria. So if they can achieve such heights in a land that has order, why can't they? Because they have abandoned the other 9%. Are you with me, guys? So for change to come, you understand? If you are one of those 1% enlightened, your job is to keep fighting to change that other house Negroes, the 9%. Because without them, you will not have the critical mass to move a change. Which is why, if we boil it down to today's politics, which is why I am mad with people like Obi. All obedience will hate me for this. Whatever Obi knows, Kanu knows, Kanu, Mayegun knows, Showore knows, right? You all know the country is messed up. You all know the constitution is not good. You all know all these things. But everybody keep pretending. Let's keep gaslighting the people and not call it what it is. That somehow, some miracle will happen and that change will occur.
I think let me just say something about what you said, because you seem to be completely disconnecting the masses from the middle class that actually make the change. I think there is an error there.
Yes,
I think there is a mistake there. And the reason why I consider that a mistake is because in societies,
to be repeat what you just said. I seem to be disconnecting the masses from the who?
From the middle class that you describe as the ones that will make the change.
First of all, forefather, Nigeria has no middle class. Take that one out of your mind.
Or the elites, whatever wants the 0.5, the 5% or 10% that we're talking about.
10%, yes. And
okay, if we are the elites now, so the point I'm making is that those masses, as we refer to them, if you asked some of those masses that are in the north to convert to Christianity, do you think any charismatic leader can do that overnight? You can't. Because hold on now, I'm trying. Listen, please, just listen.
You picked the wrong.
You are not listening. You are not listening. I heard you go on.
No,
let me just finish what I'm saying. I'm not talking about religion. You are not listening.
Okay, go ahead.
The reason why you can't change them is because they have a belief system, which is part of the culture. Hence, they are part of the system that needs to change. In all those countries that you have those middle class that are willing to do those things, people have to carry out their orders. And if those people are not with them, they will not carry out the orders. The Stalin that you mentioned, by the time he got to where they took power from, I've forgotten the name of the place. By the time he got there, they have already made way for him. The military was already on his side, and the people were already on his side. Because the idea has already percolated down the system. So you have the people too have to be part of it.
Okay.
You
Okay.
can't do those things without the people
Don't go too long,
embracing the
Godfather, because
idea.
you will make us miss the point. Let me you just counteract what I said. That okay.
No, because you seem to be disconnecting the masses from it.
Let me answer the question now. You're right in the sense that the masses have a huge influence on the elites. They go to them for money. They have cultural practices they have to comply with. Don't use a religion example. It's going to derail us. We can't do religion issues when we're talking Nigerian issues.
No, it's just to prove a point. It's just to prove a point that
some better example. But let's move on.
Whatever example you use is still the same point.
No, it's not the same. It's not the same. Not in the Nigerian context. We can't be arguing
point.
blindly.
It's just trying to make a point that there are certain things they cannot just make the masses do.
You can't be using religious, and so somebody who is a Muslim or a Christian now will call in and say,
I'm trying to convey to you that the masses have a belief, they have a culture too, that you have to take along.
Change in history.
But you can't change it without taking them along.
You won't let me explain myself. You see where I'm going.
Go ahead, I'm letting you explain yourself.
You see, I say we come here and do distraction. You ask a question, you won't let me land, you want to push your position, and you won't let me make a point. You say, that's why I'm going to get to that, but let me not derail. Now, true, the masses of Nigeria, through our cultural heritage, has huge influence on the educated. For example, even though a boy went to England to study, like that, and he has to come home and he has to come home and do his traditional thing and inherit his traditional. He has to do all those things. But you're missing the point of education. If you're considered educated, the point of education is that you can influence your community. You can bring something back that they don't have. It's not just for you to have cars, houses, and all this nonsense Nigerians are clamoring for to fit their big manism status. You can influence. You have gone abroad. You have learned the white man's way. You have come now, you understand, to introduce the white man's way to your people. Not muddled it up. That's the point of education. That's critical thinking education. Education that influences change.
For liberation. Can I help you?
For liberation, for your community, for progress. I can keep going on and on.
Ahead.
Okay, so for us. Now, I don't look, you talked about a disconnect or whatever. No. Are you saying in the North, for example, if they're elite, if they were to be self-conscious and not self-serving, couldn't they influence, teach, influence the curriculum, teach them, okay, skills, education? So
introduce technology, help them.
Of course, they not also have elites, don't they?
See,
can I respond to them for you?
Can
I respond to them?
Has elites.
I see everything you said. I've said it, but the problem is that you said it in a kind of this is stunted way. There's more to it. Please, Osita, go ahead.
The one thing, see, we're all saying the same thing, to be honest. But I think let's not also miss the point. When I gave my submission, I was giving my submission based on for you to have a society with a change, it has to be from both ways, from both angles. None has to take precedence. The people. I'm coming. The people. Let's take it when the Negro struggle was in place. Imagine where someone like a Martin Luther King or Abraham Lincoln didn't have people who wanted change enough. Because one person, you can be preaching one thing. If the people have not had a buy-in into it, my brother, you're just still preaching gospel.
And it's your job to make sure they have a buy-in.
Exactly. Now let's take a practical example, and I'll use 2 or 3 individuals who have tried to spark up a movement. Someone like Iboho, I don't know if any Yoruba person is here. Unfortunately, I don't think so. Someone like Iboho from the Southwest. Why do you think the government went after him to arrest him?
Because it was sabotaged by the 9% self-centered people. Stop mixing up the point.
I'm not.
It was sabotage.
You're very true on that. But the message he had, it was piercing the mind of a particular mass of people.
There's no message from any of the agitators that doesn't connect with the people. There's none.
Okay. Now,
Kanu's message connects. Igbo's message connects. Sobore's message connects. Everybody's message connects. Message connects. But it doesn't mean it's going to bring change.
No, hold on. Listen. These people you mentioned, their mindset are the sort of mindset we would have expected our own leaders to have.
But that's what the leadership, that's the elite. That's the elite.
Listen, but the leaders do not have it.
But that's the problem. Is it not what is said?
Now by someone, and who is a leader? Because a leader is not. That's why they tell you there are different kinds of leadership.
Elite. That's
when it comes to types of leadership, and there are people who even ask you origin of leadership. Some people are born leaders. Some are acquired. Some are thrown up circumstantially. Now, if you go and look at the sort of leaders who have really disrupted things, someone like Martin Luther King, what will you call the etiology of his leadership?
Now,
is it not circumstance?
Are you arguing against?
Let me tell you about Martin Luther King that a lot of you don't know. Martin Luther King, listen.
Okay, Ferrari, you have to wait now.
This is important.
Ferrari, you have to wait. No matter how important.
Calm down. Let me.
No. I think the lady has raised her hand. That's it. Ferrari, enough. You know the rules now. Let the lady speak, please. She hasn't said anything forever. Please go ahead. You are muted. Still mute. Okay, yeah. Perfect.
Is it better now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right. Now you sit ekele. And I had said hello to everybody, and but you're just coming. And this gentleman here, Ferrera. Mama no fit call am well. Make you just forgive me, Jerry.
Call my Ferrari like the car.
Ferrari like this vroom. I hear you. You guys are touching it where it hurts, really. There was a day I was discussing with my children, and I said, how we praise people when they come back with money. You have no clue what that is doing. From even before I came to America, my intention was to get back to the nooks and crannies. What makes America tick that I can take back home? I had been in America for 26 years. And the way I lived, I was accruing things to take home to do what I told you I wanted to do, including, for instance, my first time of seeing a computer was when I came to America. First time, and I was 32 years. Now I said to myself, Look at children playing with computer, laptop, whatever you want to call it, in kindergarten. And I bought about 26 pieces and added them to whatever I took home. The mindset at home. Okay, what I wanted to do is to start a school that was really skill acquisition oriented. I am not bluffing when I say what I'm going to say, but my elders say if you did something and you talk about it and somebody think is bluffing, please keep doing what you're doing. Don't even pay attention. So whether I ate or I didn't, I took 11 vehicles home, 3 sedans and 8 SUVs. One of those vehicles was the sedans. One of them was a Honda Accord, which my intention was for children to, under the guidance of a mechanic, pieces it to the last part, remove one thing and drive it and see what the lack of that will be, and stuff like that. The mindset at home is, from them little kids at home, kill her, get that thing, and get where it is coming from. Okay. I went home with all that vehicles because of what I had in mind. 3 of the SUVs were to take people from very interior areas that are sick. But before then, I had gone to all these interior villages, created awareness for people to stop dying because there is no transportation. Put people in places, trained basic nursing delivery, nursing assessment delivery, individuals in such places, take their vital signs, do that yearly to know what the baseline of their vital signs is. If there is any deviation, call on this number and that driver will be notified, and they get to that place, pick that person up to any hospital of their choice, just so that they don't keep looking for vehicles and that person dies. Usually it is from dehydration. So I took as many IV fluids and taught them on how to start an IV fluid. Nope. Where is that money? America must have given her. Have you ever heard where anything like this is done? The big guys, the politicians, of course, no road, period. So I called as much tractors, tippers, in reality, because I have been doing that, because that was in my mind before I left America. I did put everything together. Almost the only thing I didn't put in those things were things, money that were for bills here. But any and every other thing, if I come in where you are and you're asking, well, how come you didn't come with Ashwebi and all that? Somebody will tell you, that's Victoria. She doesn't do that. But it was more for such help at that grassroots. It is money. The mindset there were when I left, where I had to travel on foot from Sango all the way to Jordan Barracks on foot to go and plead to somebody that might give me 2 naira. Because each time I saw the bursar in my secondary school, I thought he was coming for me. But children at home today, in the first place, they don't want to go to school. After all, the person that built that house didn't go to school when it was just, even now, elementary 3 self where you read. Okay. My intention was that with those laptops, computers, and the rest of them, children will not be lacking of what I lacked when I was growing up. Nobody is interested. We are talking about what our leaders are doing. If you get to the grassroots, if leaders are corrected, if they will ever be corrected, when you go to the grassroots, you will be blown out of your mind. Because why I am saying this, I know it might be something you guys have done with. None of us here is from the same village that I came from. When I was growing up, my mother, who was a princess, the mom was, chased out because she's a female. She's a female child. And they didn't have a male child. So that my grandmother started making sure that she got so creative with farm and stuff and raised up everything. My mom continued. So that ability, if he was talking about people learning trade, so that, here in America, in your house, the plumbing system is default. There is default in the plumbing system. And you employ the services of a plumber. They will give you the cost of your material at $25. But America and Nigeria will call it workmanship. It's $250. So out of the $275 you are paying, $250 is labor. Whoever, whenever, if they still hear if your voice still matters. Because as I went, like I said I had explained to the audience, to the panel before, I told them, don't call me any fancy name, call me Mbore. And they all understand what Mbore is. Call me, hey, okay, before they even listened to me telling them, when you are barefoot and you don't eat much, that gives you a better quality of health. I just wanted to go barefoot like that so that they do not think, oh, she has herself up there. That didn't cut it.
I see.
So what I am saying in effect is, whoever can reach the most important people to reach, I think everybody is important to be reached, but the type of moral decadence in the villages, 2 or 3 days, or 2 or 3 weeks, thereabout, please, just very recently, a boy, 20-year-old and 19-year-old, somewhere there in Lagos, killed the owner, a retired lady, over Android phone. That is the type of things that Nigeria has graduated to. When you guys are extending your hand of help, please put such into consideration. I so submit. Thank you.
Thank you. I think she just made the point I was trying to make, because the people, if you think one side, because one of the key questions I often ask myself when I was growing up, I hear about the videos, I saw what Hitler did, I saw what Stalin did. They were showing how cruel they were. They were ordering mass executions. I was like, what is wrong with these people obeying those laws? Why are they doing these things? Because this is just one man commanding them to do all these things. How did it get there? Now I'm beginning to understand. The people have to get to a point that they say, these are the things we need to do. and then you see things start happening. And this is why I said, if you think, I agree with you, Ferrari, when you said the 5-10% people, that they have to have a debate. You need to convince that 10%. But in some countries, those 10%, you can't convince them. In France, they literally had to do away with quite a lot of them, and it leads to all kinds of upheaval. They are very, very hard to dislodge in any nation. In Russia, the same thing. In China, the same thing. So in the case of Nigeria, to have an argument with them and expect to convince entrenched interest is going to be a tough one. But we don't have a choice. Because if we fight each other right now, we are all going to lose, because there are sharks waiting outside to take advantage of us. I believe what Ferrari said is to win the argument in that elite class. If you cannot win it, the people that have the right ideas should win the day. They should be the one that emerge, not the Wikis, not the Tinubus, not the ones that don't really have the people's interests at heart. I guess that will be a middle ground. Otherwise, we are looking at the scenario of the French, the Russians, and any other massive revolution that had to take out some of those elites.
And the process, for us, you cannot discount desegregation, reconstitution, or segregation, or whatever you want to call it. Everything has to be on the table. Are you with me?
Everything is always on the table. Good. Everything is always on the table.
No, I lost you for a bit. But what I understood in all of this, yes, your argument, which is correct, is that you need a certain percent of the enlightened people. That at least you need the 10% or 9% you're talking about who are supposed to be enlightened, who are in that position.
No. That's not the argument. No. You're missing the point. That's the direction of the argument, but that's not the argument. I'm saying that as we diagnose, analyze the problem, we're not doing it right. That's what I'm saying. We are having blinders and holes as we drive on the highway that are bumping into. We're missing some point. We're not looking at the historical perspective, cultural perspective, tribal perspective, religious perspective, educational perspective. Merge. We're not taking a holistic look. That's where I'm going. That's the word I'm looking for. Holistic look. So what I'm throwing is that when we take an holistic look, you will see that the biggest danger are the elites. And those are ones we need to focus on, not the poor. Poor are dangerous, don't get me wrong. But you got to pick your battles depending on how bad the problem is, and this problem is very bad.
So now, are you saying now are you submitting that? Because yes, it's not that we don't have the elites in Nigeria. You just mentioned the wicked. You just mentioned the
miseducated elite, the wrong elite, house Negroes.
You just mentioned Kwankwasos, Obis. Even Fela Kuti was an elite in his own right.
Exactly. Okay, now
Fela Kuti was an elite in his own right,
but conscious, socially conscious.
Where do you think? Listen. Where do you think Nigeria would have been if we had 100 Fela 40 years ago? Just think about it.
Now that brings us back to where do we now get? How do we raise more Fela Kutis?
Okay, now what got me?
See, how do we raise more Fela Kutis? How do we raise more Showeres?
Exactly. When I asked myself that same question, then I went back into
how do we raise more Kanos?
Wait, she's coming.
I asked myself that question. Then I went to South Africa and also I went to
Mandela, the Mandelas.
Washington. Listen, Mandela one. Then I went to the March on Washington, and that was why I was trying to prove to you, there's some things you didn't know about Martin Luther King that are not out there. I noticed that the people we see at the forefront of the struggle are not really the struggle. There's this structural backup behind them that are really the struggle. I'll give you an example. If you take South Africa, Mandela was not the struggle. In fact, Mandela was not a convict against what's the word? I use convict, wrong word. Was not convinced he needs to fight. And when he got out of law school, he just wants to live his life and enjoy his life, Jai. But the real backbone, the Walter Sisulu, Albert Lutuli, the real backbone of ANC, they saw the skill in that man and they went after him. And they did everything in their power to get him into the struggle. It took them hell. Go watch all of Mandela's movies. You understand? So that's one. They're not just that. They're usually a backbone. So I looked at Nigerian story. The Fellas, the Gani. I don't know who else has been really steadfast. Most of them are traitors, to be honest.
I'm sorry to say that Nigeria has a scarcity of people that you can consider highly enlightened to have gotten us where we need to get to.
No,
I think most of them. Let me finish. Most of them.
There's just no.
They are not coming out. They are not coming out
because there's no network. This is why programs like this are important, and we need to fight with each other when we are derailing.
I agree with that. My original point. Let me finish what I'm saying. Ferrari, hold on now.
Everybody knows. Listen.
Ferrari, let me talk. I've been giving you way all this while. You need to learn to reciprocate. You need to reciprocate. Okay. Fella, this thing. There is also the we were having this discussion some time ago, and it turns out that at the core of it is that it's not like we don't have those people in the south, every part of the country. They are all disjointed. They are not coming. The ones that want to change things for the better, that have this type of mindset, they are not organized, while the others are. And that is where we are. And also, the others also have one other advantage.
Well, who do you have in mind?
The others also have one other advantage that the ones that are not organized have. The others also have the foreign backing that we are not organized do have.
I don't mean to. I'm not letting you talk, but I have to correct you when I tell. Let me tell you, Fela was not a radical at the beginning. He was a side of a rich person. He was an elite. It was when he was in America that he ran into a girl. The girl is still on my gaze. What's her name? The one that sang Upside Down. The woman that sang Upside Down. Everything is this.
Is it Diana Ross or something?
No, Diana Ross. Diana Ross.
I don't know.
Was it clear? Isidro, Sandra. Sandra Isidro. It was when Fela met Sandra that Fela had a moment of clarity. Not based on the Nigerian story, based on the American story.
Experience.
Based on the American experience, on what has been happening to Black people in America. That was the eye-opener for Fela. That was when he came back and said, oh, they are doing this to Black people in America, and you, Black people, are doing this to each other. That's when he started attacking his classmate, Obasanjo, and all the rest. So people meet their moment of clarity. Something triggers a point of radicalism in them.
So you see now what you just described is what the point I was making earlier on. Because in Nigeria,
the points you are always making. You notice that.
I think you are very, very personal. You are very, very personal about your attacks. Even if it's accurate, you just do this stuff. I think you need to get over it. If somebody's correct, I have to say it. And because we were talking about this earlier on, you need to stop it, man. You really need to stop it. You are a grown person. We shouldn't be playing this personal thing that you do. And don't call you out and say you are misbehaving and all that stuff. So the point I was making before was that, as a matter of fact, I think I was speaking to AY just a few days ago about an African American that encountered a European that was looking to get married to an African, and that African American, that European was talking to Africans, and they were sounding quite docile. But when the African American came in, the African American picked up on the nonsense that the European guy was saying and attacked the European guy like crazy. And the Africans were like, oh, we started, and they kind of recognizing the view of the African American. which backs some of the statements you are making. And I've always told African Americans that the gift that the greater diaspora has for Africa is the fact that they understand the world more, especially the foreigners and the Europeans more. While we in Nigeria, we are conditioned to see them as some kind of godlike entities that are there to, they are benevolent. We are not supposed to challenge them. Hence why Nigeria doesn't produce leaders that are willing to exert our position in the world. That's why we don't produce them. And maybe this Japa syndrome will wake some of our people up. When you have 141,000 arriving in the UK in the last year, you are going to see a change start happening in the next 5 years.
Nigerians that are abroad already and not high in number to, I mean, to have amongst our number, I mean, you know, men of such.
I think the more of them you have abroad,
more. So look, it's just,
if I was in Nigeria, I don't think my eyes would have been open as much as it did.
There are quite a sizable number of us already abroad, you know, for many years. So what are we talking about?
I agree with you, but many of them have not reached the level that they needed to reach to get to where we need to get to.
We have to make more effort and not necessarily, you know, kind of postpone it, you know, or maybe.
Oh no, I'm not postponing it to Ferrari. We're talking about 50 years. I'm not into 50 years. 50 years, we don't have time. By the time he gets to 50, we are done for. If I was a Igbo man, by that time I'm done. I will kick all of us out of the continent and just make us rent one room on the continent while they live everywhere. That's what for our Igbo man I would do. We don't have 50 years. We have 10 years at max to truly transform the continent to a point whereby they can't come and remove us from this continent. And this is a serious issue, and this is why we have to treat it seriously, because in the end, it's our survival here. The world doesn't owe us a living. If they feel like we are weak, they're going to treat us as weak people are treated. It's just the nature of things. And many of our people are waking up to this problem. A lot of even Americans and black people all over the world, they are waking up to the danger we are facing here. We are 1.3 billion in population, but we don't amount to much.
Sorry,
in the world.
Who is awakening? Americans? Who the Americans?
The Americans, the Brazilians, many of them are awakening to the issue that are facing the entire black people around the world. This is not only a Nigerian problem. If you go to Cameroon, you're going to see it.
They may well be, but I mean, look, it's entirely our affair for now, and we just have to really, you know, grapple the metal. So I don't know where we should be waiting for them or looking up to them or.
Oh no! I didn't say we should wait for them. I'm saying they are awakening.
Know what they're doing. I mean, let's you know, look, we in Nigeria, at least we can begin to take our destiny in our own hands, quite frankly, and then allow less distraction. I mean, look, it's just are you with me? Subsidiarity. Charity begins at home.
What did I say? I never said anything about dealing with all of them. I'm saying that they too are awakening to our problem.
Okay, you have to.
Okay, Oti is right on that. And
what am I saying? Am I saying that we should bring them to Nigeria?
No. I wouldn't be bothered with them. You know,
you just heard him say something about Martin Luther King. You didn't say you wouldn't bother with him.
Look, an example.
When he was saying something about the Luther King, he didn't say you wouldn't bother with him. But the moment I mentioned African Americans, you don't bother with them.
You can draw a historical example, but not, I mean, worrying or you know, or speculating what Americans or blacks in other continents are.
I'm not speculating
or doing, you know. So look, I'm saying in effect, our problems are quite big enough for us, and we can.
I just gave you evidence, and you are telling me that I'm speculating. I gave you evidence of my experience just 2 days ago. No, sorry. How can you call something speculation when somebody is testifying to their experience 2 days ago?
How relevant is it? That's the question.
It's relevant to the point because it took an African American to come to an African panel. I could pull the video out so you see it for yourself. To come to an African panel to challenge a European in the way he was addressing Africans, patronizing Africans about how he was coming to get married to a Sierra Leonean woman.
Stand up for themselves? That's the question.
That is the question you should ask. Why are they not perceiving the things the African American is perceiving?
Because they have not had that experience and that moment.
Exactly. But Oti is saying it's irrelevant.
Listen, my forefather, did you read the article written by Pius Adesami before he died about the man?
I agree with you on that, but why is Oti saying that it's irrelevant?
I absolutely agree with you that the fact that your submission that with the infuse of more Africans overseas, Nigerians specifically, we're more enlightened. And why do I support that? Someone like myself, I never had constant access to internet until I started living in the UK. That was after I came to the UK. Look, listen, I heard of someone like Nnamdi Kanu before, but where did I hear of him? You know, if you go to the East, as of 2015, 2016, 2017, if you go to all these people who sell CDs, where they sell videos, you hear where they are playing his audio. You know, where he's all those his IPOB movement, whatever, where he's talking about it. And you will see people, and the funniest thing is that people are looking for someone who will show them the way. You will see certain people, most of the people, you find young men, you find older men, and they are sitting down, listening from that loudspeaker of someone who is selling CDs, listening to what he's talking about. Evening like this, you come to certain barbing saloons, you will hear this, and that's when the first time I heard of Kanu. Now, I've heard few things he said, but it was after I started living in the UK. I had constant access to power and internet, YouTube. That was my first visual encounter of him, like seeing him go live, talk. So what do I want to bring into this? One of the major tools is, first of all, is media. And that's why I said what we are doing here, our conversation.
Thank you.
Sometimes people come about and they say, oh, you guys have been talking. You're always analyzing the problem.
Thank you.
Someone like Nnamdi Kanu who built up a movement. We didn't see his grassroots when he started being on the media. He was already on the media about 8 years back before the time, the first time he was even arrested in Nigeria. He has been on the media putting it out before it got to people. Information takes time to permeate into people. You're looking at someone like this gentleman, whom I find to an extent an extremist, who is now replacing Kanu. What he's tapping into at the moment, and it is as if he's doing voodoo, where someone would stay somewhere in Finland and declares it at home. It's because of a certain level of wokeness already in people.
No, a test, desire to,
wokeness in people already. That was why when they started with the sit at home something, it was as if it was like magic. So information needs to constantly be put out there. We need to alleviate
quality information.
The influence quality information who have the right message,
which is not always my argument.
The right information. We need to keep on pushing out that information. We need to continue finding people who have the right mindset, the right structure of mind with information to keep on pushing it out there.
And then avoid distractions.
Yes. Diversion.
Sometimes people do not.
This attitude of yours. Hold on, I need to say this to Ferrari. You need to stop it because you seem to subscribe to the school of thought of what was her name? This is because you were one of those people that came here to accuse me of being a government agent before, if I'm not mistaken. And you need to stop it. If you don't stop it, I'm going to kick you out of the channel for once. I will actually do that. I've never done that to anybody before. Because he came here. No, hold on. Let me finish my point. Let me finish the point I'm making. Because you are the one creating the distraction by doing that. This thing I'm doing here, nobody's paying me to do it. I kept this thing up this period for us to have this conversation. And OT was very quick to ask us to thank you for sending an email that I've not seen. But I'm sitting here for hours and all I get is insults. So you need to recognize when people are also making sacrifices before you just start insinuation and insulting people.
Can I respond?
I get very cross very rarely, but I don't like it when you keep doing that.
Let me respond. Okay. First of all, when I got on this medium, I asked for everybody's email. People gave me you never gave yours. There's something you're hiding. You come on this medium, you talk about other tribe. You never mention your tribe. You don't have the moral rights to talk about other people's tribe if you cannot mention your tribe. Number three, you come on this medium, you push a certain agenda that things are okay. The government is right. We should it's happening in other places. We should should just subpedal on the issue. Let me tell you something about. I told you this once.
Hold on. You need to stop there. You need to stop there. No, I'm not going to let you finish because you just said something. No, I'm not going to let you cover a lie with another lie. Hold on. Where did I support the government today? Once.
I have
finish
to
your
respond.
point. Tell me where I supported the government today. No, I'm not going to let you rant nonsense.
I have to respond.
That is what I call proper distraction. No, you can't. You can't build up one distraction on top of another.
I have to respond to you.
You can't. You have to answer the question. I'm here.
I'm
going to put you backstage. Hold on.
If he
doesn't understand, let me
if you guys are going to take things personal with yourselves, please.
It's not about being personal because it's about factual. Now he talks about factual a lot. Hold on. He talks about being factual. If he says that I'm supporting the government, he needs to provide evidence.
But he didn't say he was supporting. He didn't say.
He just said that.
He didn't say it tonight.
He just said that just now. He said, I always say that the government, I take the government side, that I always say everything is all right. Let him come and tell me how I said everything is all right. Let him come and say that. I'm bringing him back on stage now.
Why don't you allow him to respond? Maybe he'll give you the example.
He just said it. I'm the one saying, tell me where, and I'm allowing him to respond, but he doesn't want to respond.
No, he said he wants to respond. He couldn't.
Good. Okay, good. I'm going to allow him, of course.
You throw him out. This is a privilege. You have
okay, let him respond now. Okay, good. Respond, please.
This is not the first time. Second time I've met you. I've met you on other medium also.
You see, now he's not responding. No.
Let me tell you, your position has always been that of the government.
He's not responding. This is distraction. He's not responding.
Let me give you an example that could be taking your sorrow.
Give me the example. You said today. I said it today too, and I said it before. Tell me.
You see, this is your game. Distract, and electricity cuts you up on that. Everybody is cutting. Why is everybody saying the same thing? Do you think they are wrong? Do you think they are crazy? You think
I'll give you 5. You will hear him. I'll give you 5 minutes.
To you.
You say all the things you want to say.
I'm going to respond to you word for word.
Go ahead. 5 minutes.
Okay. During that voting period, you were constantly on several medium, not just this one, trying to say that the people who represented Obi did not present evidence. The government position. Did I lie against you? During ASU strike, you were totally on the side of the government. When we were talking of what democracy is, your definition of democracy, I can give you several examples. That's the third one. But let me make my point with you and why I have to confront people like you. With people like you, Nigeria is not going anywhere. You see, let me tell you the truth. When you meet the devil and you meet someone like you understand? Once you run away from someone like you before you run away from the devil. I will give you examples. You know who Fred Hampton is in America? There was this guy, the Black Judas, who betrayed him. If you look at Game of Thrones, you're nothing but Littlefinger, the role of Littlefinger. I love you, but yet you betrayed me. I love Nigeria, but yet you betrayed Nigeria. People like you will not make us move forward because I don't know who's pulling your string, who is paying you, who is making out what Dr. Damages has on you. To give you his medium, you're increasing him electricity.
Let him use up his 5 minutes. Let him use up his 5 minutes. Let him out of his chest.
Forefathers. You won't let somebody talk.
So this is what
we can't be doing this, man.
We can't
be doing this. This is not just right. You will soft pedal it. You will divert it. You will make it into a joke. This is you.
Ferreira, Tony has gone out. See, can I come in forefathers?
No, what's that, please? Let me talk.
He has not finished his 5 minutes. He has not finished his 5 minutes. Yeah. Have you finished? That's all you have to say. You didn't provide any proof of anything.
I have to respect other people here. I'm just respecting Osika. You want to run.
You didn't finish your 5 minutes. I didn't make any point.
People like you are like Judas. You're like the black Judas who betrayed Fred Hampton. You are like you're like the Judas that betrayed Jesus.
Sorry, let's take it. Let's
guys, please. Let's all of us calm down. See, when we come here,
one of us,
first of all, KJ, sorry, I'll let you speak. Just give me less than a minute. Ferreira, I've just recently started seeing you on the platform. As a matter of fact, this is my first time of seeing you, and I've been seeing forefathers. And I'm surprised that you had been here even during an election. I thought you were a new person because I've not seen you. I've not seen OT. I've not seen Mrs. Mbore before. I'm just meeting you guys for the first time. AY is a regular.
You're welcome.
You get?
It's my
It's amazing that there are a number of us from many places. Now, Ferrari, if not for the fact that you just spoke Yoruba now, I wouldn't even know which tribe you come from. Because it's just there. So, now, a lot of people, I know that the first time I was on platform with forefathers during the election, I asked him, which tribe are you exactly? Or which region are you from? He never said it. I decided it didn't matter to me. And then I'm going to actually put out this question here. Can someone tell me the one reason why is it important that when we come on this platform, apart from our names, that can tell where you're from? Because from Ositadema, you can tell I'm an Igbo man. Is it really important that we know which tribe someone is from? Because if that is the case, maybe when someone comes on the platform, maybe we need to reiterate our name. Say the state you're from. Is it maybe if it is that important to you? Because most of the time I come and I hear people attacking forefathers, even on the comment section, that they don't know where he's from. That they don't know where he's from. Is it very important that we know where someone is from in this platform?
About other tribe, I need to know what tribe you're from. So I would know, I can iron out your bias.
Thing is what is dividing us. That's what I'm trying to say to you guys.
If you're not talking about other tribe, I don't need to know. But if you want to talk about other tribe, other people, I need to know where you're from. I need to know what's your origin. What is pushing your bias?
Listen, it doesn't matter to me. Listen, it does not matter.
Sorry, excuse me, but Tony, do you get the point he's making? Of course, if you're going to talk about other people's...
Yeah, but respect the man's choices.
Can we not take what he wants to say without considering which tribe he's from?
But see, there's a...
Osita,
this is what I want to know.
About other tribe.
Osita, you asking all the right question. You asking all the right question.
KJ, please,
you are very on point. It's not important.
Let's have some.
We talk about every part of the country.
Guys, you see AY here.
Because AY, I don't know which tribe AY is from. I've never asked him where he's from. If not from Mbore, because she has an Igbo name there, I wouldn't know where she's from. Tony, I can't tell where Tony is from.
Can I say something?
Yes, go ahead.
I've been listening to you. I didn't want to come in. I didn't want to come in honestly because the arguments have been quite heated and not the way I want to be. Yeah, but some of them have equally been very constructive. And I like it. I like
Sorry, because I've always felt like we don't have enough Northerners here. KJ, please continue. And I've always felt that the one way we can even attract people from the Northeast is none of our tribes are relevant.
Is KJ Northerner now?
I just like Osita questions, to be honest.
No, see, is it? Let us be factual. Is it important?
I'll not shout.
I yield, please.
Listen. The thing that he's saying is this. You see, I grew up in the north, and I am an Igbo man. So when I'm criticizing those from the north, they know that I know what I'm talking about because I have been there for over 35 years. We went to primary, secondary, and so they also understand, and I know their biases, okay, both against the Igbos and for the Igbos. So I can actually be able to juggle. That's what I think that Ferrari is referring to. But you see, the case of forefather, you can neither place him by his look nor by his intonation because he has a very
If you actually go by his look, you can tell he's from the south. So you can tell he's from the South.
Listen. There's something
Please allow him. Let him talk.
talked about in journalism. Every journalist has a bias. So sometimes it may not be that it's even what the office is telling you to do. It's your own personal bias, and sometimes you sneak it in and make it look as if it's a news item, but it's not really a news item. It's your own view.
Like, is he like Rufai Seni?
Yeah, so that's the way I see Forefather. He has his own bias, and sometimes those bias speak higher than the point trying to make. And if you're somebody who has a very attentive ear like Ferrari, you pick all the notes, and even like Oti, you pick those things. I pick them, but see, I have my own biases, okay? And so if somebody is judging me by it, you probably not be right, because those are the little things that makes me who I am. But doesn't mean that I don't have the ability to know what the truth is, especially in Nigerian situation. And I just want to end with this. Babangida himself, when he was the military head of state, said in one occasion that any society that have lost men, that is young men with heart to ask the pertinent question, that society is destroyed. That is why those stubborn army officers were people he actually called junior to himself, because those are people who bring change in any society. Those are the people who ask the other questions that nobody wants to ask. If all of us are yes men, then the society can never go forward. And that's what I think we're trying to arrive at this day. You see, what is worrying the Nigerian society right now is that majority of those people who we call the hotheads have been captured. They have been carpeted. They have been tied. They've been made penniless. So because you don't even have the resources to hold yourself together, you can't go and start saying, "Okay, I stand on part of the people." Okay. Today, yesterday, I was watching a news item. I want to let you know how the Nigerian society have so degenerated. A minister in the Nigerian government, paid by the people's money, was proud to announce that they have decided to put in free buses and free train for the masses. Okay? Now, this is a citizen of Nigeria you're calling masses, those who gave you the vote and made you to sit in that office. Is there anywhere again in this world where the government call his people masses, apart from Africa? Just go and check. It's only us. And in fact, Nigerian only once you are a local government chairman, the next time you're addressing the people as masses, and let us help the masses. So the money is your own. You're only helping them.
They live in a different country.
Yeah. So this is the question. And until we raise young men and women who can stand and say, no, enough is enough, and draw a line, we will continue to, fall through this, spiral fall, the waves that is coming. It will continue. And I look, I like what Ferrari said. Sometimes when you tell people that Mandela didn't start the movement for which he now enjoyed, they will shout and they will, they will argue, they will just go haywire because they think that ANC is Mandela. There are other people who are strong backbones behind that force that came forward, who were able to make that move. Okay, and you may not like the way a freedom fighter goes about it. Doesn't mean that what he's doing does not have effect. I like also what Osita said. When I started listening to Nnamdi Kanu, the first time I listened to Nnamdi Kanu was sometimes in 2000 and before the 2017 issue. I listened to this man, this young man, okay, and I said, "Come on, who is this guy?" All right, because it made a lot of sense, even though you may not like his approach. And like I said in this program many times, majority of the freedom fighters, those who bring change in society, you may not like their approach. And that is why they are who they are. How many people like Shore's approach? When he sit in the media, he insult everybody, including the producers and all who are interviewing him. Tell people, okay? But that is who it takes for Shore to do the same thing over and over, to appear in the next court sitting and tell the policeman, look, you are here and they're not even paying you well and you are here trying to stop me. I'm fighting for you. How many people will say that? So this is what it takes. Yes, you may not look. I don't condone Simon Ekpa. I don't like his approach. If he was the leader of IPOB, I probably never ever listen to him because I have no intellectual capability for me to be able to listen to hold my attention. Okay, but however, what he's doing, I cannot do it to my brothers. Let us be fair. I can do it. All right. So on that issue, I respect him. On the issue of Nnamdi Kanu, I also respect him because he has the capacity. And if not because some politicians in the East are just simply jealous of his popularity, they could have advised him. They could have come to him and said, okay, brother, we now want to come in. This is the way to do it. This is the way to do it. Let us do it. But they were not. Even when there was an opportunity for the Eastern governors to come together and say, okay.
Why are we ending up in the Southeast? Then when I talk
No,
about
no,
it,
I'm just
they
giving
say
an
I'm talking
example.
about it.
We are
Why am
moving
I calling
away
him? I'm
again.
bringing him
An
as a
Sometimes,
example.
sometimes conversation ends up in the southeast.
They
Why?
bring
Because
they always tilt it to that direction. Then when you talk about
okay.
it, they say,
That
why are
is
you
Okay,
talking about
that
so
it?
is
let us
yeah.
go to
no, the
I'm
reason
coming, I'm
the
coming.
reason is this:
Let
one,
me
you
go
know that
to
a lot of people on
Ambazonia,
the southeast
Ambazonia,
appear on this
Cameroon,
platform.
the Ambazonia
Number
Forum.
two,
Okay.
at the moment, it seems the wave of unsatisfaction or the wave of where
Osita,
people
let me even
speak
help
out more is
you.
in the southeast.
You are
Let
talking
me
for almost 10 minutes now,
Yes, I'm
KJ.
coming. One more and I'll finish. Let us look at
KJ,
the
one more
struggle
hour,
in
one more hour.
Amazonia, in Cameroon right now. Majority of the people don't even agree with their leader. You know, they even tell you that the thief is eating money. But that's the person who have been holding that force and bringing that, whatever is going on there to the world. But majority of the Cameroonian when meet, they will tell you, oh, that guy, Dr. Chu is a
Dr.
crook.
Choba.
Yeah, Chuba, he's a crook. He's doing nothing for us. He did. So it's always going to be that way. It's always going to be that way. Forefathers. So please don't take offense, and let us know that
Not
we are
taking
all
personal.
in for a good of Nigeria. Thank you.
But Providence, I can assure you, I mean, I will be
Okay,
robust
I've been putting
when
up my
this
hand now. You can't just be
No,
jumping like this, man. You
please,
can't have.
please go ahead.
I'm not speaking for a long while. Every
Okay,
time
good.
you just jump in like that, it's
Tire,
so
own
annoying.
thief, comment section
Ah,
everywhere. It's everywhere, man.
Sorry, who, me?
see, my
Check
brothers,
private
yeah,
chat now. It's only you.
my brothers, and
I want to comment.
my
Yes, I want
my
to.
esteemed lady here. Let us understand something. Eh?
You got it
We
wrong,
need to
brother.
start we need
How
to
did
start
and who
respecting.
to kiss the youngsters?
We need to start respecting each other and our choices. If forefathers say he does not want to disclose where he comes from, I don't see a problem. It is, and I understand where it's coming from. In fact, I'm regretting why I even disclosed some of my background with the military. I regretted it because some people took it out of somebody here and all that. The person does not comment. They took it upon themselves. They were insulting me on and on and on, which everybody knew about. For some reason, the person does not turn up again and all that. They were tired because I just decided to grow a thick skin. I ignored them. See, even if our father says he's from Kogi, what does it add to the solution of what we're talking about now?
Exactly.
How does it make any difference? We know for fact we've come to know each other. We've met each other. I've never met AY in flesh, but it seems we talk about other things apart from politics and all that privately. He has my number. I have his number. So what's the problem? See, this is not what we should be, and this is what the people that are messing us up. They want us to be arguing over things that do not matter. My brother Ferrari, yeah, please calm down. Forefathers, I can assure you, I can put my life on it. He's not a government agent. If he's a government agent, he won't be spending all the time here and all that weird. Forefathers has, if you understand forefathers here, forefathers is like he puts things out there to get you thinking, and it became debate. I mean, the way he moderates is unique. Sometimes he annoys me too. Me and him will have quarter, but it doesn't. I will never. He will never get to insult another. We disagree, but we agree at the end of the day. See, it's 2:23 in London. I should be in my bed sleeping, and I'm up here talking about Niger.
Niger problem.
It's few days. It's few days to Christmas. I'm here. I'm up at this time and all that. I'm talking about Nigeria. That tells you that all of us here we have one passion. We have a level of passion for our country to think for things to get better. So, pointing all these fingers and all that. I thank you very much. I saw part of the things you wrote and all that, and I want to give you a hint. What you even suggesting has even already started in the background, and forefather is part of it. So if he's a government agent that we are always, it's hurting. I mean, last time when he and electricity had this thing and all that, I just felt that it was just totally unnecessary. I felt for the man, but listen, let us learn how to respect each other without insulting ourselves and all that. You know, there's enough pressure on what is happening, and then when we then resort to bashing each other, I don't think it's fair. Yeah, that's all I'm going to say for this matter.
I let me just add something to this. One of the reasons why I decided not to be disclosing where I'm from, because it started from me talking to African Americans, and when they will ask me personal questions, because I don't know, I'm talking to African Americans, I'm in London, I don't know what I'm going to say about America, and they will come and so I just kept my personal stuff to myself, because I've seen bad things happen to people online because they are disclosing too much stuff about themselves. And when it came to talking to African Americans and identity and everything, and looking at what is going on with our community all around the world, it occurred to me that we operate at a tribal level. They actually use the term tribal. You hardly hear that term in Europe, referring to Europeans as tribes. They call them ethnic groups, nations, and all the rest. But us, almost as if we are primitive, we use the term tribe. And even if you look at the African continent, one of the few countries that did away with that kind of identification, we like to praise them, like Rwanda, not embracing tribal identification. But when somebody tries to do it in the context of Nigeria, they refuse. They were like, oh, you have to identify your tribe, because let's do the tribal dance again. The tribal dance our forefathers did and got us into this mess. Our mess is right there in America, in all over the world, and we still haven't woken up. And he says he's woken up. That's my point. That's why I said even less than 95% of us are woken up to the reality of the world today. Many of us are still probably living in the 70s or maybe even in the 19th century. What the challenge we face today is not tribal at all, because Europeans are tribal too. They hate each other too. Well, how is it they are functional? We just failed to embrace the key solution that they reached.
I want to correct him. So before he runs away, look, being tribal does not mean that you're gonna hate the person from the other tribe. And there's nothing wrong with a tribe. Okay, it's something that's primordial. That's how human beings. We are
actually. Someone can choose not to play it. Someone can choose not to play it, at least at this stage anyway.
Hold on. I'm an Igbo man, right? This
Oti, wait, hold on. How many languages do you speak apart from Igbo and English? And you call yourself Nigerian person?
German, ich spreche Deutsch.
No, forget German, forget European. Nigerian language I'm talking about.
Oh, I've not been privileged to learn another Nigerian language. Apart from Igbo.
We have only two Nigerian languages.
Okay, look, sorry, excuse me.
Which one?
The point I'm making is this.
Pidgin and English.
Nothing is wrong with time.
No, but you cannot say outside
you allow KJ to finish, but you are very quick to interrupt me. You allow KJ to finish when he was talking for 10 minutes. Can I finish what I'm saying? You have your chance to dispute with what I'm saying.
Although I know where you're trying to go. I know you're trying to, sort of chip in to be Nigerian enough. Probably someone will need to, might need to have an idea of certain other languages. It's almost practically impossible. Why? Someone like myself, I grew up in the East all my life. I've lived in Lagos, but by the time I started living in Lagos, I was already, too old to be coming to learn another language apart from Pidgin. No. So the mode of instruction in the school.
I've seen people in their 30s, even in their late 30s. They went to Germany and they had to learn the language.
That was some interest based on survival.
You see a problem?
That was they didn't have to learn it. I'll give you the reason. They didn't learn it because of necessarily because they were in love with the culture. No, they learned it because they needed it to survive. If you're not speaking the language, how are you going to get employed? How are you going to make money? But Nigeria provided us with a space.
Growing up in my house, when I was growing up, you don't speak what they call vernacular. But however, for some reason, when my dad addresses me, he speaks Igbo to me. That was how I learned Igbo. I had to learn Yoruba on the streets.
And your mom.
The
And
school
your
I
mom.
went wasn't just any other school and all that. It was a school that you spoke
What
English
language was
purely.
your mom speaking
So
to you?
what I'm trying to say, and then when I went to the north in the military school, man, I had to learn very fast. I had to start understanding some Hausa,
Military,
or
because
else
you're a national
I
service.
have to start picking up some Hausa, yeah. Because if you have to live in the north, I don't know where I'll be posted and all that. All I wanted to do at that time, I wanted to be an ADC to a governor, because being a military officer and being political and all that, that's how you grow. That was every young cadet's ambition,
Dream.
but it never happened. So what I'm trying to say to you is the problem we have here is where we are all tribalism, tribe. It does not matter.
Soon, I'm trying to tell you that there's nothing wrong with this. Look, this Ferreira here is a Yoruba.
Mr. Oti, to be honest, with due respect,
Nobody said anything is wrong with it. It's just a way. See, can I finish the point the point I was making? Because Oti just likes to interrupt when it suits him.
People come here and use tribe. They know where they just attack you. They call some people name. Oh, this part of the coin, this part of. We should stop pretending. We need to stop tribal crisis. Look how Osita, this is the first time
tribal crisis.
Speaking facts is pulling them out. Who do I care if Osita is Igbo? Because he's standing for the truth. I stand with him 100%. That's just me.
Can I just say the point I'm making?
If you remember, some months ago, on this platform, where when I was shouting and saying, like, if, for instance, my name is Osita. If you want to call me out that I did something, say Osita did something. Don't say that's Igbo man because he's an Igbo man. I don't know if you remember. If you remember when I used to make that submission long ago.
Yeah.
Because I hated stereotyping people. I hated that unnecessarily generalization.
But you know, we have stereotype in Nigeria, like Igbo people. We call them the Yoruba. I said the Yoruba. Yeah, Yoruba people. Often man. They call us. And there's a conception with them that you can't go to the east, that they will eat you, and they will not allow you to buy land.
Okay, enough now. Let me say my piece first. Let me say my piece. I think something we have to be careful about is that some people that are actually compromised will be coming here to actually accuse others of being compromised. That's something I just thought about just now. And because personally, the way I look at it is that if I choose, because we have different identities, you have your family identity, you have your clan or tribal identity, even within the Igbo people, you have your own identity. You can choose to embrace any identity you want. Our people prefer to always choose to embrace their tribal one. I choose to embrace my national one because I believe that my national one is the one that is better for everybody. And I think if everybody embrace their national identity more, maybe we'll be better off than where we are right now. Because the challenges we face in this world today is on a macro scale. It's on a sort. We even need the continental level. This thing identity, because the challenge you face is that massive. You are not competing against the England that you used to compete against before, the British that was able to colonize half of the continent. You are competing against NATO now. You are competing against countries that are that have 1.4 billion, like China and India, 1.4 billion people. What chance have we got in this world? This is not a joke business. This is live or die situation here. And if people don't recognize this stuff, why I'm here is for that. I don't care about politics. I don't care about religion. I don't care about tribe. So if you keep talking about this tribe nonsense, I don't care. If I don't identify, hold on, I will say my piece because this is the one I don't compromise on. Hold on. I don't care about your tribe issues, because other people have them and they are able to function. What I care about is our survival. I'm not here. If there is only suffering we are suffering, I'm fine. I will suffer with everybody and go and everybody suffers. Even in the UK, people are suffering too. But I literally fear for our survival. People don't understand how bad it is. Because if I was on the other side, I'll be planning your demise. That is how bad it is. But this COT, if you want to laugh, you are going to live here. I'm not joking right now.
I don't agree with you.
No, you don't agree with me. You don't laugh when I'm talking something I feel strongly about. Hold on.
You can't do that.
Hold on. Let me say my piece. I'm going to remove you too. Period. Yeah, you can be out. Anybody that is not interested can leave. There are certain people that will hear this one. Because for me, when if I find that somebody feels strongly about something, I don't mock them about it. Because I've been taught a long time ago, if somebody feels strongly about something, don't laugh at them about it. Because you don't expect them to act rationally. And these fools don't even learn, they've not been taught any lesson while they were growing up. And there are some of them are older than me there. When somebody's telling you that they are worried about your survival, maybe you should hear them out. Instead of eating like a fool. Because I'm one of them that will kill you if I was on the other side. You fools. Let's get on, please.
Forefathers, just step it down.
It's so annoying. These people, they are like children.
No.
This is not a joke. You were not around when our people were getting colonized. You were not there. These idiots.
Listen, please, let us be mindful of our words. You remember you're the moderator.
It's really annoying. People, I get tired of grown men behaving like children.
Forefathers, please, can you hold it, please? Just hold it a bit. The one fact I want to state is this. You and I just spoke about the percentage of enlightenment, the people who are enlightened. Now, I dare put it to you that even the enlightenment has tiers, it has levels. The place where you're operating from, your own level of wokeness, the things you're worried about, a huge number of us have not been, may not yet have been enlightened to that point. And that is one thing you need to take note of. And if you begin to understand that, take that into account, it will expand your level of tolerance.
I understand that they should
when people are not moving at your own pace and at your own speed.
No, I don't care. It's fine if you don't understand me, but respect my passion for something. Because I will respect yours. Because if somebody is passionate about something, I've been taught a long time ago, don't laugh at them about it. Give them the time because you don't know what is happening with them. And I'm saying something that I feel so passionate about, and those fools were laughing. I'm not going to forgive them for what they did until they apologize. I will not forgive Ferrari for what he's done here because I find that sacrilegious. Somebody's talking about our very survival and he's there laughing about it.
Listen, some of us that you hear now listening to you or are not laughing or trying to understand your emotions or your conviction about something is because we are enlightened enough. We have the capacity, enlightened enough to want to listen. Sometimes people might not even respect a view that they don't understand, or they've not even come to see why. For us to continue having communication, ideas is not something you can't impose it upon people. It's something that takes time. And that is why communication is very important. I'll give you an instance, and from a personal perspective. Today, I spoke to a family member that I've not spoken to in 4 years. He's on the other side of his own, thinking, oh, I no longer call him. I don't take his call. I'm on my own side thinking, he should have called me since then. Why didn't he? But after we had a conversation today, and I so much thank God that he pressed it upon me that I could no longer hold back. I had to make that call. It was like magic that after almost 40 minutes of us having that dialogue, having that conversation, we came to understand that our problem is the fact that we don't communicate often. And it's important in every situation you find yourself, wherever you are. Let's even take it down to marriage between a husband and a wife. Conversation, listening to people is very important. The level of your enlightenment, the place you're operating from, is on an entirely different level. You've managed, you have become liberal to a point that you're able to subdue your own tribal tendencies. which is also what is a huge problem for us in our Nigerian society. It is this tribal tendency that will make someone to see that, hey, this person who is from my tribe, if I vote him, is a thief. The person will say, let me forget about him being a thief. At the end of the day, he's from my own side tribe. And you vote him. You go and steal ballot box for him. It is this tribe. But this is not something we are going to be able to change by executing people. Let me take, for instance, I said to you, someone like myself who was raised in the East, within that conclave of the Southeast, getting into university, now I'm started mixing up with other people. You would have thought, oh, that 5 years in the university would have taken away all the Igbo sentiments. You would have thought that having all majority of my friends, my best friend, is a Yoruba man. He's a Yoruba guy. See, let me tell you, he's the only person in this world who can call me and I'll empty my bank account for him. He's a Yoruba person. Even my own blood sister, my own sisters, there is a limit. But that particular human being, I love him to a point that if anything I have, if he says to me he wants it today, I will not ask him why. The question why. Now, someone would have thought, after all these years of having a lot of Yoruba friends, does that still change the fact that I'm an Igbo man? No. Has that been able to eliminate my tendencies or sentiments or biases for Igbo people? Only when I'm being put to that test that we can actually know. But what I'm submitting is that we need to keep on having those conversations, bringing people out of their tribal, captivation, beginning to make them to see from a bigger picture. If you shut these guys out and keep on removing them, when they should be listening to you, or when you should be listening to them, out of anger and out of outbursts because they didn't get it at that instant, you might do more harm. It take us longer to achieve it. Someone like me, if I come on this platform, I'll never say Hausa people or Northern people. I'll never say Yoruba people. I'll never say Igbo people. I prefer to specify by an individual. But I can also assure you, I've been here, I've been attacked by my fellow Igbo people during the election. They started asking me, are you even sure you're a true Igbo man?
They attack Tone every day, man.
Are you sure you are a true Igbo man? That is my own fellow. You of course, everybody here knows CM.
It's just crazy. Some of them, the other one was calling me a demon. I think it was not one of them that was calling me a demon. What is wrong with these people?
No. See, listen. Listen. These people, my brothers have also questioned me about my own genuinity of being an Igbo man, that I'm not a true Igbo man. But I didn't take offense from them. Why? Because I know that because they are not seeing my points today, does not mean chances that they will not see it tomorrow. I believe that if I keep on making those submissions, placing superior arguments, at some point along the line, it might not be this year, it might not even be next year. But my conviction in the fact that we're able to keep having conversations with tolerance for each other. Many years ago, if we had social platforms like this, where people from different ethnic societies can come together and converse, maybe things wouldn't be this bad. Maybe we wouldn't have, been so destroyed by our ethnic proclivities. Maybe there could have been a chance that our nation would have been redeemed or salvaged earlier than now. But it's never too late, because we are coming one by one.
I get what you're saying. So let me make this clear.
That's a great submission.
Yeah, please, Miss You know, my pronunciation has gone off when I'm really cross like this. Please go ahead. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Let me express my apologies. You know, you were around. I wasn't supposed to be shouting like that, but these people sometimes they get on your nerves, and you just have to lash out at them now and again.
See,
So
if you cannot deal with these two people,
no,
how are you going to deal?
I get that. I get that.
How
Believe
are
me,
you going to deal? You want to convince very tribal Igbo people, 70 million people.
See, I get that. I get that.
If
Normally,
you can't
that's what I
convince
do. Normally,
these two people, if these two people can make you want to run out of the platform,
I sat
that
here.
should
Somebody
tell
was
you-
calling me
see,
a demon.
Then that will show you the amount of work we still need to do.
Right? So, yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm not perfect, not even close. So please, madam, go ahead.
You know, there is, I don't know, do you hear me? Am I on or off?
Yeah, you're on.
Okay,
Jackson.
Thank you.
Jackson is backstage. Oh. Let's bring him. He's an honorable member. He can be able to speak. Go ahead, please, madam.
Okay. When you want to address me, I call all of you, each and every one of you, my president, because you are. So when you want to address me, more is enough. When they told me about this miss, if you're not married, you're miss. Now, if you're ever married, it means you miss all the time. So you are Mrs. Don't forget her, she misses. Okay? So, but it's just for us to laugh. I said, I have not missed nothing. And don't go Mrs. because if you call me Mrs., that means that I miss all the time. So no, I don't. Just on a lighter mood. I like that you boiled. That is what family and their members do. A gentleman, to buttress the points my president, Sitadema, was stressing, is still in a lighter mood.
I'm so sorry, madam. It must really feel good to be called a president. This name you just called me, it made me feel good. And I cannot keep it to myself, please.
You have to emphasize it. I didn't even know she was calling you.
I don't know if another person felt it, but please, when you address another person, please attach it to them. Let me see if they have the same reaction.
That's the lighter mood, everybody.
Maybe that's why a lot of people struggle to get into that position.
You want to run the other direction.
When the real drill comes, believe me, Nigerians will be scared to get president. Don't you see? Did you see how beautiful and handsome Obama was looking before he became a president? Now the daughter said, "Dad, if being a president will give me as many gray hair as you have, you guys can keep it to yourself. I don't want it." But yeah, a policeman apprehended a gentleman. You know, some of us, we have how we deal with our things and how things are. So this gentleman, this is how he's always like this. So the policeman apprehended him. And you know our style in Nigeria, the policeman said, "I am talking about how serious an offense you committed and you're still smiling? Boy, again." And the man was like, "Please tell him not to stop beating me. That's just the nature of my teeth." Some of us is the nature of our teeth. A man here was upset, talking to the wife. And the wife, and the man said, "No, this is not funny. Now tell me, why are you laughing?" And the woman said, "I'm laughing to keep from killing you." It's not that they don't take it serious. It's that people react differently. Maybe others, when they are that serious, they smile. When they know even the enormity of what you're trying to share, they smile to bring the attention down, to say it is as bad as he is saying. For instance, where I went out one day a week ago and somebody said, Oh, you have an accent. Where are you from? I looked at her. I said, from humanity. He said, no, I mean, really, where are you from? I said, what part of humanity don't you understand? Is it the who part or the manity part? Everybody started laughing. Now, maybe in this process that Nigeria is, one day we will get to a point where we are learning a whole lot of things from America. I don't care whatever state or slum anybody is from here. They say, oh, I'm an American. In fact, when they come to Nigeria, they want to ask you in Nigeria if you have papers to be in Nigeria. You are born in Nigeria, and they are in your own country, Nigeria. And they ask you if you have papers to be in this country, in Nigeria. That's how proud of America they are. You won't. It is very rare when you see anybody say, "I am from Nebraska, I'm from Arkansas, I'm from." It's the same thing as Nebraska. I'm from wherever, you know. They say, I'm American. We are all in the process of getting there. We appreciate, and when I came here, the first thing I said is so diversified, ramified, and different the way reasoning here is. But it's like a book. You read the part you like, and you also read the part you don't like, but the two of them come together to make that sense for which that book was written. And I know I'm repeating a whole lot of things the gentleman, my president, Osita Demma, had made. But please, it is a sign that we are all the same members of one family. We will, from time to time, make you boil. And we will, from time to time, smile. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Well said. Jagun, I don't know whether you are there. Long time no see. I don't know whether you want to say something, because I noticed that you wrote some things on the backstage. We have been asking about you. I hope everything is okay with you, Jagun. He did type at the backstage, but maybe he's not chatty about these things. See,
sorry,
Ferrari,
guys. I beg your pardon. My mic was off. I thank you for your concerns. I've been very well. I've been away and I've been busy. And I've just come in. Actually, today I was doing a bit of a promotion, and I've just come back home. And I've been listening here and there. So I came to the background because I couldn't see the comments, and I wanted to see the comments. In any case, I'm happy to be on board. I really like what the gentleman said. I can't read his name very well. The gentleman with the hat. Osita. I like what he was saying, because you see, emotions can run high easily, and you know I'm an emotional guy, and we should all have passion and emotion, no doubt. But we should also be careful of our dictatorial position, I must say, because laughter can be rude, no doubt. But it is always also a reaction. And people, as the young lady said, would react differently. People don't react the same way. And in terms of what you were saying, again, I kind of wanted to agree with Oti. Me, I'm not a tribalist. I'm a Yoruba man, and I'm proud of it, because that's how I was born. And that's my pride. And with that, I expect all of us to have that same pride, because it doesn't mean that we don't connect, but it does mean that we stick with the realities of who the bloody hell we are. And I feel that, you know, this Nigeria is we all know, as Nigerian as we are, Nigeria is not a country, man. Nigeria is a place that makes all of us ill.
Yeah, but I think your mic is kind of faulty.
Is it faulty?
We hardly hear you.
I can hear him.
You know, I've been listening rather than coming on board to comment and just watching the show and really always wondering where it is that we're going with our conversations. And for lack of being boring, I don't want to be boring, but the progression of our conversations are so stale. They're stuck, and we try to champion the Nigerian cause as best as we can as people from diverse entries and diverse focuses. With all of this, again, what Tone said earlier about us taking our time with each other and having due respect, but it doesn't mean that we can't be challenged. It doesn't mean that our authority of our argument cannot be explicit and well explained. And I want to always see progress, and where I see people generally being more egotistical in one way. I say that with due respect, but when we become very egotistical, it's very difficult to have discussions, man, because what we're trying to do is tackle serious subjects, and I feel that there's power within the people, because when I look on the news and I look at Nigerian news, I do not see power being played well. And the fact that power is being played so poorly, I don't know how we buy into the Nigerian psyche. The Nigerian psyche is bullshit. Excuse my language, but it's bullshit. Doesn't mean anything. Yoruba means more to me. And it's not, Yoruba by themselves is far less than the Nigeria we have as a unit. And that's the way I see it. I don't want to detract from what Nigeria can be and the potential of Nigeria. But the potential of Yoruba is simply not as great as the potential of Nigeria. But we cannot suggest Nigeria right now above who we are, because Nigeria's crap. It's rubbish. Anytime I look at it, it's like so upside down. Where we need to be is we're so far from it. You speak a lot about security and you push this mantra, and there is no security. Security, which kind of security? Are you talking about Nigeria? Nigeria is not secure. It's a place that could be taken over tomorrow if anybody's so wished in the world. And we're supposed to be championing in Africa. I mean, come on, man. You know, it boils down to the point. You know, the young lady spoke about America just now. And America is extremely tribalistic. But it functions as a country, as forefathers said, it functions. Why does it function? Because there's rule of law. That's why it functions. In Nigeria, there's no rule of law. There's none. We're all just talking round and round and round rubbish. There's no rule of law in this country. So how we're making sense of it and speaking on the Nigerian anthem, for me, it's like we don't know what day it is. We don't know what day it is. Right now, what I can say without boast is that Yoruba land in Nigeria is about the most accessible part of Nigeria you can have. However, there are so many other parts of Nigeria that are just beautiful and should be accessible. They should be. But because of the Nigerian oppression on its people, we have to call our father's name. We have to call our father's name. It's not to detract from what you're saying, AY and forefather, in terms of the whole tribalistic atmosphere that Nigeria has become, or that Nigeria is. The thing is, Nigeria hasn't become anything in real terms. If we think about what Nigeria is, it should be no less than the 5th greatest economy in the world, no less than the 5th, if not the 1st, to be frank. But we're so far away from that. It needs to say that the people of this so-called Nigeria need to come together as who they are in order to enforce laws in that country. I'll just end on this in terms of my utterances. I've been looking at Peter Obi of late, and I can see that man is becoming frustrated. He wants to come out and be president. Right now, the country is going so slowly, where the world is moving so quickly. and we're dragging our feet as a nation. It makes no sense. And the fact is, people on the ground in Nigeria, it's not that they don't care, it's that they cannot do anything about it. And this is my only crux. What are we doing about it? I'll leave it there. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Jadu, as always.
Mm.
Brilliant.
You know, if anybody, they are seeing the banner that I put there. That banner is basically the progression of what you need to do to fix your country. It's well established how these things are done. It's not rocket science. I think, was it not Osita that was talking about how we, in secondary school, when you do expo, you can copy from your mates. We know how other people have developed themselves. Why can't we copy if we cannot invent? It's really straightforward philosophy. This thing. Did you see anything that they call tribalism on that list? They don't care. It's not tribalism because all of them are tribal. They still function. All of them hate each other. They actually hate each other more than we do. They killed each other in the millions, like cold-bloodedly. In the Middle East, they just killed 7,000 children in 2 months. These will hate each other, but they are functional more than us. Why? Because we have not fixed from the beginning, the next one and the next one. We've not done it. And until we fix that, we lost the first one on the left-hand side. We lost the first one since the colonization war. I will never recover it again. We're weaker. Until we fix this equation, we are not going anywhere. And was it not Jagon that just said that they could come any moment and take the country from us? That is at the crux of my problem. If we cannot survive, we are not going to be here to worry about tribalism or election or bad laws or hating or loving. None of them. And hence, maybe some people should be worrying more about that. Why is it I'm the only one that even seems to be concerned about this issue? Because nobody seems to care that whether we survive. I'm telling you, 99% of us will just be fine if refinery starts working and things just look a little bit better. They will forget about the bigger threat.
Hello, sorry, Fafaras, a minute.
If you want to say something, you know what you need to do.
I want to greet everybody before I go to bed, okay? Sorry, it's been a very enjoyable night. Thank you, everyone. But Fafaras, just one last word for you. Whatever you say, or whatever you think, just a little advice from an elder brother. Is no one really has a prerogative on correctness, okay? Your views, yes, you may have them, but your views, your opinions, okay? So that's okay. I'm not. It's all right. I'm not angry or sad or anything. I enjoyed tonight, and I do apologize to everyone, but listeners, for some reason, maybe you might have been adversely affected by the little, disruption, and so yeah, we carry on and we keep the faith. Okay.
Good night. Thank you,
Thanks, everyone, and good night.
Mr. Itajeto.
See you, brother.
See you.
Okay. I think Nigeria, what I notice with our people is that 1 minute, if I decide to let everybody do whatever they like, they'll say, why are you not controlling them? Why are you not controlling them? When you control anybody, they're like, oh, you're being dictatorial. You're being dictatorial. You never win. You just never win anything. There's no way you win anything. They will always accuse you of one thing or the other. I respect people. I let people talk, and they don't forget. They forget that I'm also a human being. If I want to talk, they'll say, no, you shouldn't talk. You are the moderator. You shouldn't be allowed to talk. I'm like, no, I never said I was like kind of moderator like Dr. Damages. I've never been like Dr. Damages. I've always questioned people. I've always challenged people. I've always spoken. And I'm not going to be silenced. If nobody cares about what I care about, then somebody has to.
No. Okay. For furthers, I'll just ask you this question. Assuming you were not the moderator. Let's take for you were not the moderator.
Please don't let me.
And
what is the
because what it was you were making your argument. People were reacting to it, laughing. Personally, it is not right. What you did, I'll just say this, and I hope we just move quickly away from it. It doesn't promote what we're doing here. You didn't do what we're doing here any good by cutting those gentlemen off, especially where you were the one who was directly involved. It was your submission. Assuming you are just the moderator and you are asking someone to stop, like maybe 2 other people, and you remove them. I support you 100%. But in this instance, you are the one directly making a submission. You felt people were not paying attention enough to your submission, or they didn't take it the way you had expected. They didn't see the seriousness in what you were saying, and they were not, to be honest, and it's not like they were even counter arguing. They just laughed. But because your emotions were already at a certain level, you reacted. Your reaction was, part of your reaction was, oh, let me take these people out of the platform. That was absolutely wrong. But we learn every day. Nobody, like you said, nobody's paying you for this job. And you probably didn't go to school to learn this job. And we're trying to make this platform better. Why do I say that? My dream for this Dr. Damage's platform, this conversation we're having, because there is no national TV anywhere in the world, in Nigeria, a national television where you have something like this, where people come in unfiltered and lay out their views. My hope for this platform is someday in the future, in 2 years' time, or even any time before that we become as big as Arise TV. That people go in, people in Nigeria everywhere know. They come and they know that we have something like this. That they have a place that they can just click and the whole world will be watching them. That is the extent. That is the thought I was trying to make from my last submission about information. That we need to keep on promoting this platform. Get to a point where people who are ordinary people, like you and I, staying in the diaspora, like someone who is in the village, someone who is somewhere in the Enugu, can tune in and air their views about how they feel about the country, and everyone will see it.
So, let's see, everything you said, even if there is true, I'm also entitled to it. One, I said I was passionate about that. See, if you don't respect somebody's passion, expect an unpredictable behavior.
No, each and every one of us, we also have things that we're passionate about.
This is exactly what I mean. This is what they do. When you do it, you don't see yourselves do it. I just started talking for how many seconds? They all jump into your mouth. This is what they do.
You're right.
If you tell me now that you want to take the mic, I will gladly step off.
Yeah, but I barely said anything for even 15 seconds.
No, but you and I were having. Listen, you and I were having a conversation. And this is what is different.
Wait, I beg, don't vex. Forefather, I have a question. Tell me how national security will lead to better law, development, economic growth. Can you explain that rationale for me?
Before you do explain that, I really beg everybody's pardon. I just need to support what Osita is saying. Because what Osita is saying, again, is really coming from the heart and from an understanding of what this platform means to all of us. This is a gathering from all people in the diaspora.
You see, I was saying something, but they've just
wait, Forefather. I want you to speak. I want you to speak, Forefather. I beg. I feel that you need, if I may, I feel that you need to hear what Osita is saying and maybe hear from more people who agree with Osita's point of view. You see,
you can agree all you want. It doesn't matter. Don't you? Have you not understood me yet?
No, it's not that it doesn't matter. It's not that.
This is what I'm saying about
let me have my say. Let me have my say.
Forefathers, listen,
please let me explain, guys.
Our views. Listen,
guys, before you jump in, I just want to entertain a track.
If you come out like this and say, and this is what I'm saying, this will chase a lot of us out. You're not been a part of this platform. But if you come here, if what you are doing now, and Dr. Damages says something like this to me, or if Dr. Damages, if this was him,
you know, he didn't let me talk. You have to like many minutes.
If he handled you like this,
what we're doing, Forefather, is trying to give you a full way of answering.
All of us matter. All of our views matter. And this is what differentiates this platform from a regular platform.
Hold on. All of you have said something. I'm the only one that has not said anything.
Forefathers, I think.
Allow him to speak. Allow forefathers to speak, please.
I think. Sorry, I'm coming. I think.
Please allow him to speak.
I haven't spoken to. I just came in. Please. I think what Osita is trying
Steph
to say.
came before you. You just jumped Steph.
I think what
but it's okay.
Osita is trying to say is that the panel, you can't force your ideas and drum it down the throat of everybody. You have to listen to others. You can't say national security, better law development, economic. It doesn't make sense. You can't force your idea down our throats and say we should just accept it.
I didn't say you should accept it, by the way. But
what differentiates this platform? What makes this platform greater than any other platform you have there in the world, at least in relative to us who are looking for nationhood, is the fact that the established media, they are already structured in the certain conversations that they want to have. They are already sectioned in the way they want to change the mindset of people.
The country should be like
for us to get the change that we want.
Brother Alcita, you are really talking to us, bro.
All of us. All of us need to put our views.
What you think is real.
People need to listen.
Yes,
we need to. It needs to remain organic.
I've always said it.
As volatile as it gets, and sometimes as unpleasant as it gets. See, Forefather, if there's anything I love and appreciate about you, is your ability to always have a different view. Most of the time, different from other people. And that is why I never find you boring. If for the day I come on the platform and you're not there, I feel like it's incomplete. That is one fact. And I said to you that the place where you are at the moment, the perspective, the spectacles from which you are viewing things is obviously at a place that is bigger than the most of us for the time being. And if you think that it is from one conversation you can get everybody into that, I'm telling you, you're really dreaming. It takes time. I even gave you an instance of someone like Kanu when he started. Information takes time to permeate into people's thought. That is even why for someone who is a Christian, the Bible will tell you that faith comes through hearing.
Osita just a massage your ego.
It doesn't come from one time.
Me, I know the massage ego.
Let forefather be the next person to speak, please.
It's not about massaging everyone.
Yeah, allow what he said. Let forefather speak after.
Everybody is important. The only thing I'm saying is,
you don't get nobody to watch you, forefathers. You better calm down and stop bragadoing.
Stop it, man. Stop it. It's unnecessary.
Olumide, please. We also respect forefathers because he's the moderator. Listen. We must understand that. Listen. I understand is that forefathers, he has two roles he's playing here. Olumide, can you hold on, please?
Hold on.
Forefathers, he has two roles he plays here. He's playing the role of a moderator and also a panelist. And that is absolutely beautiful.
Dual role, yeah, I agree.
I am on the role as a panelist and like the rest of us. And that is why, unlike most of us, forefather, you always need to take the higher ground, even with your emotion more than the most of us. It is your duty, because if you're the one who is anchoring this program, you need to also, demonstrate the tolerance that accommodates people, even people who are, who don't even make sense at all. Because that is the whole point. The whole point is for us to come here, place our ideas on a scale. And God willing, superior arguments win. But superior arguments do not win by imposition. That is why someone like Peter Obi, he can preach all he preaches, maybe somewhere in the south, in the north central. Some people can argue with you that his arguments have not penetrated the deep north. And some people can agree with that. Some people will even tell you that he's only popular in the social media, which means, oh, there's a section of people where people listen to him. He's only the ones on social media that understand his message. Some people can even tell you he's among the young people.
We all get your point, and I believe that you're accurate. But I think also, Forefather, give him a chance to air his views against everything that's been said. Please, give him a chance.
Steph, I see you there. Steph is just quiet, waiting to land his own punch. But it's all good. See, this is very simple matter, really, for me. It's not about imposition, for one. I'm not imposing. I just expect people to respect each other to an extent. People disrespect me all the time, like it's regular. Actually, even when I try to speak, they shut me up. And they don't do that to Dr. Dami. They will shut me up literally. I won't be able to say anything. And however, but when I feel strongly about anything, like for anybody too, if you feel strongly about something and I hear you talking about it, I'm not going to come here and laugh at you, because from a very long time I've been taught if somebody feels strongly about it, you don't laugh at them about it. You don't laugh about it. It's not about imposition. I expect simple courtesy and a little bit of respect or understanding or empathy, whatever you want to call it. I'm not imposing my view. I don't expect them to see it from where I see it. I don't expect them to believe in what I believe, ever even. But at least show some decorum when I'm trying to say something, and don't just be laughing at me, especially when you are the one that has been poking at me, calling me all kinds of names all day. That is all I'm saying.
I think what you're saying is fair. The only thing I would add, given what everybody is thinking, as said, your role is a dual role. You are being a commentator as well as an anchor. And within these roles, there is a skill. And as time goes on, the views that you take, whilst they may be valid as views that we should all be able to listen to, there is a higher ground that you definitely need to take. There's a difference between you and Dr. Damages, not because you are different people. Just it is largely because Dr. Damages is more used, if you like,
more experienced.
To doing this kind of work of journalism, if you like. Now, as an individual, you are learning on the job, and we realize that. We realize that you're learning on the job. But if you're galvanizing a conversation, if 3 or 4 people speak before you've spoken again, it's fair. And fair, because what you're doing is looking at the whole argument and seeing where it's going, and then adding your view, and then still having to anchor conversation to its natural position. Because the kind of discussions that we're having here, they are very because we are all different individuals. We're coming, you're hearing my accent. A lot of people didn't even believe I was Nigerian when I came on this platform in the first place. We're all coming from different points, but the thing is, we care about Nigeria. And that is your course. Your course is to say, where is this Nigerian conversation going? Where is it going? So the more awkward you make it by arguing, and I understand it, because I think I would do a job of what you are doing differently from you, but I would have exactly the same emotions that you have, which is, why is everyone picking on me? Why is everyone talking about me? But I would have to hold a lot of that back in my chest in order to anchor the program. So while I have this very similar emotions to yourself, where I get vexed very easily, my patience has completely run out. In terms of patience, between me and you probably got a lot more patience than I have. But I would say the skill in anchoring a conversation is different than yours. And sometimes that can become frustrating. All it is that you have to understand you still have a lot to learn in your position. And that's, I say that with all due respect. Thank you.
Thank you. If we can go back to the topic, Steph. Oh no, I really enjoy seeing Steph here today. He hasn't said anything all day. Maybe I should bring back the discussion about wigs and all the rest, you know, so that he will run out again. So, Seth, welcome. You know, let's not go into this discussion again. I think it's about past time now. And to be fair, I'm not going to tolerate people insinuating anything about me anymore. I'm just fed up of it. Anybody that does that, they will meet my full wrath right
but
now.
forefathers,
And
to be
I'm not
fair,
interested in that.
forefathers, to be fair to, sometimes see it is the way you make your points. Especially people form opinion based on your submission, based on your point. When you, for instance, say that
did you just jump over Steph?
when you tout
Guy, you know, these guys, they don't respect. Yeah.
Listen. When you
Let him
tout
talk. Let
Machiavellian,
him make a point.
when you
Ferrari,
tout Machiavellian principle, now when you tout Machiavellian principle, you know,
see,
it speaks volumes.
Nobody is talking about Machiavellian. Olumide, stop going back to Hobbes. And besides, it's not your turn.
Just listen.
It was Steph's turn.
Let me
Steph's
make my
turn,
point, and
Olumide.
then you can answer. Let me make my point, and you can
Hold
answer.
on. If you are going to go
Listen.
backstage now, we have to obey some rules, please. Let's Steph speak, please. You have to respect his time. He's not getting
Do you
paid
want
to
to
be
answer
here.
my question or not?
Don't worry.
Yeah.
Your turn. You will have the turn to ask me the question, please. Steph, go ahead about Fubara being waylaid in Aso Rock, and they are making him sign agreements that it's against the law, really. But somehow in Nigeria there is this impunity. Some people now started talking about how the people themselves are part of the equation. With that, if the people don't change, their leadership is not going to change, which is part of my what I subscribe to. It's not because I'm saying the people is at fault, but it's a whole ecosystem. So what do you think about that? You know about the Fubara stuff. You can address it in either way you like. Please don't mention what happened in the last 30 minutes. Ignore it completely.
Thank you, forefathers, for giving me the opportunity. But you see, again, you cannot restrict my freedom of speech. The reason is, I'm coming. The reason is because I have been around for more than 2 hours. So you cannot just then and say, okay, I shouldn't make any comment about what I've heard. You understand?
Yeah,
so,
I get you.
But I know the reason why you said it is because you may think that I'm going to come out for you. No.
I guess I just wanted to move away from it a bit, so it's not always about me.
It's good. I just hope that at the end of every conversation that you always go back and understand the fact that we are all work in progress, all of us. You understand? And it's even a privilege for you to have an opportunity to be getting feedbacks from people, because you are on a different you're preparing yourself for something different,
greater things
than some of
is
us.
it that kind of talk? Well, who is that one? Is it not the one they call president? Stop talking that nonsense, because I'm here in London here. I'm a majesty subject, so let's not talk get ahead of ourselves here.
You are a president too. Everybody here is a president.
We are humble servants of our people. We are just helping, isn't it? And that's all we are trying to do. Please
So,
go ahead.
As a matter of fact, for others, if in a period of maybe you anchor a program for like 2 hours or 3 hours, and people just make comments about 5-minute segments of the program they feel that you didn't handle well, I think it doesn't mean that you did not have a pass mark. Do you understand?
You see this guy? This guy.
I'm coming.
This
No,
is
I'm
what I
coming.
get every time.
I'm coming. If anybody say that you don't have the right to pushing your own narrative, I think the person is not being fair. And if anybody said that you deserve to be interrupted or laughed at when you're making your point, the person is also not being fair. But where I disagree is that, like everybody has said, you're playing two roles. Your role as a moderator, if somebody is interrupting people, you understand, or asking somebody to stop, the person didn't stop, you take the person out of the platform. I think it's in order. But if you are saying something and maybe the person made a kind of gesture of disapproval or whatever,
it means that if you can take the person out, it means that as I'm talking now and anybody laughs, if I have the wine, also take the person out. And that becomes disorderliness. You understand? So, but other than that, I don't see anything wrong in your opinion, even though I may disagree with it. You understand?
That's
So
fine.
that's by the way. And one thing else I want to clear here is that I do have some disagreements with Forefather most times, but I don't believe that he's an agent of anybody on this show. I think he has his own mind. I think he's trying to be consistent with his own biases, and he's not more Nigerian than anybody that is on this show, but he's a Nigerian, and I don't think that he's being paid by anybody, and I don't think that he's supporting the government. But most times, like I told him the last outing, sometimes the way he says things and how people perceive it may be different from what he has in mind. And during the last outing, when he made a clarification, I also told him that I observed what you said differently from the way you're explaining it now. So, and that is all, it happens to all of us. So concerning Fubara that you're talking about, I don't really want to pity him.
But Steph,
because I
this one
don't.
too much. This one too much. It happens to all of us, but this one too much.
That's what I'm saying. All of us have our biases.
But Forefather own too much.
Olumide, calm
I'm
down.
not saying that.
Olumide, you are number one here.
The only thing I want to clear is that personally I don't believe that he's pro-government and government is paying him to be on this show. I don't think so.
I also don't believe it. In fact, I know it.
Alaba just talk, man. Even me, Alaba said, he even call me, I'm a government agent. Alaba just say stuff. Don't forget about those stuff. Don't worry. You guys should
Why I say that I don't pity Fubara and I'm not.
Steph, you believe
is
say that baby
because
too?
no. So they are.
Don't worry. Go ahead. Don't mind me.
It's obvious that whatever thing Fubara is not more different from Wike. Or Wike, it's not like two thieves that stole something in the night. And then they're having a disagreement on the sharing formula. And everybody now observe that, wow, see what they stole. That's what is happening. You know, if Fubara was hiding Wike's activities when he was the governor, using his position as the accountant general, does he make him a saint or a good person that's going to look out for the interests of Rivers people as he's pretending now?
No.
It will not. So I don't really, whatever two of them are fighting over, I don't think is in the interest of the.
But don't you think that while they are fighting out over stolen goods, when they share that one of the parties that were fighting is coming to the people should take the side of the one that the share is coming to them. In other words, in the context of what is going on right now, if Fubara gets his way, it's more in line with the constitution. If Wike gets his way and Tinubu get their way, they have mangled the state even further. You see what I mean?
Yeah, but where I'm concerned is that if somebody who wasn't ready for a governor was made a governor, and after being made a governor, he's had some months to prepare himself and make up his mind, and begin to nurture that muscle as a governor before being sworn in. And after being sworn in as a governor, he had tasted that power, could go to Aso Rock and sign that kind of agreement. It means that I don't really see him as somebody who cares for the Rivers people in the first place. Because if you care for the people, then it means that out of principle, you should know what you can concede and what you cannot concede. That's just my worry. If not because of the outcome of the meeting that started coming out, I was like, okay, towing the part you're towing that, yeah, even though the way he came in is questionable, but I think he's fighting for the right thing. But at the stage where they are on the fight, for him to go to Aso Rock and
put a pen on paper on that kind of agreement. It's questionable about
Okay,
his person.
Steph, what do you think about this statement on the screen? Who be government teacher, culture and tradition? This is what Fela said. Because what he's implying is that the culture within the country and the traditions we have been following has led to these problems we're having. So is it our fault that this our behavior, our leaders are doing some things to the people? Or because you are blaming Fubara now that why should he go and sign? But maybe he doesn't have any reason not to sign. Maybe nobody gave him a reason not to sign. Because the same people are the ones that are selling Naira, our Naira notes to fellow Nigerians. The same people are the ones gouging petrol and helping rig the elections. So why can he not sell them out?
What I think is that he's like, he has a chicken heart. You understand? The people, for instance, are with him, but he doesn't have the heart to use the people to fight his opponents. That's where the difference coming. He's like too afraid.
But
And that's the quality that's the quality I believe that
you
a
said it the
leader should
first
not
time.
have. A leader should not be afraid.
You said it the first time that it doesn't have. It was never about the people in the first instance. It was about the fact that Wike was going to take the lion's share, and he no go agree. So
As for your question, who be government teacher, is a little bit complicated because if you're talking about culture, culture over time becomes is evolving a kind of, and the psyche of the people feeds into the culture. So before you know it, what is culturally unacceptable some years ago somehow become acceptable and become part of the culture. You understand? So I don't know at the point where, but if culture is teaching them, then is adulterated culture kind of. You understand? Just the way most
Olumide,
communities
Jesus
we
Christ,
begin to.
Olumide, you are going to show us your boxer now. Eh?
In most
Hold your phone properly.
in most communities, what we don't accept in the past, we started accepting it. For instance, it's easier for somebody that you don't know what he's doing to make money and come back to your community now, and even the ego will call him for a chieftaincy title.
Yep.
You understand? But in the past, when that kind of person come back, people will be, scared to associate. They don't want to associate themselves with him because they believe that there are things about him that people don't know. So you don't want to be seen very close to him. In my own community, it was like that before. But I know that last year, somebody next house to my own house in the village, somebody came from Dubai, a young boy. Was a junior brother to me, very young. And within 3 months, they have fenced their whole compound, brought down their house, put up a duplex within 3 months. And almost like the whole community goes to his house to go and drink every day. He's doing it, But when I look back, this is somebody as at last 2 years, I was following him on Facebook. I know that he was not doing anything in Dubai. I know. You understand? So,
okay. So, but you think that Fubara should have been braver. So, what do you advise him now to do now?
What I think is that if he really care about Rivers people, and if he signed that agreement maybe out of duress, he's not the first person that enters into such agreement. There was an Aburi Accord, and when you come back from such meeting, you still have to consult your stakeholders, your own. And if a lot of them believe that this thing is not in their own interest, you begin to build consensus and, know the ones you can do and the ones you cannot do. Because as far as I'm concerned, it's just like a death warrant. Just like you won battles and you surrendered it again to start afresh. I just hope that he will not make the mistake of legalizing those people that left his party bringing back all those people again,
Mm.
because man, he's finished. In the worst case scenario, if he accepts, what's going to do is that he's going to keep paying until the next election and they kick him out and bring another person. But there's nothing like peace that is going to either give him security or give his state if he pretends to care about security. You know?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think I agree with you on that. He needs to get a backbone and fight to the end, even if they try to impeach him and throw him out. Then they try, because you see, the thing, our politicians, they don't have principles. From one party one day and the next day they are in another party, and they want to get the benefits on both sides. It's just, and our people, you see, this
Can
is the
I
thing.
make a
Our
submission? I
people
gotta
are the
go.
ones at the base of it. Hold on. Our people are at the bottom of this food chain, where they are operating these parties. It's human beings, so they are not toys. It's human beings that are doing all these things at the base, helping to organize all these things. They follow their leaders when their leaders tell them to do something. So if we want to change something, if you start changing the minds of those people, they too are going to start realizing that, you know what, if their leader gives them some weird instruction, they are going to see through that leader. I've seen cases where I think it was in Ghana, a politician brought bag of rice to bribe citizens towards an election. They chucked the bag of rice back at the politician, because the people have gotten to a point where they realize that is not what should be happening. You know, and our fellow Nigerians need to start getting to that point too, where they will start rejecting and those things, realizing that governance is the important thing. Ferrari, yeah, he hasn't said anything for a long time. Please say your piece.
Will I still speak tonight, or
Le-
should we speak
No,
yeah,
you can
le-
speak. Oh, you know now, you
le-
can
yeah, yeah.
interject anytime.
In rounding
You
up,
are honorary member now, no.
let
Yeah,
me
yeah.
let
So
me
please,
let me round
yeah,
up my
let's step,
thoughts.
yeah, let's step
Let me
round
round
up.
up my
Steph,
thoughts. There is
you've been
something
talking.
that forefathers used to say before, which I used to disagree
Steph,
with
we
him
are going
before,
to
but
2 hours now.
I think I understand where he's coming from, and I believe that is very, very important. You can't rely on the. Um, you will need the people to change the system, and it's going to be better to invest that energy and that money on changing the mind of the people, the mindset of the people. If we're really going to get somewhere, I think it's important.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I'm about to leave, but I just want to leave this last thing for you all. There's a Yoruba proverb that says, when a madman is dancing in the rain, and you, as a spectator or audience, stand in the rain to watch the madman dance. There's something deeply big in that. What that proverb for me, what I picked from that is that if we keep discussing people like Wick and Fubara, you're going to turn this setting into an NTA. We all know what NTA is, Nigerian Television Authority. I doubt if anybody still watches that station. We should use.
Excuse me.
We should. Did somebody say something? Yeah, we should
Excuse me.
use.
Sorry.
You said something. No, we should use
I'm
this.
apologizing. I beg your pardon, Pereira.
Oh,
I'm
okay, okay.
apologizing. Sorry.
Yeah, we should use this medium for more advanced intellectual discussion that would help save our country, not the mad people that are destroying it and dancing in the rain. When we do that, when we discuss them, we normalize their behavior. We sensitize our people that those behaviors are normal. You understand? So that becomes the entertainment we provide for our people. The entertainment that Fubara week, and they look forward to it. They look for the next week for the next soap opera. But in all honesty, all their behaviors are abnormalities. We cannot normalize abnormalities. All their behaviors are insanity. All their behaviors are counter destructive to what true democracy is. So I don't engage in such conversation, but we need to, throw big question. I'm an educator here in America. When I first started teaching, I would give them, my students, the normal Nigerian way, just give student question after you've studied a chapter. Then the big bosses will call you to the side and said, you can give them that question. I said, why? That's a normal question. Asking them about what. No, your question does not involve critical thinking. It doesn't make the student question. It doesn't make the student challenge. It doesn't make the student think. So that means the Americans are training their children not to just accept the status quo, but to question the status quo, to challenge the status quo. And that is why they keep making discoveries. Ours is the Besori Beru Beso. I mean, cram, submit. We call that education. Copy and paste. Copy and paste kind of
We're
education.
not even doing that. If we are doing that, we'll be better off that. We are not even copying and pasting.
No, we do copy and paste.
We do
what did we copy and paste?
Copy and
What did we
paste.
do?
So you cram it and you drop it down for the lecture on the exam day.
Copy and paste will be nuclear powers by now.
Copy and paste is not nuclear power. Critical thinking is nuclear power. Yeah, critical thinking is what created Facebook. Critical thinking
still the
is
same
what
copy
created,
and paste.
It's not the same. I'm a scientist. I'm a scientist.
How is it different? You can copy somebody's way of thinking. You can copy somebody's way of developing.
It's not a critical thinker. It's not an inventor. It's just accept what Albert Einstein laid down. It did not. It's not. It doesn't become a Hawkins. It doesn't challenge. It doesn't create new. It just take what was there. Yeah. So critical thinking is quite different from copy and paste. So
I understand that.
Yeah. So that's what creates development in the world. That's why iPhone 1 has now become iPhone 10, because there's somebody in the research office that's critically, it's not just accepting that iPhone as it is. They're making progress. And yeah, and humanity has to make progress. In Nigeria, we're going back. We're walking back. So I don't put everybody for reverse. So we're walking back to the 18th, 16th century.
Oh, network. Let me add to what Ferreira.
Okay, go ahead.
So that issue he raised now, right? Copy and paste does not really solve a problem. What we do with copy and paste is, if you can copy to understand a process, then you have to just understand the process. You have to think of how to improve that process. The difference is what we have in Nigeria. You have an exam. I know of some of my professors back in Nigeria. If you don't even want to study the material, look for the past 4 years questions. Study them, solve the problem. You will pass easily. So what they have here, it was when I did my program in Canada, for example, that's when we started using, we have open book exam. When they give you an open book exam, it's more difficult than the exam I will write in Nigeria. So what that does is, they set the question in such a way that if you don't understand the material, you can't answer those questions. You have to understand the course. Some of the exam, they give you like A4. You can write anything on it, like summarize your notes. But again, you need to understand what you're doing. If you don't understand it, there is no way you're going to answer those questions. So it's very important to make children to have that critical thinking, develop their critical. That's when they question things. They question to improve things. So questioning things, that gives you the ability to improve a system, improve what you are doing. So it's very, very important. I think a lot of our professors also studying abroad, they need to be implementing this kind of system, even from primary school, from secondary school. It's just like IT you see today, codes. So you get a code, you develop a code. You want to do something, you just think about it. Oh, how do you do this stuff? How do you do this stuff? Just like mathematics, there are many ways to solve one problem, right? But it's just the understanding. You understand what is going on, understand the situation. You keep going. Like, okay, after here, you don't need to copy. You don't need to copy it. So it's very important. What the poet Ferreira raised now is very important. Thank you.
Yeah,
The
and
reason, can
that
I
critical.
finish what I'm saying? Oh, I thought you finished
Hold on,
already.
let me just land since
Okay, yeah, he
and
was
that
cut out. He
critical
was cut out.
thinking, yeah, that critical thinking permeates all their institution. That's why, you know, when their Supreme Court is making decision, it's making decision for the next 100 years, not for now. When their military is making decisions, they're making decision for events that has not even occurred at all for the next 100 years. It's not now. So it permeates all their institution. So when a professor is faced with the challenge of whether to collect money and rig an election, but because he has been taught critically to not think of just now, but to think of his children and children, he will then make the right decision and say, no, I'm a professor, I cannot rig election for an illiterate. So a lot of things are wrong with our society, but the number one thing we need to do is to call it what it is. Say the truth. Let us not soften the blow. No matter who it goes, who it makes of angry, who it makes mad, it doesn't mean we're trying to tear the country apart. No, it means we love our country and we want a solution. But when we soften the blow and we are heading in reverse, we keep telling ourselves, you're doing fine, but you're heading in reverse. Progress, the definition of progress is to get from where you are to where you ought to be. We have to define where we ought to be. Are we getting close? Do we have a measuring scale? We don't have all that. Let's call it what it is. Let's call for the dismantling of this system they have now. Let's keep calling for it. Let's, whatever way, it doesn't mean we're calling for war. It means we should support all agitators, irrespective wherever they are, because it's one thing that is making them agitate. Pain, trauma. We have to stop this. We have to sympathize enough with our fellow Nigerians to stop this pain. When we discuss Fubara and what's the other one? We are normalizing these abnormalities. We should be castigating them. We should be calling them out as mad people, as they don't represent us. They are wearies that are dancing naked in the markets. Our judges, we should be castigating them. They are wearies that are dancing naked in the market. Everybody that has failed us, all that has ruled us from 1960 to now, we should be castigating them as people who have failed us. So that way, even if our generation don't solve this problem, these young ones who listen, we will form a seed in them, and that seed will grow, and they will change that nation. And that is why I will continue to be hard with my fellow brothers who I feel are distracting, are hijacking, that's not why we're here. We are here for intellectual discourse to move forward and find a solution, even if it's not going to be us that would implement that solution. But believe me, someone is listening, and that could be the seed we plant.
Nice one. Mr. Jago, nice to see your face again, man.
I also wanted to point out something. I also want to point out something.
Let me respond to the copy this thing, because I think that is about, they were talking about critical thinking. Critical thinking implies that you have to qualify what you are copying. Copying can imply copying anything. And you can copy technology. You can copy way of thinking. You can copy fashion. You can copy cultures. So when you say copying, copy can mean anything. So when he qualified it by saying copying critical thinking, that is one area of thinking. Some people have natural critical thinking. This is just a way of thinking that exists.
I'm not sure, if I may, real quick, I'm not sure we should take away from what our brother Ferreira said, because the point for me is very clear from what he spoke about. We can try to intellectualize it if we wish and do sword fencing, but that leads nowhere. What he said is accurate. Yesterday, I called a friend of mine in Nigeria, in Abuja. He's there doing business. He went to get his hair cut. He paid 1,500 naira. That's not even 10 pence. it doesn't amount to 10 pence in the UK. We have to really understand the suffering that we're having there is not for us to be doing.
But you just completely ignored the point. They argued that point, and I'm correcting it. And instead of you to say that point is accurate, let's move on to the next thing. You just completely ignore it. When viewers are watching right now,
I don't know if we're speaking at cross references. I'm speaking from what Ferreira said, and when you began speaking, you were I don't know if you're reading from somewhere. I'm
talking about copying, because there was a discussion we were having about when you copy from other cultures. I say, why don't we copy the way they do other things too? Then AY said it's what he was talking about was only copying about their critical thinking. And I said I was referring to copying other things that had made other people great too. Like the Chinese were copying other people's technology.
You're correct. Now, you're correct. All I would like to add to that is that there are different levels of copying. They are copying with innovation, they are copying with accuracy, and then there's just careless copying. Because the copying that we are doing in Nigeria is the kind of copying that we know is just like play school compared to what's going on in the world. They're playing play school, and we Nigerians know it. We're looking at them leading a mockery of who we are. It doesn't make that. It doesn't make sense that Fubara and Wike are fighting over something that Wike should have left. But because of the greed and bullying that Nigeria constitutes, we are left with this paralysis. So I don't want to be sword fencing necessarily from where Ferreira spoke, because he spoke in a term that, look, all this that's going on around us, we cannot begin to take any of it seriously. We cannot begin. We have to get to a point where we are saying, look at this nonsense. We know it's been nonsense. It's actually been nonsense for 60 years. Are we just going to be having the conversations our grandfathers had? I was sat down under the baobab tree in my village, listening to my grandfathers having the same conversation that we're all having. My brother, let me just point where me personally, I'm kind of bored of it, because the more we speak about the wrongdoings of our so-called politicians, the less galvanizing we can be, and we need to galvanize. There's no point speaking about our ethnic differences when we know that we're all suffering under the same banner. So I really want us to understand Ferreira's point without, not without objection, but without, again, critical thinking. Like thinking to the nub of the situation and not dealing with all the paraphernalia. The nub, we need to strike.
Is there anything he said that we disagreed with? We don't disagree with one thing about the removing the elite and changing the system for the better. We all agree with that. Every single one person here agrees with that.
If I can add, forefathers, your own suggestion is that the problem is not even too much about copying, because this same thing a few weeks ago, Obasanjo had an argument with Osita Chido Kanja.
What do you do about Olumide? What do you do about Olumide?
Somebody called him a Nazi professor. Somebody called him a Nazi professor in the comments.
Can you just stop Olumide? People are talking.
This guy is fantastically crazy.
That's exactly the key word. Fantastically crazy.
Listen, guys. Obasanjo had this same argument with Osita Chidoka. When Obasanjo said that we copied American democracy and came and be practicing it in Africa, but it has not worked. Osita Chidoka now questioned him, say, Baba, is it that it didn't work, or that you people didn't copy paste it well? Because that if we are actually practicing democracy the way America practices it, that we wouldn't be in the trouble where we are. The mockery, the conversation even derailed to a point where when Obasanjo was making, was boasting about the level of discipline or the level of institution, the quality of the institution of the military. Osita Chidoka went to the point of saying to him, Is it the same military that also produced Buhari that now brought us down to where we were? Why am I saying this? Copying. For you to interrogate something, you need to see it. You need to copy it somewhere. You need to take it from somewhere to even interrogate it. Do you understand? And sometimes for you to start even interrogating something is because you started having doubts in the authenticity, in the accuracy of that thing. The question now is, the things that we copied, did we even copy the right things? Did we even try to
That's very important.
The one that we copied?
Things.
Even let's say all of us in Nigeria are dumb, that we don't even have the capacity for critical thinking. Let's say we are just copying. Let's say we're not even at the level of being critical. Have we even copied and pasted the other things? Well, the truth is no. Our nature will cause us to remove the ones that are good to be copied and replace them with the ones that are not right.
Mbore, you want to say something?
You know, but before I leave,
I noticed that your mic is unmuted. So
please, before I just drop my give someone else a chance to speak. I just want to say this thing. We always talk about our politicians, the leaders. Those are the ones that are visible. We see the governors and everything. There are other leaders in the society who indirectly have even more influence on a daily basis that we are not paying attention to. These ones that are constantly in our faces and are in our ears. The Nollywood, the music industry. And I want to speak more about the music industry. The content creators. That, in fact, those ones are even more, they will even pose even more problems for us now than the other people, than the ones I mentioned. But the music that we listen to, the music the music is where, because it's difficult for a young child, to even recite a Bible 10 times in a day, but they can sing one track that they like the whole day, the next day, even dance to it. When our music, what seems to be promoted, because now you never see anyone the one artist that I remember who tried to make impact with his music, they shut him down and made him, starved him to hunger. What's his name? Idris Abdulkarim. Fela and the rest. Now, how many of us still see music things like the quality of what Fela had? How come we don't find artists? Because we're talking about elevating.
Oh, it's
what happened? I think he just
don't press
be back.
you don't press the wrong button.
No, I didn't remove him. I think he's gonna be
He
back.
hear me. I've done that before. I just pressed the wrong button.
Let me quickly.
Yeah, he's back anyway.
Who keeps taking me out? Who has been taking me out, guys?
Nobody
I don't know,
kicked you out.
It's not me.
It looks like your phone. Who is that one calling me? I didn't do anything though. I'm just minding my business here.
Okay. Now, because we're talking about raising consciousness, it's obvious that we need to educate a lot of people. But sometimes where people get educated or get indoctrinated from, like things like church, music, movies, content that are dished out there, especially now where we have the superimposition of the internet, the social media. We need to start thinking of how do we start promoting people who have the right frame of mind in those arts. What sort of music are we playing to our children? Are we playing for them that's Yahoo? Are we always playing this thing about money? Everything about us is about money.
But the next time I speak, I will talk about how the religious aspect has contributed terribly to our situation.
I'm going to be rounding up soon. There's not going to be a next time. We have to round up and today is
I'll be
Thursday.
back on this medium to talk.
Yeah, it's very unusual. It's very unusual for us to do this long, actually, on a Thursday.
Let me hear AY before I go.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay, so I want to quickly.
If I can quickly say that we were about to hear the young lady, but she was somehow
all these men, you know, they know that you should allow the ask the lady whether she wants to speak.
Hold on now.
But AY
I was
wants to
quite
say something.
interested
After me, hold on.
in what you might have to
So
say.
I want to quickly, seriously, I want to quickly draw our attention to one thing Ferreira said today when he was talking about the 10%.
Keep it brief, we have to respect the lady.
No, this is very brief. You know, I don't take time. So when he was talking about that 10% that are well informed, that kind of like they're supposed to be the light of a nation or whatever. That 10%, whatever the percentage is very, very vital. I remember if you pay attention, the first time I got into America, one thing I see in American society, the general society, you see high level of illiteracy. You will not believe it's America.
Yep.
Not only me, my brother actually noticed this. My elder brother came to America one time. Then we started having this. That's his first time in America. We started having this culture. He said, but American society are very illiterate. Why are very ignorant? Why is the country progressing? That 10% Ferrari is talking about, they are in those positions that make those serious decisions, that do the work for them. But when you still today, when you pay attention to the real American society, you will be surprised the level of ignorance flowing around the street.
AY is very correct.
I love
Deep
when
talk.
Ferrari talk about it. I didn't want it to just go. We need to take that point very, very seriously.
Yes,
But
sir.
in Nigeria, what you have, the people occupying this position, they are not even supposed, they don't have business with those positions.
That's true.
Even our civil service, that we need to get the best into those positions, we don't have them. We have mediocres because into those positions, because my father is the CBA governor, my mother is a governor, get them into those positions.
You're not keeping it brief.
Country into darkness. This is very, very important.
I don't know why it's not new. This thing. Somebody
No,
said
let
it
me
takes
finish.
3% to transform a system. Let
Let
the
me
lady
finish.
speak. You have taken
I
too
will
much
take
time
you
already.
out
You're not
to-
supposed to
I
take too
will-
long.
Father, what's the point of this conversation?
Because the lady was supposed to speak. The lady.
No.
Sometimes you'll be
In
missing.
my
I
panels,
think he's accurate.
in my panels, the ladies have priority, and AY knows it. The fact that I even let you to speak at all is even not. I've never done that for anybody, and you
So
decide to run with it.
Forefathers, I have to say good night to everybody. Okay.
Yeah. Good night.
I need
Good
to
night,
work.
Tone.
Need to
Yeah.
be up in 4 hours.
Well done, Tone. I will follow you soon.
Because I've never done that with anybody where you know that when I'm on a panel, the ladies
I
always
just
have
said let me
priority.
raise that point. I think it was very important.
AY, thank you for raising that point again.
Yeah.
It's good that it didn't get swept under the carpet.
Yeah.
Real talk.
Please go ahead.
All right. Like it was pointed out earlier on, how we've heard where Nigeria is heading at. I think the reference made to America and the level of illiteracy that abounds here is true too. And the year I came here, I was blown away by that. In fact, I was asking them, I made it like a point of duty. So why don't you go to school? They would turn to me and say, mind your fucking business.
Wow.
So I'm sorry I had to come out. I'm sorry for that.
You are accurate, madam. You are very accurate.
That's exactly what they will tell you.
There you are.
Now, yes, it's been a long time, like it was pointed out. People who know what they are doing are no longer in any position in Nigeria to help and fix things. And everything seems to be going to the highest bidder.
Simple.
Like I have said, in whichever way I can be of service, to get, whether it's 10% or 5%. I don't even see. Somebody, a professor was saying one day how, where they all were sitting in those days, that those people that used to stay at the back, they are the ones in the helm of affairs. They are the one in the corridor of power. What will it take? Whatever it will take. Though I don't know what that would be, but I am looking forward to whatever, however that can be done, because it gives some of us sleepless nights. Like, that is my country. My daughter, when we went to Nigeria and she was able to decipher between green and dried vegetables, she says, "Mom, do you know that food is different in Nigeria?" And I know why. It's not dried vegetables. They are fresh vegetables that you cut and cook. Maybe that, and spring waters that you just go to any stream and get. But you can't go back to Nigeria because of many reasons. So whatever anybody can bring, however it can be put together, I will work in whatever capacity that is. And I know we are all ready to work to have a country, to have where to go back to, you know.
I think you are a warrior. You do have a warrior spirit, and you seem to understand when you are aligned with people. The details don't bother you much, and that's something this thing. And people need to understand more. And you see, from what you said today, how you were almost you were kidnapped and you were not even scared. And I'm sure I probably would be more scared than you were. And I regret that you had to face that kind of situation. See, there are very few things that really get to me. One of the first times I really started getting crossed about all these things was, when you're in the UK, you don't see too much about Nigeria, but you see what's going on in America when there's a killing, and you see, I saw this young black girl crying on the street, maybe no more than 13 years. And she said, "What have we done?" And I asked myself, "What did we do?" He said, "What have we done to be punished everywhere we go?" And she was in tears. She looked like any other girl you could find in Nigeria.
Yeah.
And it stuck with me. And I wish I could have seen that girl again. Because I just felt like there is nobody speaking for our people. Nobody get treated anyhow. With that drowning in the Mediterranean Sea. We get traded as slaves. Our continent, we barely control anything and we act as if we control. And sometimes we just forget the bigger picture of the problem we are facing. We are the fourth leg of a stool that refused to stand in this world. We are part of a great race that refused to stand. Over 1 billion people, and we refuse to stand. And with the conversation we're having just now was about percentages. And I don't know where people got that Americans are illiterates. 40-something% of them went to university, but they are illiterates. And somewhere we think it's 1%. The people that build the nuclear weapon, they said in America it was over 100,000 people, and none of them knew that they were building a nuclear weapon. Do you know what it takes to pull that kind of stuff off? The kind of minds I took to do that.
You did pay attention to what we were discussing then. You did pay deep attention.
You said they were illiterates.
Well, you don't live in
Okay, educate me then. Educate me.
I don't think you ever be here. You see people that live in America, they telling you that is so correct. So,
well, educate me now. I don't know. The numbers are not agreeing with it, so I don't know. Tell me what I'm missing.
You gotta leave this number. You gotta leave the number.
So 40-something% that went to university is wrong.
So you think 40-something% is enough to call people well educated, right? 40% is fail, you know, right?
No, for university.
Yeah, 40% is failure.
No, that's relatively high for university
It's
level
not high. For
education
a
in any
developed
country.
40-something% is nothing.
Please, I must draw our attention to the fact that literacy. There's a difference between literacy and enlightenment.
And enlightenment.
Remember that I tried to correct it at the other point.
True.
You know.
Yeah,
I
maybe
think
that's why I took on this thing, because it became about education later on.
I'm education. You know, and you don't need to go to university to be educated. You know.
I understand that. See, what I'm here to do is that when people are gathering information, it needs to be accurate. We have to be have quality information here.
It's you that is getting it wrong, forefather. See,
if I'm getting it wrong, then I said educate me so that the viewers will be educated too.
I think I'm with forefathers on this. We should be able to explain exactly what we mean. What do we mean by that? They are not educated or they are illiterate.
I think they're educated. Now, what are the levels of education? You do know we have primary education, secondary education, higher education.
No, what I'm saying, in what context are we saying that they're not educated, even if they went to university? In what context?
See, first of all, you need to understand that smartness, intelligence does not equate to education. My professor will tell you, he said intelligent people, they just need basic education. They don't need everything. And somehow I really agree with him, right? So, and the other thing you need to know, it's just like having 1,000 students graduated from university. The critical thinking we define it here, you will have like top 1% having that real critical thinking.
No, it's not up to 1%.
No, we're saying what I'm
no, let's just say, hold on. Let's just say 1% of that. 1% having that real critical thinking that can take out of the box. Not, what I was taught. They will see a situation, they know they can think ahead, they can see what you are not seeing and be able to resolve issue. Look at issue and say, this is where we're going, this is the direction. That is what we are talking about. It's not you have some PhD people with PhD, you put them in, they're not going to perform, they're not going to do anything because they know nothing.
What are we saying? Let's speak in Nigeria. Are we saying Americans no go school or they don't know anything?
They make what?
Are we saying
Americans go school? Americans go school.
Americans don't know anything.
We are referring. That is why we're talking of percentage. We are referring to that top percentage that are up there. That's supposed to.
You mean the higher intelligent people? You can
like
just because even in every system you have people that are more intelligent than others. So that's what you should be referring to, because it became about education. That's why I said I should correct
education out. In Nigeria, we don't have those people where they are supposed to be. You have middle class occupy those.
Why do you think those ones are sent up and the mediocre ones, the so-called intelligent ones are down? If you are that intelligent, why are you not ascending up?
We will still come back to diagnose it to the problem of how do we recruit our leaders and how our culture and our values are so decayed.
No, let's evolve to that point yet. We are still where we are. How did the dummies end up at the top?
I can explain this if you allow me to speak, right?
Yes, of course.
So, in Africa, we have what is called brain drain. What this does is they pick the best students out of the continent, out of the country. Our best in Nigeria, if you go take statistics in the last 20 years, in our universities, I can tell you 75% of our best in university, they are not in Nigeria today.
Most of our leaders are from the diaspora, though.
No, hold on. You miss it up. The best, the very best we have out of our university in the past 20 years, if you go take statistics, they are not in Nigeria today.
They are not there. What you have, sometimes is the average people that are left, even those that are not educated. For you let them not go into politics.
Again, let's put this into context. Saying our best are not up. Best in terms of what? I don't understand.
Best in terms of intelligence. They are not in the country, most of them. They are not occupying those positions.
Wait, intelligence in terms of leadership or general intelligence?
I'm not even talking of leadership. For example, we have, like, let's say, for example, places like NASA, research institutes, even like the civil service. The very best are supposed to be in civil service to drive the system. They are not there. They are not in those positions.
But that is not where the true problem is. If a NASA scientist shows up,
it's part,
so
let me give you an example.
You said let me let you talk.
Example.
Why is that when I let you talk, you won't let you or afford the same courtesy to me?
Go ahead, then go ahead. It's you people that go ahead.
See, if the scientist came to Nigeria today and he doesn't have leadership, this intellect capacity to lead, then you still have a deficit because he's coming to sow on rock. You need a fertile environment to do that. So the leaders that are highly intelligent that come back, those are the ones that are making it to the top. The problem is they have the wrong ideas in their head. You can be intelligent, but if you start from the wrong form of ideology, you are not going to amount to much in terms of our people. That maybe that's what is happening. It's not because those people are not stupid. Sometimes we forget that the ones that are making it to the top in Nigeria, they are not stupid. They are capable.
Exactly. That's what I wanted to say.
So you have to have the ones that are just as capable as they are, but with the right mentality to get there too. These leaders are willing to make sacrifice, but not the kind of sacrifice for the people. For their office is the one they are going to make sacrifice.
Morally bankrupt.
Exactly. They are willing to invest to get up there, then go and steal all the money from the country. They understand delayed gratification, but they don't understand it for bettering the nation. Sorry, go ahead if you want to say something.
Let me just put this: to be a great leader, or the sort of leaders we need, okay, it's not actually magic. Let me give you an instance. Who is the current Minister of Aviation in Nigeria?
I don't know him actually. Is he? That guy. Oh God.
Was Festus Keyamo ever working in the aviation industry? Has Festus Keyamo ever operated an aeroplane? Has he ever controlled the aviation space? Does he know anything about weather?
He flew on an aircraft to America. He has experience. That's the word he's using to
No. But please, but you can't call that experience, please.
I know it's not experience. It's stupid. It's just I'm just trying to make it a joke.
I'm trying to point out to you where our problems come from. Okay, someone who an industry as critical as aviation, someone who has never practiced in the industry is made a minister of that industry. This comes back to our corruption. The fact that people don't see anything wrong in it. Meanwhile, there are people who are professors in aviation. There are pilots who have been captains for years, who have industry experience. They couldn't see to appoint someone from there. How will he be able to change something when he doesn't even know what the problem is? Oh my goodness, man.
See, Osita, you see, this is when I see a passion like this, I ask myself, because for me, when you are saying those things, I feel like the same thing you are describing about the minister that hasn't got experience in aviation being the minister, that you see that kind of stuff even in the UK, you see that kind of behavior even in America, but yet they are functional. This is the question I ask myself every time. I said, why are others functional while they do the same nonsense we do?
Are you saying that someone who doesn't have experience in aviation?
Can I come in, guys?
Yes, in America they can do that. Yes.
I've never lived in America. My brother. But please,
Trump did it.
I'm asking forefather if I can come in.
Go ahead.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, forefather. you're both right in a way, but you're both very wrong. If I maybe not forefather actually, but I disagree with you or Sita on this point. Not in the Nigerian aspect, in the Nigerian terms, I can understand quite clearly where you're coming from. But unfortunately, even if you put somebody with all the skills in the world in that position in Nigeria, they will still probably do a bumbling job and be there just to create money. The fact of the matter is, any intelligent minister can control any intelligent ministry. And it's just a case of, I have been involved in aviation without being an aviator. I cannot fly. I have interest, but I cannot fly. But I understand the industry from my interest. Now, in the UK, you don't have to be a doctor to become the health minister. You have to be pertinent. And that's what it's about. Now, I can put it to you guys that in this world, if the diaspora came back to Nigeria and we were able to pinpoint who's who, what experience they have, and what position that they should hold back in Nigeria, and then all the rubbish that we have there controlling things at the moment stepped aside for the sake of argument, and we replace them with the intelligent Nigerians that we have across the world, Nigeria will be done in 5 years. We can just completely redo that mess that they call a country. We can do it, but we're always quibbling, not between ourselves as a Nigerian state, between the high corruption that we're seeing and us trying to solve the jigsaw puzzle that they've created by moving this piece to here and that piece. It won't work in Nigeria ever. It doesn't matter who you put where. You know, I'm just thinking about leaders who can lead that country. And Nkonjo Uwela, she can lead Nigeria. She would need a lot of security, definitely based on her being a female and what forefather always underlined. She would need security.
They kidnapped her family members now.
Exactly.
Remember?
She would need a lot. However, the only problem with her that would ever come up is if she's being controlled by the West. Yep. If she's an individual that can fight the West for the sake of Nigeria and Africa, bro, she can lead that country. Tinubu cannot lead the country. He's a prime dunce. And I don't mean to say that in terms of he's not intelligent, or he doesn't have to skill, or he doesn't have gangster tactics. He has all that, but he doesn't have leadership in terms of a nation. We're talking about a nation of energy. All of our premiers from whatever have only been there to oppress and hold down the intelligence. They're there to hold the intelligence down from the military to where we are now. So given that premise, we cannot necessarily fix Nigeria, man. I mean, I don't know how deeply I need to, we cannot necessarily fix that place. What really needs to happen is that the whole thing crashes, because the level of, I don't have to put it without swearing, to be honest, the level of shit that we're in, we can't clean from it. If you clean from it, you're going to stink anyway. The fumes will be following you of the stink that you have of that nation. The way we have to cleanse ourselves is not easy. However, we here in the diaspora and those strong individuals who are back home in Nigeria, we know ourselves. We know ourselves. And in knowing ourselves and knowing the people around us, just within your family, you know that there are hardcore professionals, people that aren't here to play, people that are disciplinarians. This is what we grew from. This is our stuff. But it's not what we're seeing in our politics. It's not what we're seeing in our leadership. So we are perplexed. And with this perplexity, we really do have to understand that we are constantly looking at shit growing. And we are not able to block or stop this shit. And unless you see some of these arguments that we're having, they always come back to a point where we really have to look at ourselves. There's not one individual on here who is not a leader that I have understood since I've been coming to this platform. This is why we care about the platform. Now, you don't have to be a president to be a leader. You just have to know what the hell it is that you're doing. And we here in the UK, who are Nigerians, believe me, there are too many Nigerians, young Nigerians, who know what the hell it is that they're doing. Because all the scrap that we have, that we call the UK, who aren't educated, who aren't skilled, there are so many of them right across the country.
Yeah.
But somehow, Najazo with a breakthrough, small with. Sometimes I'm wondering, how do these people afford their lifestyle? But they afford. I have a younger brother. He's the head of ITV. The head of ITV in terms of law, and I don't even expose these things. I shouldn't really be exposing these things. As forefathers, right?
Let me add to what Jago.
But all I'm saying is that we have this know-how, and we know our nation back home, they have energy. The 2080 rule, as we do in sales and marketing, it is 20% that carries 80%.
Yeah, yeah.
And we have more. We have more than 20%. 20% can run a country.
Yeah.
But the people that we have there are not the 20% that it can run a country.
Yeah, exactly my point.
It's just not them.
Yeah.
We're looking at them and we know it's not them, but we're quibbling about whether or not they have intelligence. It's clear that they don't have intelligence. It's clear.
10%. Even if we have the best 10%, they will
guys, please.
Let me
between
add one point to what Jago said. Just one point. I'm not going to talk. Just one point. To add to what Jago said, that is why for me, it's very, very important for us to have a leader that believes in Nigeria, that is a real nationalist. That is when he will be able to move around the country to get these people to get the job done, irrespective of their tribe, their religion, where they come from. You really need that leader that will say, okay, this is the job. We need Nigerians to get it done. It's very important. We need a nationalist.
Now, someone just made reference to Okonjo-Iweala. I think is she not the World Trade?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
WTO. Yeah.
Correct.
What trade organization?
Someone, most of the time they say, "Oh, Obasanjo's tenure was the best." That was when we had the best economy, isn't it?
It was the best. It was the best.
She had people like Okonjo-Iweala in her ministry.
She was in charge
Absolutely.
Of yeah,
She had somebody like he had somebody like Soludo as governor of Central Bank. What am I trying to say? Now, if we dial back, I want to bring. I don't always talk about America because I've never lived in America, so I don't know what happens in America. Anyone who knows the UK knows how critical, how much they love their NHS, the National Health Scheme. They even in the National Health Scheme they have head of NHS, like the CEOs of NHS, and it's not just one person they have. I think they have sometimes multiple CEOs. If you go and check the history of those CEOs, their career, there are people who rose through the ladder. There are people who knew the system, who knew the flaws, who had ideas of how they wanted to change it. So the decadence where Nigeria is now, to be handling any ministry, it shouldn't be about shadow boxing. It should no longer be about just bringing anybody because of politics. Why administrative capacity is very crucial in running a ministry. You cannot negate the technocratic aspect of it. Because Nigeria is in a place of decadence. For us to meet up with the world, we need people who are innovative thinkers, innovative leaders, technocratic leaders. People who can come in and say, oh, this thing is being done this way. Let us try it this way. People who can interrogate the system itself. We don't have that. A good majority of that, we don't have that. In an age where we're having something like, what is it called? Oil is going into oblivion, where people are looking at things like lithium mining, because that is the power, that is the future of energy. That's something like that. as I can see it now.
What is the future of energy?
Lithium mining.
Lithium, renewable energies.
It's part of it. Renewable energy is
It's part of it.
Yeah.
Lithium. Now, one would have thought, I would have thought that someone who would be the minister of maybe the industry like mining would have been a technocrat in the industry, someone who is experienced in the industry, who can turn us away from the old way of doing things. But what do you have? You have someone whose background or history has been in communication for years.
Do you know why?
And when they asked, they said that because it's a very important industry that you need someone to be able to communicate. And who says who's a technocrat cannot communicate? We should stop elevating haphazard leaders. It's not just in presidency. Because when you talk about actually what pushes the country, it is the industries, the ministries, the industries.
Yeah, that's it.
You want wait, you want to tell me do you want to tell me that if you bring someone like Nod who is manufacturing cars, or Innocent is, I know that everybody knows Innocent is not even really, doesn't have the education of the degrees and all of that stuff, obviously. But if you want to tell me about manufacturing or all those things, I don't think there's an industry of manufacturing in Nigeria ministry anyway. I don't know. I doubt. But what I'm saying is that until we begin to select certain key people who have industry experience, who have disruptive mindset, and also who have the capacity for leadership, because you can also be a technocrat and also not have the capacity to lead.
Well, you see, this you're saying exactly the correct things. All I would add, as you spoke about Obasanjo's tenure, you know, Okonjo-Iweala and so many of them, he brought from the diaspora, because that's where they are. Yeah. They're in the diaspora. The people who can run that country are not necessarily in that country. It's not to say that they're not there, that they don't have gravitas.
Yeah, but they must also have requisite experience.
What you are looking at,
skills.
What you are speaking of is the accurate skills in the global industry, because these are the global best. Now, if you are looking at all industries in the world, bar none of them, there are Nigerians at the very top. It's amazing. It's amazing that we're of horror that we're in when we have such skilled, marvelous, very honest, and how can I say, professional individuals who would not see a capital dunce next to them trying to augment the industry. They won't see it. So you'll have to come through the ranks. Nigeria had this before. We had this.
When I talk about even ranks necessarily, I didn't mean it must be through that. What I meant, for the ranks, I meant about the requisite skills. Someone who has the.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you on that. I think that's a critical point.
For me, if you were to make me a local government chairman today in a local government, the people I will be appointed to maybe run things in community, there must be people who can show me that they have the capacity. You must have the capacity.
Hold on. Can I just say something, please? You see, when we were talking about growth rate, I wanted to investigate what happened during that Obasanjo time, when we were talking about the growth rate spiking during the Obasanjo time. I get a feeling part of it was the fact that we had debt relief that occurred.
But that was a skill as well. That was Obasanjo's skill.
He had the debt before he came. He went in. He went after the debt.
It didn't come. That didn't come free of charge. He had to do
it. I know. To his credit, that happened then. But sometimes the reason why I'm saying is that there are certain things that happen within the life cycle of a nation that doesn't necessarily. It's not necessarily the action of the leader that made all the difference. It's because of the nation that they forgave the debt, not just because of him, because of the timing.
We can only call it Obasanjo's era.
Yes, that's when it happened. But that may have played a bigger role in what you saw than the actions of the individual. Maybe they just still remain the same, but we just don't pick up on it necessarily. So, because if you look at it, it's almost coincidental. Look at that. Look at the chart there, and look at when the debt was forgiven. They almost match.
Yes, now. I remember that period very well.
It's there where you can do it so that they can go and relieve our debts at the moment.
Yeah.
I don't understand why you brought out this and your argument. What we are saying, I'm coming. What we are saying is that a leader, for you to measure how patriotic a leader is how he took actions when he was in charge. I keep on making that argument that the set of leaders we have since 1999, Obasanjo is the only leader among them that is patriotic.
True.
The rest are a bunch of unpatriotic leaders. And they'll be quick to call anybody that's criticizing them as people that don't show patriotism. If your leader is patriotic, you go out for the best.
That is all you can do for your country.
Absolutely. We get Buhari became president. I told somebody that I said, assuming that since Buhari decided to appoint, there's this accusation which is true, that his appointment was skewed. Why didn't he look for the best in that part of the country that he decided to get those people? Because I know that there are many qualified Nigerians from that area that are capable.
Yep.
Do you understand? Tinubu became president. Why can't Tinubu, no matter where he want to get those people, why can't he look for the best? But no, what they are looking for is those that are going to be loyal to them, not people that
win
are
election
by
2027.
People that they are sure they're not going to, they're going to help them to win an election. Patronage. That's the problem.
Yeah, I think my reasoning for showing it was just to highlight the fact that, because sometimes, like the way Buhari came to office, in terms of how mediocre they all are, when he came to office, he is the least lucky leader in terms of Nigeria. He came to Nigeria when Boko Haram was at its height, and he came to Nigeria when there was lockdown too. So he was running, and then the oil price just plummeted during the time. So sometimes some things we attribute to the individual leaders is something that is a matter of the environment, the ecosystem that they are operating in. Like Tinubu now, when he came into office, Tinubu is one of the luckiest presidents of Nigeria since this democratic dispensation, because he came in at a time when we have a chance of 2 refineries coming on stream so quickly, and if they come online and remain working, and Nigeria became a net exporter of petrol. That is not something he created, though. It was Buhari that did it, but he might inherit it and get all the benefits out of it. So it tells you that sometimes the cycle, the things that happen when somebody is in office, not necessarily, it doesn't necessarily reflect the effort that they put in. That's the point I'm making.
Yeah, but the
not necessarily.
That made it to put this map. The debt relief you are talking of, he made it his primary objective. It wasn't by happenstance.
Yes, sir.
Who? You mean the debt forgiveness?
A deliberate policy
Yes.
that he pursued.
He started that campaign before he became president.
He pursued. It wasn't happenstance.
It wasn't.
If it was unusual that they were forgiving African countries' debts, I would say yes, that's exceptional. But because it's something that was normal within the African continent, they would milk us dry, so they will forgive some of the debt, and now it's back on again. We are using 2/3 or almost 90% of our income on servicing the debt in the last year or so. It's now that it has changed a little bit. So it tells you that they knew he was going to come back again, so they are willing to forgive it and just move on.
The thing is, there is a skill again about these things. Nigeria needs to borrow money hard, but we can't do it based on the terms that we have been given. We cannot. The terms that we need are good 40 years, and these things can be negotiated, whereby Instead of borrowing $1 billion here or there, we're borrowing $1 trillion. We're borrowing $1 trillion based on what we know we can produce over a 40-year period. If Nigeria is working accurately, by 10 years, we've paid off our debts within 10 years. If we're working accurately, but because we have no negotiation skills at the present, because we have a desperate man at the top, he's plagued with guilt. You can see it all over him. He's plagued with it. Everyone knows he stole the election. It just really takes.
Will anyone argue? Let me argue the fact that
it just really takes somebody like Peter Obi to understand that he is still an opposition and to get the country behind him. You can chase Tinubu out of that place if you are using skill, because unfortunately everybody inside Nigeria is obviously afraid of their life. They don't want to make moves. Who's going to make the next move? They can bring out any level of obtuse law in order to criminalize you in that crazy country. So with this climate, the whole thing is extremely difficult. It's getting more and more difficult. It could come to the point where we are taking over again in some sort of neo-colonialism, which is going on. Or it could be that we actually understand, when the things that I see about our people all around the world. The other day I was watching Wodemaya, and he's been in Brazil, he's been in Suriname, and in all these countries, all he's seeing are Africans still doing African things, but not able to speak any African language necessarily. But they're still having so many of the things they want.
I saw him there.
You see, these are our people. That's on one level. The other thing now is that we see, if you're looking at the internet.
Mbore wants to say something.
I beg your pardon.
Yeah, please go ahead, madam.
Allow Dragon to flow.
Please, I just wanted to know, when usually does this forum start? And the one that you said is coming tomorrow, also the time.
You're fortunate that you're in America.
Yeah, you have to. Go ahead.
Sorry, bro. I just wanted to say you are fortunate that you are in the United States. If you're in the UK, it's very early in the morning here.
Oh, okay. Actually, because it's something very important to me, I don't. Everything is, put aside to just make sure that this information getting, it doesn't matter whether, I appreciate that I'm in America, but even if it is at 1 a.m. or whatever, it does settle you to a level that you are hearing your own and how they are figuring out how your country can still be a home. It doesn't matter how good you're having it outside,
Yeah. I think he's got one coming on around 9 p.m. UK time tomorrow at 9 p.m. And if by the time my day is done, now that I didn't have enough sleep, by the time my day is done, if I'm able to come on tomorrow, I will come on. But on Saturdays, we tend to have it around 3 p.m., 4 p.m. on the Sundays. Yes, UK time, always UK time.
3 p.m. UK time.
Yes, 3 p.m. UK time. Look out for that. It's going to come on. Sometimes you get a little bit of a delay, but around 3 to 4, we are on. If you are here 4 p.m. UK time, you're definitely going to find us on Saturday and Sunday. And and it's often, this is nothing. That one is heated. It gets quite heated, and people are throwing chairs and everything. So yeah, that. But I'm just joking. They are a bit more civil.
I know. If they not throw chair, me, I know. If they not throw chair, me, I know go.
Exactly. So
but I would say good night, guys.
Thank you for
Thank you
coming
very
in.
much.
Don't be scared. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Good night.
Yeah, let's start. Let me just start saying thank you to everyone. Jagun, you have been missed, and we keep asking about you. What's happened? Where did Jagun go to? And you know that quote you left me. You know I use it a lot. You know you should copyright it. You know the quote now. You expect empathy, but you give none. And I kept using it, and I always quote you because I don't want to steal your credit for making that statement. I always quote Jago says this, and so yeah, I'm glad to see you. Coming back and kicking again. And Osita came today and tore one. And, he decided to come when he's taking a Christmas break. Clearly, he doesn't prioritize Nigerians. He doesn't care about us. He's been away all this while, working, making money. The way they give him Christmas break, he shows up here. So
but you know that you know that to prosecute the problem in Nigeria, you need money.
You need money. That's for sure.
You know that you know that above as we are trying to organize ourselves, we need money.
Yeah, we definitely do. Yeah, I agree with you.
If we are going to be able to make this a strong channel, the way I hope in the future it will be, we will need money.
Yeah.
So some of us still need to go and get the money that we need to invest, sponsor, because very soon next election is coming, isn't it?
Yeah.
We need money.
Highbury 10 is 9 p.m. 9 p.m. will be on. That is electricity will be on. And if I have a space, God willing, I don't like to quote God because I know God has already been willing. If I am able to make it there, I will be there to take over from electricity so that we just have a bit more conversation. Throughout this holiday, when I've not fully become free. When I become free and I'm free for holidays, then I will be able to stream almost every day, really. Even if it's 2 hours, 1 hour, it's better than this thing, nothing. And there are projects. Sorry, let me just finish with this one. There's a project I'll be working on for the next year that I think is quite important, that affects Nigeria and affects this thing, the diaspora. It's quite an interesting project to work on, and I've started having a bit of conversation with people on the backstage because we normally have a meeting. I don't know whether you got to get the email. I think I have your email. I send you emails.
I never knew it was meeting, a backstage meeting. When I get the emails, I think I used to think, it's the time for the program, the show to start.
No, it's a backstage meeting where we will have you click the link. It's not public. It's backstage. We just discuss.
Yes. Only once I got email from you.
I think it's going to your junk mail. It's going to junk mail. Let me get your email again. Let me see. Let me check it now. Your email is one of the ones I deliberately put this time because it's here now. Let me copy it and put it in the backstage and see whether you can recognize it. Because I got your email, included it, and sent it off. So maybe sometimes I send it a bit late, and maybe you don't get it. But and check your spam box or junk mail. This thing. Check the backstage.
The last one I got is 2 days. It was 2 days ago.
Exactly.
From 2nigeria@hotmail.com.
Yeah.
Today's meeting. Okay, Wednesday 20th.
That's correct.
Yeah, I sent it to you. I will send it during the holiday period. We're going to be having more loose discussion because most people will be free during the holidays, apart from chilling out with family now and again. But the meeting is just about an hour or two at most, because we don't want to overdo it until we start doing some serious stuff. So it's just light-hearted meeting to build up, get to know each other.
This is very impressive.
Yeah. So because we have to get something going, it's not always smooth sailing. If you can see the kind of heated discussion you have here, imagine what happens backstage sometimes. So that too can be a kind of strong discussion, but it's important because we need to build our own kind of ideology and a philosophical approach. In other words, a form of enlightenment, really, because we haven't truly gone through a dark period where we really appraise our intellectual approach to the world and our own ideological approach to things. This is why politicians jump from one party to another. They don't have ideology. They don't have any direction. They're just looking for the only ideology is money. That's what they want to do. Everybody's there to just make money. And you want to craft a simple idea. I think somebody once said that for the crowd, they need a simple message. You can't complicate things too much for them. So we have to distill it down that in a way that they can absorb, and we too can be able to channel shape the future. Because in the end, if this ones don't change, somebody has to change it, and there has to be redundancies put in. Maybe others are doing the same thing as we are doing, but as we are growing, we are all going to grow together and come together to actually change things. Because that's how, if you read the story of other nations, that's how it happens. Everybody puts hands together, come up with ideas, meet together, join ideas, and some older ideas will fade, new ones will come in, and we are all marching forward. If Tinubu decides to transform Nigeria, all our ideas is redundant. But it's a good thing that better to be prepared than not to be prepared. You see what I mean? What if he fails?
Tinubu has no capacity to transform Nigeria. And let me give you my let me tell you why.
It's a hypothetical.
No, listen. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. Yeah. Let me tell you why. Yeah. The reason is this: the man has too much baggage on him that will not allow him.
Simple.
This is just a simple reason. If he just look at, you are talking about, I know we said we shouldn't be talking about what's happening in Rivers State. What he's doing in Rivers State at the moment is because he's patronizing Wike for rigging election for him. They are protecting his structures for him. That's what they're trying to do against 2027. His intervention, you're thinking about Rivers State, the good governance in Rivers State. Now he's thinking about 2027 election in Rivers State.
Yes, sir.
There is no way he can transform the nation.
You see, the fact
doesn't have. See, his interest is not aligned. His personal interest, his baggages will not allow him.
The reason why I say that, you see, he's capable of squandering it. I'm telling you, if Tinubu sits down on one side and just leave the nation on its own, let the military keep doing what they are doing, because Dangote Refinery is coming on stream, by the time, in 4 years' time, if they don't find a way to sabotage it, almost all our Nigerian refineries are going to be online. We are going to start exporting petrol. You can see from the psyche of Nigerians, even if it's subliminally, they're going to be seeing improvement slowly.
Let me just put this in your psyche, and for you what you're saying. And it's not that I detract necessarily from what you're saying. These things can happen. Anything is possible. However, I don't know if you saw what China recently launched in terms of taking electricity from underwater. It is now done. They are actually now doing it. You understand? When you look at this technology and what's going on, Nigeria and oil is a headache for the world. As important as Bonny Light, Focadas Light is to the world refineries. If they can stop doing oil, they will. And this is what they are doing at the very moment.
Yes,
when you see this technology, you're going to be panicked. I mean, the world is already panicked by it. And there are so many other countries looking to take it up because energy is too important. It's too important.
When you start saying these sort of things, you may start making me depressed. I think I'm not.
My brother, these are the reality. These are the reality.
Please don't get forward as depressed.
Because I've been concerned that we are very behind in so many things.
My brother, we can become obsolete if we do not know how to use the energy of our people. That is where our energy is. The minds of the people, the bodies of the people. That's where the thing is. And unfortunately, these people who are at the top don't know how necessarily to manage and harness the energies of Nigerian people. They only know how to oppress. That's what's going on. It's just been explained to you.
You know what they said?
River State is too important to these people because that's where the wealth is. And they now are sitting in that position to eat out of there. So
I will leave
you're
this
right.
question with you, Jagun, though. I will leave this question with you because I've always often puzzled when we say the Nigerian politicians are corrupt and everything, and they just want to guzzle money. I want to ask, if you are corrupt, though, but you are in a country you want more money to be corrupt with, don't you think it makes sense to make the money bigger, the pool of the money bigger, so you can get more money out of it, like a
You
farm?
see, what you're talking about is a skilled man. You're talking about a skilled man. These people who are taking over the presidency in Nigeria have a limited time. It's between 4 and 8 years, and they can go there and do their business. And
That's true.
That's the structure that they're working towards. They're not looking, unfortunately. You see, the unfortunate thing is that this is the pattern that I've seen repeated over my last 40 years. I've seen it. It was a bad spark in the mid-90s when I finally understood Nigeria, because Nigeria for me was I just looked at it and I couldn't understand anything what I was seeing, reading, or hearing. I couldn't understand.
You remember what Ferrari said? Something about, he used a term, change or kind of convince the few at the top for the national interest, because I'm not even sure he talked about displacing them necessarily, but changing them. One of the arguments you could make is
about
that
displacing them.
He spoke about dismantling the whole thing.
That's his last submission.
Okay,
he
good.
talked about the system as a whole.
Because at the point when he was talking about whether you can, those elites at the top have to. Okay, he also talked about the elites at the top having a certain mindset, and one of the ways you can do that, because there are a lot of people of our generation that if they make it to the top, they are just going to do the same thing, is to convince them that
95% to still do the same thing.
Absolutely.
That's the problem. So you have to create a narrative, not even a fake one, it's the real narrative, whereby you let them understand that if you do things the right way, you're actually going to make more money than this chicken change. Our national budget is $27 billion. When the national healthcare budget in the UK is 600 billion. Our entire national budget, that is senseless. So if you convince them that if we do things this way, we are going to create more wealth for ourselves, we are going to enjoy more.
We have to understand from this point, I believe.
This is the thing we're talking about. This is what I'm talking about.
Make a land, Joe, if I may. We have to understand that what we are looking at, there is no copy and paste to it in the whole planet. This is a particular thing called Nigeria. And if we are willing or wishing to save it, we have to attack it at a certain point of accuracy that we understand. Right now, I believe that we have a leader in Peter Obi who can bash it from the top based on what he knows he needs to do in order to develop the nation and the people of that nation. And then again, that's bashing it from the top. But we, the people, have to bash it from the bottom in terms of the psyche of the people, because the psyche of the people change over the next 4 years. It has to change rapidly. And thank goodness, I suppose, for the internet, that there are ways of changing the psyches of our people at the very bottom. Because at truth and at heart, our people are some of the best individuals in this planet. But unfortunately, it's very difficult for us to believe that, because we know how we're all scrambling around for this bucks and that bucks and the next deal and the next deal, whatever it is. We can't even trust ourselves. So you said something earlier, Sita, which I was thinking capital. And I was going to say something in a joking terms. I say, Igbo man, where they're not afraid to talk, now money we need. The thing is, I don't want to call you that, because I heard before that you don't want to be pronounced as an Igbo man, and I don't mean it in that way, and I know exactly what you were saying. But the understanding that our nation is in a crux position to win big or die. That's where we are. And in winning, in order to win big, the accuracy of us in the diaspora being able to galvanize hardcore currency in order to know how we are holding back. We are using it all as a weapon in terms of how we say that, look, we've got 58 billion. It's nothing to do with your money. This is our money. And this is what we can do in Nigeria in order to create examples here, here, and here. But we're not going to spend that money until X, Y, and Z. We have money talks. And this is not the only way to do things, but it is part of the way of doing things. And these things have to be recognized. I think that's really all we need to be establishing in a very critical manner without exposing ourselves, because what we're thinking and trying to do has to happen from a position of some level of stealth, because we know what we are up against. We know what we're up against.
They are very good at the infiltration and causing problems for people. Look at how they are sabotaging their parties, fellow parties in Nigeria. So yeah, I agree with you. So let me thank everybody, Jagun, for coming in, and
thank
Steph.
you, my brother.
Yeah, I really appreciate you for coming in. Osita, we miss you. Thank you for coming in. And let me greet the troublemakers in the chat. Hi, Buritan. I see you are still there. Thank you for coming in. And you say whether I missed you. I didn't even notice you were away. That's even worse. I didn't notice that you were away. This is Iburitan, AGK, Onye Mechi. Thank you for coming in, AGK. OA, thank you for coming in. Adama, thank you for coming in. Soji, I see you there, and you're on the panel too. Thank you for coming in. It's great to see you here. Mark Eneli, I see you there too. Thank you for coming in, Mark Eneli. Kite Nat, thank you for coming in. Chukwudi Nwogu, thank you for coming in. That's a classic name, man. That name, I've seen it. How many people are called Chukwudi Nwogu in Nigeria? I'm sure there are more than 10,000. So there are more than 10,000. There are many of them. Nwachukwu Onye Kere Oligwena. Thank you for coming in, Nwachukwu. Monoe Ferrara, I see you there. Thank you for coming in.
Forefather, one thing we now know, you are definitely not an Igbo man.
How do you know that?
We can strike that one off the list. So the way you just mess up man's name like that.
Forefathers have refused to learn. You've been warned thanks to that number. Why did you say a particular name? How many people answer this? I don't want to be hearing Igbo in your mouth, or Hausa, or Yoruba. Talk about Nigeria. Don't mention any tribe.
No. I didn't mention tribe. I just said the name is many.
No, you should have said how many people, only God knows how many people are answering it in Igbo land.
Okay, I should do that.
God knows how many people are answering it in Nigeria.
Did I say Igbo land?
Yes.
I don't think I did though. Yeah. I hope not to. If I did, that's
I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that. I just heard him backing up streams there. So I just I know say this brother, you know people.
Roa Abua. Yeah, that one likes to abuse me, man. Ray Abua, this guy, man, there's no positive thing he has to say about me, man. You're welcome, Ray Abua. Yeah, thank you all for coming in. And till tomorrow, we're going to catch up again. Let's listen to our president advise us what he wants us to do.
Just go through these baby steps of pain. Baby step of pain.
that thing will never get old. Go through the baby steps. Why he is not going through baby steps? That's the problem now. I wish he was going through baby steps too. Let me play this. I really enjoy this song. Actually, it's very, very cool, mellow. Song.
What do you like about this song? Always.
It's a nice song. How dare you? It's very nice. Look at how chill. Look at how he's doing that thing. It's a nice song. You don't like it?
I know the song.
I like their rendition.
sorry. If you're gonna move, like I don't need music, like I don't need music. I'm a mammy, Lochina, bigger episode. Mazi welcome up. Odoguna Quaresunaka. Onyomani Gadelemo. Mazi Nibazi. Even go with the melody. Odogu nachala noka. Izi one mliga delemo. Olaga doni pesigo. Mo olaga doni pesigo. Amama wilo chilo. Bigora muzoro. Anabazi. Say, onyama zoro. Sorry, if I were to go on a move, Holaga, don't need Piazugo, Nazaboy, Molaga, don't need Piazugo, Avama Wilo Chilo, Biko Rapuzoro, Anavazi, Ice. A dog can never be kitchen for. I'm up on Nika Gogogia. Well, you work well on the catch your mobile. Hey, you want? Eku Kampune Kene Amagon din so. Chukwu negaji esi nwanne m ekene ịlapụ ife niile na-eme wee bịa ka gosili na anyị na gị bụ nwanne wisdom ga-adị ka nye gị maịkị ka ogobanya bụ egwu isili maxi ọ bụ na-etiri egwu a malụkwa malụ n'imego m ife ọjọọ wesi gị nwanne m ife ọkụ na-echọlụ na ngeme wisdom onume ekene gị ọgbamanwụ iyo biko lapụ